Hello, everyone. Santu here. Time to go ahead and get this party started. So, yesterday I did an audit of the builds just to make sure I hadn't missed anything. And the long story short of that is I had not. Actually, the short story of it. The long story is, boy, it took a while to go through that spreadsheet and the files in my folder and discover that I had forgotten to hit the save template button on the Healing Hands build, but it was in my list, so I was able to easily get it, and all is well. So we have a lot of assassin builds to make today, as well as other builds, so I should go ahead and get started. You know what I should have done, is I should have cleared out some inventory yesterday. Yes, quite. We're gonna be seeing a lot of Anton today. That's right, he had a hammer. Let's give him a hammer back. Might want daggers for somebody else. So my general plan for today, because there's 39 builds left to make, my general plan is to get these builds put together. And then once I have finished that process, this is gonna cause me to max out here. Once I finish the process of putting together builds, obviously I'm cleaning up my inventory right now, but I'm going to probably talk about some of the lessons I've learned through doing this whole thing. Because there have been some things that I've learned from doing it, and I think it would be interesting to discuss some of those. So we'll see how things are time-wise, how difficult some of these builds may be to make. I'm not going to be able to talk to you, or am I? No. This is what's really inconvenient about factions, is that they have this whole mechanic where they don't talk to you if you're not got the right faction, and I'm currently Luxon, not Kurzik, so they're going to just ignore me in my existence, and it's annoying, and here we are. Merchant, I would appreciate an ID kit. Thank you. I really should have done this yesterday, but for some reason I was not paying attention. What did I get? Hydromancer's minor swordsmanship. Minor swordsmanship might have some value. I don't think... It's not how I wanted to start the episode, but... Okay. Hand hide is exactly as valuable as I thought it wasn't. Okay, so this is something that I'm noticing on some of these, and I'm wondering if people know what they are. Do you see this? It might not show up. There's this tiny little icon that looks a little bit like a gold pile or something to the lower right of some of these icons, and I have no idea what they're supposed to mean. I've been noticing them. They have not always been there, and if you go to the rare crafting material, you see they're there on a lot of them now. They're on all of them, but they've not always been there on them. I have no idea what that icon means, actually. Did that change anything? No, it didn't. I was wondering if it meant anything about the amount of currency I had on hand. But anyway, so there's this little tiny, like, it looks kind of like a gold pile thing, and I have absolutely no idea what it means. If anybody knows what it means, I'd really love to know. Because, here, I'll just take a screenshot of it. Because I find it very, 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 very perplexing. And I don't know what it's supposed to be about. Yeah, Hydromancer's is an elementalist thing. Yeah, it's on some of these runes, too. Like, this minor energy storage has it, but these other ones don't. Again, I'm not sure if you can see it through, like, compression and other things. But some stuff has this icon. This little marker on it, and I'm very curious. Okay, minor swordsmanship absolutely is worth something. People like swords, so I'm not really surprised. Okay, I'm curious. Nope, minor protection doesn't have it. Minor protection is really climbing in value quite a lot, though. Hey, Clean Star. Good to see you. Were you here for the icon thing I was just discussing? Like, so I was looking at warrior, ranger. Maybe it was on one of these monk ones. But there's been these little icons on stuff that I've been seeing lately, and I've been very perplexed about them. Yeah, see right here. I don't know how well you can see it, but on this corner of Tanned Hide, there's this like little coin pile icon. It's on all of these right now, and it's something that I don't recall seeing before. And I was wondering if anybody knew what that little thing means. And again, I'm not sure that's showing up with the like various layers of compression and other things going on, but I find it very strange. Okay. Well, anyway, enough of being perplexed. Time to make some bars. So I need to make a Ray of Judgment, so let's grab Ogden for that. Let's see, Goran, we're going to make 100 Blades with you. Actually, Goran wielding a sword right now. Okay, he is. Okay, this will be fine then. Ogden, I have a bunch of Necromancer builds to make. I've got a couple Mesmer ones. And I should always have Anton with me, because it feels like there's so many assassin bars to make still. I actually did a quick count. If anybody's curious, at this point, I have made 28 warrior bars, 21 mesmer bars, 21 necromancer bars, 13 monk bars, 23 elementalist bars, 22 ranger bars, 24 assassin bars, 27 ritualist bars, 23 dervish bars, and 21 paragon bars. So I'm probably going to lay off a little bit on the ritualist. The monks is just going to have more bars than everybody else because you need a higher percentage of healers in the pool anyway, theoretically anyway, so there's just probably going to be a few more. So I have a bunch of ranger skills I need to make use of as well. Quicksand is a good example of that. So let's go ahead and grab Margaret so I can start getting some of that done. Warrior I'm actually almost done on. I just have 2 skills left in Warrior, Crippling Slash and 100 Blades. So we're going to put 100 Blades on our good friend here. 100 Blades. We'll figure out the rest of what's going on with him later. Actually, I'm going to just swap him to Elementalist. We're going to grab... I was thinking some about builds last night, which is not great for my sleep, but here we are. There's a couple of different directions I could go with some of this. Ray of Judgment is in Smiting Prayers. Part of me wants to use Healing Prayers for Gift of Health. Like Gift of Health, Ray of Judgment. Kind of go a little bit, you know, your traditional smiting approach. Part of me would like to go more protection prayers with Aegis. Let's see. 100 Blades. ROJ. Ray of Judgment. Necromancer. I'm just going to quickly swap that to use that out. I did want to make a Reaper's Mark bar, so let's do Reaper's Mark here. Reaper's Mark is a... I'll talk about that skill, I guess, when I actually get to make that bar. Okay, so we have both Power Leech, Power Flux, and then, of course, Visions of Regret. So let's just start with Visions of Regret over here. Oh yeah, that one. That one was kind of neat. And let's grab Power Flux or Power Leech. Let's just go Power Flux first. I want to make all of these Mesmer bars. So let's grab Power Flux. This Domination Magic. I like Power Leech a bit better than this one, but that's neither here nor there. I actually want to make this a Crippling Slash bar. There's just going to be a lot of Assassin bars, it turns out, for some reason. Assassin's just really versatile. But I want to make a crippling slash assassin, so swordsmanship, crippling slash. Okay, and then Margaret. So that's gonna finish off warrior, and then Margaret is a ranger. Where's my pile of ranger stuff? Yeah, let's do that quicksand concept that I was having yesterday. This is going to make some of the other bars look a little bit worse, so I'm going to naturally be a little bit more forgiving for their energy. Quicksand's a dumb skill that I hate, but I need to make a build with it because that's the name of the game, so build for every elite, right? So she's going to go slash necromancer. Let's get build crafting. So what I know I want to do here is I want some amount of blood magic. I'm probably gonna go a little bit lower in wilderness survival. I don't need this to be too impressive, and I want this is where I want to look at breakpoints. 4 for a 10-second blood ritual. I can go up this high and get an 11-second one. I actually don't mind going for 10-second blood ritual and going for marksmanship. I think that's fine. Yeah, I'm happy with that. The blood ritual will allow her, of course, to help compensate for the energy expenditures she's requiring of everyone. Also, it's a touch skill, so it actually gets decreased by expertise, which is kind of fun. Easy to not know about as well. Yeah, I don't think... Poison tip signet's probably worth using. Antidote signet's, of course, worth keeping around. I feel like if I want a preparation... Maybe this is a good time for focused shot. Expert's focus. Because the thing is, focus shot, it disables all of your other attacks for 3 seconds. This makes it really good if you just want a bow attack. It works really well as like a solo skill. So... Tranquility. The thing is, nature rituals are just so hard to make good use of. I kind of feel a similar way about traps, actually, but nature rituals are just so hard to make good use of. That's kind of awkward. That's an interesting question. Is there any blood magic stuff that I want to be using? Inflict bleeding for 6 seconds? Boy, that's not... I mean, I don't have much investment in it, so it kind of makes sense. It's a little anemic. I could also, instead of focus shot... Actually, I like this. I like crossfire and hunters. They kind of combine with the bleeding, or the poison. Tip signet's poison. I think... Yeah, and I'm contemplating. So I did focus shots. What else would I do? I don't know. I think we'll just work with this and call this good. Okay, Anton is crippling slash. Obviously, this means that he needs a sword. Why is looking at swords on the other thing? Obviously, it also means no dagger mastery. Um, you need good swordsmanship, and then I actually want deadly arts here. Because an important part of... Yeah, I think... Even though I don't have a huge investment in it, I think Malicious Strike makes sense. I kind of... Because I want... Actually, we'll see if that makes sense. Say to Signet... Yeah, Way of the Master is maybe good? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much I need that here. I'd kind of like a path to more conditions, but I guess I could do say to Signet, so the target foe takes damage for each condition on them. And then Iron Palm can do knockdown, and Entangling Asp can poison. And then this gives just some additional crit chance. This is 4 conditions, so this does 100 damage, which is nothing to sneeze at. Part of me wants to try to go a little bit more heavy on the signets to be able to get a stronger effect, but frankly, or to be able to use a good symbolic strike, but frankly, I think this is a little bit more of a condition pressure bar, so this is just the way that we're going to go here. I could see replacing Way of the Master with something else. Lift Enchantment could be kind of good. I don't necessarily need the additional crit chance on them is the thing. Yeah, actually, let's go with say to Signet as a self-heal option, maybe. Siphon Speed is also a potential choice. Actually, no, let's go with Dark Prison. I like the idea of the Shadow Step. That seems like a good idea. Okay, we'll go with that. Mostly deadly arts. Yeah. Power Flux. We'll look at that in a moment. Let's kind of finish what's going on here. I want to use Glyph of Lesser Energy. Divine Healing. And Castigation Signets. I don't know. It's maybe a little bit more energy management than it needs. We'll see. It feels like a lot, but... I don't know. This is definitely a direction that I can go with it. The other option would be to go into... I kind of like the idea of Protection Prayers with, like, using Aegis. But I'm not sure what else goes in there. This is a healing option. It's kind of nice. I'm going to work with this for now. Yeah, and the other thing that I was thinking of here... So Reaper's Mark, I was mentioning this earlier, and I declined to comment on it right at the time, but we're actually going to drop that here. Reaper's Mark is one of those skills that I have problems with. It's basically... I mean, it's a kind of a minor degeneration of... Well, not minor. -4 is not nothing, but... It's a sort of middle degeneration effect. But what it does is it gives you energy. Right? That's kind of its gimmick, right? When your target foe dies, you get some energy. In the most powerful energy gain attribute in the game. Like, there's some... Obviously, there's mitigation of energy costs with expertise and mysticism. Leadership is also really good at giving energy, or can be. But it's also, like, really bar limiting. Soul Reaping is just, oh, enemy died near you, you get energy. Or anything died near you, ally, doesn't matter. You get energy. This is such an effective form of giving energy. I remember back when spirits dying gave you energy too. That was busted, which is why they fixed it. But my point is, like, making this skill good in terms of, like, putting enough attributes in it to make this skill good to use means that it becomes less useful as a consequence. So I don't like a design of skill like that. Reaper's Mark, I don't have a problem with the design of Reaper's Mark per se, but I have a problem with it being in Soul Reaping because it's redundant in Soul Reaping. High Soul Reaping means it's kind of, it doesn't have a point anymore. So I actually kind of wanted to make this a resto build. Let's do Pirwas Li Ming. I like Pirwas Li Ming. Yeah, it's just... Use a resilient weapon here. Actually, vengeful weapon's better for not primary writs because of the duration issue. I mean, it's still possible that energy here will have issues. Even with Reaper's Mark. So we'll see. But let's just put on a random Gaze of Contempt. I mean, this is the problem, is there's just so little going on with Restoration. No, I don't care. Rejuvenation feels a bit meh. And it's probably fine. Give him 2 different item skills and see how he handles them. How's that? Yeah, so it's just one of those things where, like, putting energy management skills in something that already manages your energy is just doubling down on it. It's like, it's a bit of an odd choice design-wise to set up. Let's just make some sort of 100 Blades bar. 100 Blades likes things like Sun and Moon Slash that lets you attack multiple times, as well as other things that increase your attack rate. I'm going to make this more of a tactics build. I want some strength, because strength helps warriors hit harder, which is kind of important. Hey, Willard Dog. Welcome. We're going to go Riposte heavy. I wish there was a skill that, like, triggered off of when you blocked. That would be nice. Hey, Firebud Shawnee. Thank you for the follow and welcome. An elementalist team dedicated at least 1 mage to each of the 4 elements. Yeah, that's definitely something you can do. Obviously. Let's see. I could go... Yeah, let's just go Slash Ranger. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go Slash Ranger, grab these, and then throw on Symbolic Strike. There we go. That seems fine. Probably. Right, Visions of Regret. Well, I can tell you right now I want more Domination Magic. Visions of Regret's an odd one in that it kind of makes you want to use some not Mesmer hexes. That's how that one works. I feel like going somewhat more typical on this. frankly. Of those things, and I think I'm gonna put an inspired hex in here. And just a straight up pile of LEs, eh? I like a good chaos storm. Yeah. And then cry of frustration, because who doesn't love a good cry of frustration? I mean, this is very one note mesmery. Go ahead and go slash writ and give it at least a res. We're gonna be goofy. I'm gonna put friggin' Lively was Naomi on this poor thing. Okay, so Power Flux is a weird skill. It hexes your target with some degen, which is sort of inconsequential a lot of the time. I mean, this is potentially backbreaking in PvP, but PvE fights tend to go like be over quickly enough that it's just not relevant a lot of the time. I'm probably actually going to go a little bit less in Domination Magic. Just because making that a long duration is not super important feeling to me. Kind of like... It's interesting. I feel like one of the things I theoretically want to do when this is done is I'd love to figure out a good way of setting up something for doing some statistical analysis on these builds. So like what are common secondaries and things for me to use, and like what sort of results do I often end up with. I think that would be really interesting to find out. But anyway. Because I feel like a lot of the time I'm pairing Mesmer with Necromancer. You know what? I feel like doing it here. It's gonna be a little weird, but kind of feeling some bone horrors. Maybe the occasional shambling horror. Ooh, no. Line intervention. And Vrata's gaze, yes. This one's an odd one. It reduces the effectiveness of healing and then makes a masterless minion when the thing dies, which is a really unusual effect. Need to figure out how the energy is going to work on this bar. Ah, you know what? We'll put Guilt and Shame. There we go. Is it better if Guilt and Shame are looking at each other, or if I swap them so they're looking apart? I think I'm going to put them like that. I like them better that way. It's like the least important thing I could possibly be discussing, but here we are. Okay, that looks like I've got a bar for everyone now. Again, I do recognize that there's going to be a little bit of squiggliness because we have whatever this mess that Margaret's running is. Yeah, it could be fun to, like, make stuff that's like, oh, here's a set of builds that are all this primary profession. I unfortunately don't have enough heroes to do something like that, but and I'm not messing around with my mercenary hero slots. So. Ah. Interesting that Elias got bipped. Or not bipped, but blood ritualed. Again, one of the things I anticipate is that energy is going to be a little bit rougher because somebody had to bring quicksand sometime. And that just happens to be how things came up for Margaret, so... for example, I imagine Gwen's energy would be better if she didn't have... Interesting that she did not Vrada's gaze that bone minion. Like, having guilt and shame will help her energy. Like, those are energy management skills, so. She's not actually that, like, singularly intensive. She just has a couple of quick recharging 10 energy skills, so. And again, it's really hard for me to judge her energy because quicksand is messing with it all. I feel like... So here's what I will say. I feel like the quicksand bar is... like, putting blood ritual on her is actually doing a pretty good job of helping manage the other character's energy. What I might do is... I feel like the quicksand bar is fine as is. What I might do is I might just save that off into my system and then just make a different ranger bar to bring with me because I don't want the quicksand messing up how everything else is looking. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and do that real quick here. Real quickly. Probably real quickly. I know my sister would know. She's the English major. Quicksand. I'm just going to quickly save this one off. For every elite RN quicksand. Because again, the problem is quicksand's going to make it really, really hard to evaluate what other characters' energy is looking like. Let's see. So I have Punishing Shot, Equinox. Sure. Let's just go with Equinox here. Might as well get that one taken care of. Equinox is... Equinox. There we are. Equinox is one of those really weird skills that's really, really, really hit or miss. This is like 1,000% a PvP skill. You can see its effect right here. It creates a spirit. Spells cast within its range that cause overcast cause an additional 10 overcast, and then it dies after a period of time. I think... So this skill is basically singularly targeted at elementalists because no other profession natively induces overcast. I think they experimented around with it some on ritualists at one point, but ended up scrapping that. If I remember reading the skill update histories correctly, because I went through all the skill updates history, because I don't know, that's the sort of person I am. And anyway, my point is they don't have overcast on anything else. There are a couple of other things that inflict it. Glint has a monster hex that causes overcast. There's the Mesmer Hex Arcane Languor that causes overcast on all spells, which pairs very well with Equinox, but obviously they're two elites. So if you're trying to do that, you're bringing like both. I mean, you could bring a small army of Arcane Languor Mesmers, I suppose, if you wanted, and Equinox, and just completely shut down enemy casters. But I think that this skill would be more generally interesting if it made spells like all have like 3 overcast or something, rather than it being an additional 10. But I don't necessarily mind single bullet targeted skills like this that are like, well, this straight up counters that thing. The main issue that I have with them is that you then have to make areas where that's good. If you want it in a PvE sense. In a PvP sense, it works as kind of a silver bullet to deal with if for some reason some sort of overcast-based elementalist team became really powerful. It would allow you to be able to shut that down. But asking for your elite slot for this is like, it feels like an effect that kind of wants to be a rare card in Magic the Gathering. I'm not entirely sure it wants to be an elite skill in this game because it's so narrow, if that makes sense. So anyway, nature rituals are just a pain in the rear end to use in PvE anyway. They're much more PvP skills, and just because of their cast times and stuff. I don't have anything special to do with this, so this is just kind of like dipping into some wilderness survival for no good reason. Yeah, that's basically that thought. I'm just gonna give purge conditions here. I think. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. But another point in wilderness survival, I suppose. Again, like, there's some stuff like frozen soil is really useful in certain spots because enemies having res skills, like Slaver's Exile is really, really good, but Roaring Winds Roaring Winds is an excellent example of what I'm talking about. Like, this works to help counter or actually it might be in Beast Mastery because nature rituals are kind of split between this and Beast Mastery. Wondering about bringing Pestilence here. Yeah, Primal Echoes is another example. This makes Signets cost 10 energy to use. Like, some of these are, like, good counters for specific things. But anyway. Pestilence kind of feels like it wants to be on a Necromancer more, frankly. It's really good if you have a lot of conditions that are going all over the place. What would be interesting here otherwise? Is there a preparation I don't tend to use much in wilderness survival? What preparations even are there? There's really not that many. Yeah. Wilderness survival has like Melander's arrows, these condition ones, Ignite and Kindle. Like, it has quite a few, but Ignite arrows is not a great skill. Kindle arrows is a bit mediocre. It's like I want to do something. I feel like Applied Poison kind of negatively messed with the AI. Go Natural Stride. Drop in a Barbed Trap, I guess. And then, I don't know. Disrupting Shot. That'll help balance energy out a bit because it's 15-second recharge. Barb Trap is kind of expensive. That's what my thought was. I mean, Body Shot's my perennial favorite, it seems, but for good reason. Actually, let's just go with Keen Arrow here. I mean, there's nothing special to do with Equinox, right? It's just there. It just exists. So, like, yay, I guess. Yay, I guess. I don't know. Let's just go take this to the Lando Arborstone and see how things go. I'm kind of curious to see if she will ever use Rada's Gaze to bind any of the minions that are made from Malign Intervention to her. Again, I expect energy to look different without the Blood Ritual Quicksand user. He really likes Vengeful Weapon. That's interesting. I guess it works pretty well if damage is low. What I'm wondering is on Gwen if I'd rather have a different... If I'd rather have Animate Shambling Horror. And so Animate Shambling Horror, the advantage of that would be... it would be less energy intensive. Yeah, it costs more energy, but its recharge is also substantially longer. So she wouldn't be able to spam it as much. I'm not sure that matters that much, though. I think I'd rather just have her... Give her something to do. Well, that was a completely unnecessary Ray of Judgment. Cool. Minions work as a really nice meat shield, actually. Yeah, as I kind of thought, Margaret's energy is looking fine. Ogden's doing what he can to help, but he's a little bit more of a mixed bar. Yeah. Okay, she does Rada's Gaze. That's good. Some of the things I'm looking at gonna need to be looking at here is like how is Ogden's energy working out? Goran seems to be using his skills okay. Ogden may not need Castigation Signet, in which case I'd rather give him something else. Norview seems to be fine. Anton's doing stuff. Dash is really easy to use here. Okay, and yeah, she is taking control of those minions. And Gwen's more a minion master than anything else right now, so. I'm just kind of looking at skill usage. Let me put something interesting on the screen. Elias has been doing fine. probably the point where I need to reset the zone or go to a different zone with more enemies in it, frankly. Accidentally vanquish a zone in the process of trying to figure out how the bars are working, that sort of thing. You know. This is a small little area, though. Also, for some reason, the portal back into town is broken, and I don't know why. So. Okay, I need to pay a little bit more attention to some of the other characters. I feel like Ogden hasn't proven to need castigation signal all that much. Which means I'm inclined to give him something there that helps more. I'm not sure what. Don't have investment and protection prayers. Like 6 seconds of Aegis is not worth the price of admission. Prot Spirit would eat up his energy very quickly. Yeah, he doesn't need anything in prot prayers. Maybe both of these would be fine. I don't even know. I just feel like he doesn't need the castigation signet, but we'll see. The energy management from castigation signet more accurately. I feel like both Mesmers have been doing okay. Glyph of Lesser does a fine job offsetting the energy cost of Ray of Judgment, so. Yeah, Ogden's not been doing a whole lot, frankly. It's mainly been Elias doing a lot of the healing. Maybe that gives a little bit of a false impression. I feel like Norgu's been doing fine, energy-wise. I mean, his bar is a lot of energy management, so. I think Ogden maybe could be using reversal damage a little bit more. I don't know. Oh man, she totally shamed someone. Oh, now he's using his energy sum. I mean, part of the thing that's difficult for Ogden to use his energy up with is he just doesn't have he doesn't have that many super low recharge skills, so. And part of it too is the minions are doing a really good job of just choking everything up. I think I'm happy with where these bars are at, frankly. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and save these guys off. I think I'm fine with them. Let's do the first of several ad breaks in order to be able to save these bars off. To have something going on while I'm saving these bars off. Because there's not a whole lot else going on. Those rolling. And then let's get these saving. This is 100 Blades. And make sure to save here. Ray of Judgment. Reaper's Mark. Hunter's Mark. Visions of Regrets. And this is Power Flux. Tell ya, Mesmer Necromancer is so freaking common for me to do. Crippling Slash. And Equinox. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All saved off then. Good. Let's give Anton his daggers back. All right. Let's see what's next. Let's see. We have. Okay, let's make a punishing shot bar. Margaret. Morgan. Elementalist. Well, I don't know exactly how things are going to be split, but I want Savani Heat here. This crazy bar. Glyph of Energy, please. Shroud of Silence, Shadow Prison, Wave of the Empty Palm, Hidden Caltrops. Let's do Hidden Caltrops on Anton. I'm not using Zenmai because she's runed up. Yeah, this is probably going to be just another straight assassin one because we're tired of Mesmers using Hidden Caltrops, so all of your non-assassin skills are disabled for 10 seconds. What you gonna do? I hate this patch to the skill. It is the most awkward line of text in the game to me. Your not this profession skills are disabled is just like, it feels like the designer's way of just throwing up their hands and saying, we don't know how to fix this. We give up. We're just patching it and saying it's not a problem anymore. And I despise that. Grab a couple of Mesmers. Let's see. I want Power Leech this time. This, I think, is the last Mesmer. 1. That doesn't make sense. How can I have done 100 and... you know what? I bet I messed up on this one. It's kind of something I shouldn't in its formula. No. That's fine. How's this working? Okay, well, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about how that works. I just know that that's the last one, and power leech. And then I do want to use an assassin elite here. Is deadly arts or shadow arts? I don't remember. Shroud of Silence is not the one I'm looking for. I'm looking for... Must be shadow arts then. Shadow Shroud. Target foe cannot be the target of enchantments. This is not ranged for some reason. The other one actually, Shroud of Silence, apparently I've also not used yet. See, this disables all of your spells for 15 seconds, and then it's a weird, like, sort of half blackout, but it's so weak because of PvP stuff, and then the effect is just not that great in PvE, so they never bothered to make it not hot garbage. Yeah, I mean, that's really my summary of that skill. Some of you may have noticed I haven't put a monk in here yet, and that's because I don't really have anything obvious to put on monk. Oh, I remember what I want to do on monk. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Got there, brain. Got there. Less smiting prayers, more blood magic. We're doing a life transfer monk. Oh, yeah. Cool. That's 7 dudes to make bars with, out of, from, things, words. Okay. I don't know if punishing shot's the right skill to use for this, or... You know what? This is like no wilderness survival. All expertise in marksmanship. Marauder shot. All of your non-attack skills are disabled for 10 seconds. This is where I really, really wish there were some, like, ranged attacks. You know what I mean? Like, just give me some ranged attacks. Some generic ranged attacks. Just a smattering here and there. You know, let me use barbed spear with bows or something. I mean, obviously that doesn't make any sense, but I don't even know how this is working out. This is probably 12 fire magic, and then the rest in spear being speary. I know this is going to have conjure flame. Probably that for fire magic, EBH, but drop in a swift javelin because the fiery sun spear of shelter is fiery, so you could do something like, what if chest thumper was a ranged attack and you could go into spear mastery to get chest thumper on your attacks with your bow? That would be kind of cool, right? I have to remember that he has more spear master than normal, so this looks a little bit better than it is for stuff in here. I could remove his rune, but I don't feel like it. I kind of like the idea of... I don't know. What idea do I kind of like? I kind of like the idea of having live vicariously, of having her enchant herself with live vicariously. But I don't think that's a good idea from an energy standpoint, and I certainly do not know how... Like, I don't want to have to futz around with the AI on that. So, mer. Trying to think of random things that might be useful. One thing that comes to mind is some of the longer lasting mesmer stances. Like Hexbreaker, maybe? Where's Hexbreaker living these days? Right here. Next time you're the target of a hex, that hex fails, and the caster takes some damage. What I was really thinking about actually was the inspiration magic, like elemental resistance. These have really long durations, but Mantra of Sickness could actually work kind of okay on a for some professions, but oh, that's it. Signet of Recall. Actually, Ether Sickness not the worst. I might do less 1 point in expertise. Let's actually check something here. Yeah, that doesn't... Yeah, and then... If you have less than 7 energy, gain 14 energy. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to just have a random Ether Signet here on our Punishing Shot bar. Because the idea is if you get so low that you need Ether Signet, then you're not Marauder shotting anymore, so it's fine. How's that for some thinking? Another one actually that would be kind of fun would be Spear of Redemption. Would be kind of fun to be able to do over here on the old Ranger. Let's put Determined Shot on. Determined Shot is really interesting in that it just recharges all of your other bow attacks if it fails to hit. So, I don't know. Just bow attack central. I felt like using Marauder Shot on something, and Punishing Shot seemed like a fine time to do it. I was running out of options anyway. Crippling Shot is the last one of these I haven't used, I believe. Quick Shot is just such a bad skill. Okay, where were we? We gotten her going. I need to get something going on him. Do an Anthem of Flame. That's pretty meh. His energy requirements are not that high currently. This is one of those situations where, unfortunately, Go for the Eyes is like permanently stapled to most Paragon bars. It's kind of unavoidable. You need the energy management, and that's that. So, I mean, it's your energy management source. What you gonna do? Not use it? Don't be silly. You know what? I'm gonna give him Meteor. That's pretty low energy. It's 5 energy every 30 seconds. I like it. You know what? I will give Blazing Spear and... Actually, you know what? I'm going to go Holy Spear, Merciless Spear. Yeah. Oh, I so wish this synergized with Grunt's Grasp. I so wish it did. Unfortunately, Grunt's Grasp triggers after, or triggers before the weakness from this is applied, so you can't just hit things and transfer the weakness. Think about how cool that synergy would have been if it worked. The Glyph of Energy is a weird skill. It's hard for me to know what I want to do with it. I'm probably going to do a bar that doesn't rely on attunements, but it's really weird because sometimes you want to be able to do Overcast and it prevents that, which is actually weirdly awkward. So it's just not... It's not the most intuitive to use skill, is what I'm saying. I think that's what I'm saying. I'm going to go / Necromancer. You know what I feel like doing? I feel like doing something a little bit more with death magic. Okay, let's stop being in half the 3/4 of the elements. Where's my breakpoint for 3? Cool. Well, that's an important breakpoint. I'm going to put it at 11 and assume that you have a rune. Right? No. Nah. I don't know. This makes it immune to... Well, I was going to do some death magic shenanigans, but then I discovered what the real costs of using Glyph of Energy are, so never mind that. I could go into fire mag... That is not fire magic. I could go into fire magic. If I did, what would I bring? It's really easy to look at this and be like, oh, your skills cost 22 less energy to cast. That means I can use Rag Personification with impunity, right? Nope. That's not what that means at all. I mean, you can try, but that's not what it means. Let's actually go water magic, maybe. And this is the problem, right? This makes your next 3 spells do not cause overcast and cost 22 less energy to cast. Not causing overcast sounds really good until you realize that not causing overcast kinda like is actually like overcast is so important for so many of the elementalist spells since the rework that's actually a really awkward clause and hard to make good use of. So, not actually as great as it sounds. Let's put on Eruption and Turning Earth. Let's just go Earth here. Ward of Stability. I want Ebonhawk, Glowstone, Stoning, Turning Earth, and Eruption. We'll see how this goes. Obviously not using our secondary. That's okay. Not every build needs to. I think I might go Flash Monk for something resurrecty. I don't know. Yeah, let's give her Light of Dwayne. Light of Dwayne is hot garbage, but you know what? I don't mind having a hot garbage resurrect every now and then. Look at that. Resurrect all dead party members in the area. 25 energy. It's just strictly worse than We Shall Return. But it's a spell, so it can be reduced by Glyph of Energy. Okay. Hidden caltrops. Okay, so here's the thing, right? This has the stupid, like, your non-assassin skills are disabled for 10 seconds clause. It's really annoying, right? And that I hate. So, I don't... It's a kind of a neat skill. It's a snare that, when it ends, it inflicts crippled. It's really kind of awkward to try to, like, build anything specific around. So this is probably just going to be, like, here's some random stuff. You know what? Let's do a bar with Blinding Powder and... I don't know. Shadowy Burden's an interesting one. Not great here. Let's put on Shadow of Haste just to be weird. Secondary is irrelevant here, so I'm just changing it to get the points out of swordsmanship quickly and easily. Black Spider, Death Blossom, because it's a one of. So I love the idea of lead attack, offhand attack, and dual attack that they have going on with Assassin. I think it's amazing. I think it's a really cool idea. I have a huge problem with it though, and that problem can be summed up as variety is lacking. I really wish there's a little bit more variety in what they had going on with the various leads, offhands, and duels. I think it would help quite a bit. Because like right now, my lead attack options are pretty limited. Offhands are too, and like I don't know, it's one of those things where it feels like I wish they had made a few more paths, because it feels like in general there's just like a golden path through these, and they all end in Death Blossom. So it's just I don't know. I really genuinely quite wish that they had been a little bit more thinking about how they could set up, particularly for PvE, set up things so that way there's different answers for what you do for your dagger chain, and a lot of that goes into like, imagine if there was a variant where Jagged Strike right here inflicts bleeding for 17 seconds. What if there was one that was like a 2 or 3 second recharge, but that was just an auto crit? That's what it was. It was quick activation, 5 energy, 2 or 3 second recharge, and lead attack. If it hits, it's a critical strike. That's all that it does. Like, that to me would be a way that you could compete with Jagged Strike. Getting a similar recharge, and it's a little bit like energy reductionist, and has this nice side benefit, right? Like, why is that skill not a skill? It seems like it should be, but here we are. So I would love, like, I love what they've done with the assassin profession in a general conceptual space, and I would just love to see kind of like the idea expanded upon more, is basically what I'm saying. Because when it comes to lead attacks, like, Black Mana's Thrust is an option here, but it has a 6 second recharge, so I kind of would want something shorter, and that kind of leaves me at Golden Fox Strike or Jagged Strike, right? Because those are my, or Unsuspecting Strike, but Unsuspecting Strike is so much energy at 10 that like, realistically, most of the time, you can't afford to use this on an assassin. Like, you have to be doing a bar that has really good energy returns, which I'm probably going to do with him fairly soon, because I want to do a Scavenger's Focus Bar, and that one probably can Unsuspecting Strike. Because you can get good energy returns off of that, so I'm probably going to go that direction, but yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things that's kind of a little frustrating about the design of the assassin. We'll see how this one goes. I'm not sure how the energy will be. I just can't bring a non-assassin skill with this disable for 10 seconds clause, except for the rest signet. That he's like rarely going to be able to use. Actually, I might switch him to Death Pact signet. Okay, so we've been building bars so far. What do I want to do here with Power Leech? Yes, that's right. That is right. I remember now. Up in a res sig. Because this requires inspiration magic anyway. Okay, I want to see how much do I need for Stone Striker? To oh, well, that tells me the description, which is nice. 20 seconds. Okay. Okay, you don't need very much. I could go like 10 Earth Magic and be good. So I do a 10. I think I want a little bit more fast casting, actually. And we're going to do Power Return here. This one's an interesting one. It theoretically can steal energy from a foe whenever they cast a spell for the 10 seconds it's on them. In practical terms, I haven't really seen that happen a whole lot, but Neat effect idea, anyway. I kind of want to do... Stoning Ebonhawk. But there's no way that energy requirement works here. We're going to do Earth and Shackles, though. Because the snare is really nice. What else? Like, energy here is theoretically uncertain. Yeah, feedback is an interesting form of energy denial. Arcane Echo. Ah, yes. Arcane Echo Stone Striker. The perfect plan. If I know the AI, that's what its plan would be. Interestingly enough, you could also combine Stone Striker with Elemental Resistance in order to get plus 40 armor against all damage sources, but I'd rather just reduce them by 44%. It's not quite as much. Interestingly enough, plus 40 armor is halved damage. So 44% is not the same thing as halved. But the 2 energy gain is kind of what I'm going for here. I feel like this is one of those things where this can make a lot of energy, but I'm not really sure what it's doing with it 100% just yet. Maybe it does use stoning. We'll see how this works out. Earth and Shackles applies weakness as well, so I don't know. I'm curious to see if this stoning mesmer bar has energy legs. Shadow Shroud requires a certain amount of shadow arts to be good. I feel like I want this to be good shadow arts, but not necessarily. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily need a ton. Inspiration. I was also thinking of potentially using this on a Necromancer with Ren Enchantment, but I think I'd rather just roll Mesmer here. I guess. Mirrored Stance is goofy and not worth trying to make use of. So an attacker uses skill. Where is... Do I want Death's Retreat? I actually want Recall. Ooh, Viper's Defense. Return. Not Recall. There it is. And then I want... Let's see. 11, 11, 8. You know what? Fine. That's fine. Where is Mirror of Disenchantment? Drain Enchantment. I kind of want Spirit Shackles here. And, Inspired Enchantment. Just so much enchantment removal, everyone. There's actually a ton of enchantment removal in Inspiration Magic. There's Drain Enchantment, Discharge, yeah, so, let's see, Discharge Enchantment. Discharge Enchantment's, like, perfect for this. I have to put it on, it's too perfect, but I kind of want Drain Enchantment, too. Actually, let's use Discharge Enchantment and Drain Enchantment. Like that. So there's Discharge Enchantment, Drain Enchantment, Feedback, Inspired Enchantment, Revealed Enchantment. Yeah, that was like 4 or 5? That was like 5 pieces of enchantment removal in this one attribute, which is pretty crazy intense amounts of enchantment removal. This is one of those bars that just doesn't do a whole lot if there aren't enchantments around. Not really sure what to say about that. I mean, it just kind of is what it is, you know? But Ether Feast on it. Call it a day. Feels a bit weird, but... Actually, do I go with Energy Tap? I don't know. It's one of those things where I feel like this just doesn't do anything. Makes enchantments awkward and then runs away from people and conditions them. Drains their energy if they attack you. And like the enchantment removal is super valuable in certain circumstances. It just doesn't... This feels like one of those bars where you look at it and you're like, but it doesn't do anything? I'm going to actually go with Power Return. So that way it can actually do anything at all. Right, Life Transfer. Everybody else have a bar? Cool beans. Actually, cool beans is such a weird phrase. I feel like you would want your beans to be warm, not cool. But anyway. I'm just going to look at breakpoints here. 6, 7 at 11. Okay, we're going to go with 11 Blood Magic. You know, yeah, we'll do an 11, 10, 10 here. That works. So the idea here is Life Transfer gets you a bunch of health. So let's infuse health to get rid of it. Big brain plays. Do like a Blood Bond and a Well of Blood as some additional like healing support. Blood Renewal's nice too, but Healing Touch. Healing Touch is the popular self-heal. Vigorous Spirits. What else do I want? Your Hex is an option. Dwayna's Kiss is good. I suppose Dwayna's Kiss. Yeah, I don't know. We'll roll something like that. It's a weird bar. Okay. That's enough of that because they're all filled up. So let's go see how they perform at a base level. Does Ogden Stone Healer immediately lose all of his energy? Does Gwen ever cast a spell? Find out. Now. Why is there not like a Hexbreaker enchantment in Smiting Prayers? I don't know if that question entirely makes sense, but... Well, Norgu's energy is garbage-ish. Garbage adjacent. Margaret seems to be doing okay. Oh my goodness, there are so many interrupts in this team. Oh yeah, Serenia is doing fine though. It would appear. Really? I am surprised at Gwen's energy being... I guess she doesn't really have... If there's no enchantments, this doesn't manage energies, so... I don't mind Norgu's bar kind of not working too well if there's not, like, things going on. I wonder which is more popular, Mantra of Earth or Mantra of Frost, because you can use stuff to make everything cold damage, and Mantra of Frost becomes pretty cool. You know what? I'm not hating what I'm seeing with these so far. I'll need to pay a bit more attention to Anton in our proper test. Just to see how his his skill usage is looking and stuff, and his energy and all that. This requires must follow an offhand attack. So I can follow Black Spider Strike too. You can Black Spider Strike, Blinding Powder. This does not count as an offhand attack, by the way, or a dual attack or anything. So he could Black Spider, Blinding Powder, Death Blossom, which is kind of cool. I haven't really used a whole lot of Blinding Powder. It's one of those skills that kind of has always struck me as a little bit underwhelming. But 11 seconds of blind is actually really strong in an AoE, so. It's one of those things where it's probably a little bit better than I give it credit for. Yeah. And he absolutely is using it. See, how long does that last? 30 seconds? Yeah, he just vanished. Shadow Face should probably be Death's Charge, but I don't care. Or being goofy. Okay, Serenia's energy is a bit challenged, but I think it's fine. Glyph of Energy is really neat in that it doesn't actually have a duration. It's just your next 3 spells. I don't know why she decided Spirit of Brambles needed an eruption on it, but here we go. Yeah, and he does absolutely queue up Black Spider Strike. If he ever gets there. That's the other question. Obviously works a little bit better. I think I'm probably going to swap out Shadow of Haste, which is a fun skill, but I'm probably going to swap it out for Death Charge. I think that's probably just better here. I'm actually okay with where Gwen's at. Ogden's been doing an okay job, I think? Question mark? He's not well calibrated to this sort of situation. I'm going to help him out a little bit. How are you doing, Ogden? Yep, he does life transfer. You didn't life transfer her. Why? Why did you not life transfer Serenia, bro? Alright, infuse health. You know what I mean. Boy, that guy's having a really bad day. What is Ogden's Divine Healing? 32? That's 64? I mean, that kind of works. I'm wondering if I would prefer having something different there. Blood Renewal might be a better choice than Healing Touch. But Healing Touch allows him to use it on others, which I think is arguably a little bit better. That's an interesting question. Overall, I feel like I'm fairly happy with these bars. I am questioning... Blood Renewal might be a better self-heal, though, because that's raw 150 HP when it ends, plus the 7 seconds of plus 5 health regen, which is 70 additional HP. This might just be a stronger self-heal. Man, I kind of friggin' want to play through the game on a monk again. I really like playing as monks, actually. I feel like the rest of this has been fine. Ah, yes, except I needed to swap out Anton's. Yeah. Death Charge is just going to be much more useful for him than a skill that, like, makes him move a little bit faster, and then when it ends, it shadow steps him back to the original location. That's just going to be really annoying on an AI. Way of the Lotus is nice energy management. I think he was doing fine. I think she was doing fine. But let's go ahead and give one more run through with this team, and then that probably will be enough to inform me that things are okay. Orgu's bar is a little goofy, but I like it. Gwen's bar is very goofy. There's so many interrupts. So many interrupts. Yeah, see, now Anton shadow steps in. Instead of having to, like, spend half an hour limping over because he's crippled because of the situation here. Oh yeah, Ogden's doing a lot better with having blood renewal. Already it looks like. He's blood bonding like crazy is what he's doing. He's a very weird healer. But yeah, Death Charge is a huge improvement for Anton. Here, I'll help you out, Ogden. This is some awkward geometry here. You get blocked a lot. Obstructed, more accurately, by the wall. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this. I could see trying to give Anton, like, Way of the Lotus or something to help with energy management. Way of the Lotus is, like, a nice chunk of energy back after a Death Blossom, but I do like having Blinding Powder here and Death Charge, so I kind of like his bar where it's at. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'm overall satisfied with these bars, so I'm going to go ahead and save these off now. Run an ad break while I do. This is Punishing Shot. Punishing Shots. Savannah Heat. I have 2 ends. It does. So EE, Physical Education. Savannah Heats. Glyph of Energy. What? No. Um, Lift of energy. Hidden caltrops. This is power leech. Shadow Shroud. One, two. Then last one is this life transfer thing. Or template code. Life transfer. Life transfer. There we go. Excellent. Bar is made. Nobody's wielding weird weapons, so I can go ahead and leave party and begin making another things. Let's just count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. We're starting to get pretty low. Spoil Victor, Vampiric Spirit, Corrupt Enchantment, Feast of Corruption, Pain of Disenchantment, Soulbind, Discord. Thunderclap, Obsidian Flesh, Unsteady Ground, Double Dragon, Starburst, Icy Shackles, Glyph of Renewal. I have no idea what I'm doing with that one. Scavenger's Focus. Ah, yes, I do want to do that. Let's go ahead and start with Scavenger's Focus Assassin. Anton. Ranger. I don't know what the attributes for this are going to look like. Let's see. Scavenger's Focus is... Again, I don't like the design of the skill because I would rather it be a set amount of energy that it gave you and then you increase the duration to be able to get up to 100% uptime at like 10-ish wilderness survival probably. But it is what it is. It used to be a preparation that gave you increased damage against foes suffering from a condition, and that worked with any weapon, and for some reason they decided that shouldn't exist anymore. Shadow Prison, Shroud of Silence. Let's see. Blink Shot, Smoke Trap, Spike Trap. Smoke Trap is a really weird skill. That's legitimately really hard to figure out how to use. Spike Trap you can just stick on somebody who's in your back line. Maybe I'll put it on a Paragon. I don't know. I'm going to do something with General Morgan, and I'm going to do something with Elias, and I know that. I'm probably going to do something with Serenia. I was thinking about putting Corrupt Enchantment on him, so I think I might. Yeah, I did want to do a Vampiric Spirit, so probably with Monk. You'll see why. Vampiric spirits. This is another one of those skills that's just kind of like, how am I supposed to use this one well? It's going to be very similar to Ogden's previous bar, if anybody was wondering, is my plan currently. Starburst Double Dragon, Glyph of Renewal. Trap, Spike Trap. And there's Defiant was in rain, Vengeful was Kanai. You know, maybe I want to put Vengeful was Kanai on a monk. I'm really curious to see. Let's see. Vengeful was Kanai. Yeah. Defiant was... Because Defiant was Zenray is a skill that they don't keep around. They use it as, like... basically a lifesteal skill. Is really... really dumb. So... I'm curious to see how they use Vengeful as Kanai. Defiant was Zenray is while you hold her ashes, you can't lose more than 20% of your max health from a single hit. And when you drop her ashes, you steal health from all nearby foes. The AI basically uses this for the latter. It doesn't like hold it around. So it's just it does not use it very well. Let's just make a crippling shot ranger. I don't know what else it's gonna be doing, but crippling shot. Let's see. I haven't decided what I'm doing on you yet. Starbursts. Kind of like Starburst on a melee. I was thinking about doing an ED build with Starburst though, so let's do that. Let's just go Starburst on her. I know I was planning on putting out an Assassin yesterday, and I do like it on Assassin. I just have so many Assassin bars that I'm making that I kind of want to try to balance stuff out a little bit. Because it's really easy to keep making Assassin bars. And like... yeah. So I just have a bunch more that I'm going to be making. Because there's still a bunch more to make. I could do Beguiling Haze on a Dervish or Assassin or Warrior. Those are the ones that want Beguiling Haze. Doesn't have to be primary, but I mean, yeah. Beguiling Haze is just really expensive, so I'm probably gonna let's just do Beguiling Haze Dervish. Assassin. Probably gonna want that. Whatever. Beguiling Haze is good on any melee attacker, but okay, there's Beguiling Haze, and that should be more. Well, I've made 22 today. 17 elites remaining, according to my math. My math may be wrong. I'm realizing. I may have counted the number of Mesmer elites incorrectly. There we go. That should be fixed. Ah, there we go. Now we have 290 elites total. Excellent. That makes a little bit more sense. I was missing a Mesmer. I wasn't missing a Mesmer elite in my list, but I had where I had the number counted, I was counting short for some reason. Okay, but we're actually kind of approaching the end of this pretty swiftly. A lot of weird bars in the interim, though. Okay, so the big thing that I'm looking at here is Scavenger's Focus gives actually a staggering amount of energy. Um, okay, we're going to go 8 Wilderness Survival. I want more critical strikes here because I do like the idea of running Unsuspecting Strike. I feel like I'm going to want... Oh, this is an interesting question. Do I want Natural Stride? I kind of feel like I actually want... Storm Fisher. This guy. Yeah. What's also really weird here is I kind of want Unsuspecting Strike and Twisting Fangs. But the issue is, what am I doing for sort of the middle attack? This almost wants Jagged Strike just for the condition infliction. Alternatively, I drop Antidote Signet, which is a good skill, but I think I want the run speed skill a bit more. Yeah, I like this. And then I go Sharpen Daggers in order to make sure I have a condition for Scavenger's Focus. Fox Fangs, Death Blossom, and just see how this works as a... Like, this chain is ludicrously overpriced. It is just ludicrously expensive to do. And Twisting Fangs is also very expensive, but if Scavenger's Focus is giving me 8 energy on every single one of these hits, it's actually not going to be a problem. So, while Scavenger's Focus is up. So we'll see kind of how that goes on him. I'd like to work Antidote Signet in, but I'd just rather have... Like, I need something to guarantee a condition, and I'd rather use... Unsuspecting Strike in anything than Jagged Strike again. So, Sharpen Daggers it is. Right, so this is some amount of curses. Where is breakpoints? Okay, 7 at 12. Versus at 10? Okay, that seems fine. Five command for slightly stronger go for the eyes, and an Anthem of Arenas that actually has some duration? I don't know about that one. I could do 1, and that would allow me to put another point in leadership. Let's do another point in leadership. Okay, Corrupt Enchantment. I can actually get some decent curses going on off on this as well. Anthem of Flame requiring 12 is a little awkward, but we're going to slot that on. I actually like having Weaken Armor and Enfibling Blood, so I'm just going to do these with Corrupt Enchantment here. And then just put on Barbed Spear for the additional condition. I'm not sure how the energy on this is going to work out, so part of me wants Maiming Spear for even more conditions and just have this be really condition heavy. I'm not sure how the energy for that works, so we're just going to slot that on and see. Yeah, okay, so what I want to do here... Probably want to do like 8 Soul Reaping, max out my Blood Magic, and then Healing Prayers. Awaken the Blood. Awaken the Blood's maybe a little unnecessary, but I don't know. I'm not sure if this character is going to count as a healer or something else. Oh, I like this. Okay, and Gordon's Gaze, Foul Feast. Yeah, I think this guy's probably going to count as a healer, so I'm going to drop that. Well of Blood. I mean, that's a hefty infuse here. And then a really strong blood bond relative to what I normally get. Maybe strip enchantments. Mark of Subversion. Target's an ally of that foe. Mark of Subversion's a weird one. I do want to do something with Mark of Fury. At some point. Not sure what, though. It's a Mark of Fury. Actually, I could see putting it on a Paragon with Chest Thumper. Build up some adrenaline with Mark of Fury and then get that Hex in. We're probably a little bit beyond the point of making that particular bar at the moment, but, you know. I like the thought. I'm going to just slap on Healing Seed. This is a very weird bar. It's not so much a healer, but it kind of is a healer. Plus on health regen makes this guy really potentially self-tanky, which is kind of neat. I don't know. Blood Magic, I feel like Blood Magic should have its own sort of infused health. I think at one point in time, Blood Bond was like basically a reverse life siphon, like enchant target ally. That ally gets plus health regen, you get minus health regen while this enchantment's on him. I'm curious to see how this ends up working. Yeah, this is actually going to be a really low energy storage bar, is my plan. Because this is actually a huge amount of energy management in and of itself. Then I want Earth Prayers. I'm not quite sure how much Earth Prayers I need. But we're probably going to go like Mirage Cloak, Conviction, Mystic Regen, Burning Speed, Starburst. Need a res sig here on the end, of course. Yeah, 2 energy for each foe you hit. Oh man, Conviction synergizes so well with Burning Speed. This is a really weird bar, though. Tanglewood Copse has been liberated from the Kurziks by the Kurziks. That's how this works, right? I don't really feel like she needs more of these things. I think she needs more damage. So, Inferno. I could go with, I think Fire Attunement here. This counts for a maximum of 8 enchantments, so it's not like I'm in danger of running into that. Yeah, we'll go with this. I don't know how this is going to play out, but I like the idea at any rate. Plus 10 armor and 3 health regen for each condition you're suffering from. Yeah, plus 10 armor, and then setting herself on fire for 7 seconds gives her plus 10 armor, and this mitigates some of the health regen. I don't know. I'm curious to see how this particular Starburst bar works. Like I said, Vengeful is Kanai. I'm really curious to see how the AI treats it. I'm going to go 8 Protection Prayers and 12 Restoration Magic here. Monk's not amazing with Restoration Magic, but this is one of those things where it's like emergency put on Vengeful is Kanai to protect yourself from getting attacked. Feels like a reasonable thing to do. And these are actually really strong heals if you're going for, like, off heals. I don't feel like I'm going to bring any spirits on him. I'm going to let him make the health sacrifice and it makes. I mean, Generous Sungrai also would actually work really well with Infuse Health, but um, yeah, he's just gonna life sacrifice off of Spirit Light. If there's so many characters that have spirits with them that I don't feel like it's a huge deal. Um, I'm not going to use Vengeful Weapon, though. I feel like Reversal of Fortune is probably a little bit better if I want that effect. Slap on Divine Healing, Signet of Devotion, Guardian, Shield of Absorption, and I kind of want to go Aegis. I don't know that Prospirit does what I want 100% here. I mean, Prospirit's really good. It's just the energy requirements of it are a little high, so I'm always a little... Like, this doesn't have any inbuilt energy management, so I kind of want to avoid it. For that reason, maybe Shielding Hands would be a good choice here. Yeah, we'll do that. Crippling Shot is one of those skills where there's a lot of different ways you can kind of roll with it. You usually want higher expertise, though, because it does become quite energy intensive. The traditional bar is with Apply Poison. So you apply Poison and then Crypt Shot around. It's at this point it's very self-contained because Natural Stride kind of replaced Distortion as sort of your defensive option, as it were. And I think I might go slightly different direction with this, though. Actually, I kind of like the idea of going 10 Mark, 11 Expertise, and then Command. Bring Anthem of Weariness. We Shall Return is way too energy intensive for a Ranger. You can see why I'd say it's better than Light at Duena, though. But I don't mind bringing an off-brand there. Then Go for the Eyes works nicely with Keen Arrow. And what I actually kind of want is I'm going to slap on Disrupting Accuracy. And the aforementioned Keen Arrow. Antidote Signet, of course, is quite good. I'm not sure how well... I'm going to try find their weakness, but I feel like the energy on that's probably... No, the energy on that is just terrible. 10 energy for Ranger is a lot. This is not 10 energy. The expertise is reducing this by 44%, so it's roughly like 5 or 6 energy. I could see Anthem of Envy being a decent skill, though. Good ol' Help Me! For 7 seconds, other allies' spells targeting you cast 50% faster. This is such a weak, like, effect. But, anyway. Could be a good spot for Can't Touch This, though. Actually, let's put Never Give Up. I don't know, this is a weird team, or a weird bar, but whatever. Don't need Earth Prayers. This is probably an 8 Mysticism, 10 Shadow Arts sort of situation. I like Beguiling Haze, though. It's quite nice. Actually give him Beguiling Haze, Shadow Refuge, and Unseen Fury. Unseen Fury is really cool. It's a stance that makes you unblockable to blinded foes. There's some stuff where it can work really especially nicely, but I'm just going to roll with it there. Like so. Crippling Victory. Chilling Victory. Do I want Unseen Fury? Go with Mystic Sweep or Slicer. Go Way of Perfection. Instead of like Shadow Refuge. Yeah, let's go Way of Perfection or Slicer. That's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm feeling. This is just a lot of energy, so I kind of want to be conscious of that. You know what? No, I want Shadow Refuge. I'm going to drop Ore Slicer. Actually, Springless is Assault. I think I like that. Yeah. Alright, let's roll with that. It's a bar on everyone now. Cool, let's go see if these things work at all. I'm very curious to see how the AI uses Vengeful Was Kanai. I assume that they will use it some amount, but obviously Elias, because he already has a minor, or has basically a minor rune bumping that up, gets even more benefit from it. I don't know if you had to soup blood, how that would end up being able to go, but. Yeah, Anton doesn't use it until his energy is low, and then if the fight's over too quickly, he's going to have energy problems. General Morgan's energy seems to be fine, so I guess I just don't have anything to worry about. He has enough curses that these actually have pretty reasonable durations on them. Margaret's energy is clearly a little rough. Hasn't surprised me. I might want to replace Never Give Up or Body Shot. Yeah. Let's try that. And then take it out into the other area. Margaret. Never Give Up is fine. Let's give you Body Shot instead. A nice source of weakness here for the team. Crippling Shot is a surprisingly useful effect. Obviously, it kind of mitigates the usefulness of Maiming Spear a little bit. But anyway. Caltrops is probably one of those skills that's probably a little bit better than I give it credit for. Okay, so this is something that's a problem. Obviously, the AI is treating this like a preparation, something that's trying to maintain, even though it can't. I don't think it's like the end of the world or anything, but it does mean he's going to be kind of dumb about using his about it for energy management. I am glad to see he prioritizes Twisting Fangs over Death Blossom. That's good. Looks like Serenia is doing fine on energy as well, which I had anticipated. Margaret clearly has some issues with energy. I'm not terribly surprised by that. Again, Crippling Shot is something I always knew was energy intensive. Have I come up with any builds that were out of the box and working well? Hello, Y2KY. I definitely have had that happen. Throughout the course of this project, there's been enough bars that I could not legitimately tell you offhand. We can actually, if people are interested, I I think we should have plenty of time today. Kind of go over each one. Okay, yeah. Ogden is just vengeful. What else can I? Okay. Anton then applies Scavenger's Focus. I've definitely learned a lot about how the AI works. That's for sure. Elias working on his health regen plan. Something else that I want to pay attention to is I'm not noticing Anton use Storm Chaser, which I find very peculiar. Oh, that's really funny. I hadn't thought about that. Elias's bar relies on enemies to heal. Huh. That's actually really amusing. I hadn't thought about that at all, but that means he doesn't have the ability to self-heal. I don't dislike that, but it is quite amusing. Look at these guys. Okay, so the real question is, why doesn't Anton ever use Storm Chaser? It might be one of those things where the AI is programmed weirdly to think of it as an energy management skill, not a move speed improving skill that happens to have energy management, so he might not use it until he gets hit by elemental damage. It should be really weird. Yeah, that's really weird. On the bright side, Scavenger's Focus is allowing him to spam Unsuspecting Strike with like hardly a care in the world, so that's cool. I think I'm overall happy with where these bars are looking, is what I'm saying. Or Unsuspecting Warden of Summer. Interesting. That Kamu thought the proper thing to do was to queue up. Huh. One thing I will say that I'm noticing is Anton is very aggressive about applying Scavenger's Focus, so I'm glad to see that. That's another skill that could potentially work on like a monk or something if you're a healer that needs energy. I also noticed Ogden like used Vengeful Kanai and then ended, and he was able to get a bunch of energy back and resume healing, which was kind of nice. These Wells of Blood are actually quite strong and worth hanging out in. I'm actually really happy with where these bars are at. Elias is this weird healer damager type mess. Some of Ogden's healing is a bit awkward. Serenity's bar is actually seeming to perform okay from what I can tell. Yeah, I think I'm going to call these good and save them off. We have like another 2.5 rounds, I think. I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to run some ads while I get these saved off. Twitch must be loving how much I'm running ads with this thing. But okay, so this is Scavenger's Focus. I do think you could legitimately run Scavenger's Focus on a caster. I'm going to leave Storm Chaser on there. I feel like, I don't know, maybe it would be better to run Natural Stride, but he's just so likely to lose that. So I think I'd just rather have that there. Anybody else wondering? Scavenger's Focus. Corrupt Enchantments. Elias is a vampiric spirit. I find it amusing that I did very similar bars for Life Transfer and Vampiric Spirit, but it's like, what do you do with a gigantic pile of health regen, you know? ED Starburst. 1, 2, 4, yep, 3 remaining. This Vengeful was Kanai. Vengeful was... Hi? Did I spell that correctly? Kanhei. I don't know why I pronounce it Kanai. Build for every elite. Kanhei. I like this for a crippling shot. It's a very different crippling shot type bar, though. Let's see. Crippling shots. Template code. And this is Beguiling Haze. Okay, that should be all 7 of those. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Cool. I'm down to very few elites left. According to my spreadsheet's math, I have 18 remaining. So I've done 22 today. Is this incorrect value in it? Read 40. So I've done 22 bars today. I have 18 remaining. That means that there's slightly under 3 left. So I'm probably going to try to make 2 more monk bars, or healer bars, I should say. It's going to be a little tricky to do, though. There's not really a whole lot of healer-friendly skills left. I kind of am considering putting, like, Smoke Trap or Spike Trap on a healer. Assassin's Promise. Assassin's Promise is a very open-ended skill. It works really well on a lot of professions. I'm not quite sure what all I want to put it on. We have... So, elites that we have remaining, so that way people know. I've completely finished Warrior and Mesmer. We have Discord, Soulbind, Pain of Disenchantment, Feast of Corruption, Spoil Victor. Monk is completely done. Glyph of Renewal, Icy Shackles, Double Dragon, Unsteady Ground, Obsidian Flesh, Thunderclap, Smoke Trap, and Spike Trap for Ranger. Assassin has Assassin's Promise, Shadow Prison, Shroud of Silence, Way of the Empty Palm, and then there's Defiant with Zinray. So, it's truly not very many left. I don't know entirely sure what to do with Defiant with Zinray. I feel like I want to put it on an Assassin. I feel like I'm making a lot of Assassins. I'm probably not... There's probably a Way of the Empty Palm. I also haven't made... Technically, I haven't made a Wither bar because the AI never uses Wither. I didn't know what... I was just going to skip it, but then I thought, you know what? You can make Assassin bars that don't actually need their elite slot, so... I think I'll probably just make an Assassin bar that doesn't need its elite slot, and if a human player wants to play a friggin' Wither Assassin, they're welcome to. So I'm definitely going to need... I don't know. I just have like a bunch of necro stuff. Let's see. I think all of these necros have some amount of runing on them. We're gonna. This was the healing hands bar, if anybody was wondering. I'm gonna bring these two. I just think it's prudent, but I'll probably run him as Spoil Victor. Spoil Victor there, and Elias, who has the blood magic thing. We'll do one of these Curses Elites. I've got a bunch of Curses Elites remaining. I have Feast of Corruption, Pain of Disenchantment, and Soulbind. Then I have Discord as well. Hey, Cleanstar. I do not have context for your laugh, but I'm glad something amused you. Soulbind is awkward. What do I want to do with Soulbind? I'm probably going to put Glyph of Renewal now that I think about it. Yeah, I'm going to put Glyph of Removal. Glyph of Removal. Whatever, we're going to put it on Ogden here. It works well with Aegis. Oh, the Wither Assassin. Yeah. Let's see. And I might make an Unsteady Ground one for the next set. Let's see. I do need another Ellie. I'll probably just make this double dragon because she's already fire. Always need Earth Prayers, but double dragon. What the heck do I do with Obsidian Flesh? Obsidian Flesh is super, super awkward. Let's see. Well, let's first figure out what I'm doing with Elias, because I can do Painful Bond, Feast of Corruption. Let's do Feast of Corruption. Let's go slash Ranger. I have an idea here. Evolving Wilderness Survival. And Serpent's Quickness. Okay, so that's Feast of Corruption. That one marked. Yeah, I got Spoil Victor marked. Good. Glyph of Renewal, Double Dragon. Yeah, okay, those are marked. I definitely need an assassin. What the heck does somebody do with Defiant with Zinray? The AI is so dumb about it. Like, my thought was, like, an assassin that Shadow Steps out and drops it, but, like, I don't know. I have a lot of assassins. Let's just do Way of the Empty Palm. Let's get that one over with. Is that Deadly Arts or Shadow Arts? It's Deadly Arts. It's always hard for me to remember where Way of the Empty Palm is because it kind of feels like it could be either. I might leave him slash Ranger, frankly, and just bring Antidote Signet. Shroud of Silence. Shroud of Silence really wants to be on a warrior, so I'm just going to make another warrior bar with Shroud of Silence on it. I feel like I have a lot of warriors, but warrior has the most elites in the game, so that's kind of biasing things a little bit. Because this is, all of your spells are disabled for 15 seconds, and then Target touched foe cannot cast spells. You could use that on a ranger if you wanted to, but it's melee, so... Shroud of Silence. There, we're going to do something with Warrior and Shroud of Silence. Probably not swords. Probably hammer, actually. What is this in Deadly Arts as well? Hooray! 10 Deadly Arts for 2 seconds. Target touch foe. This is my problem with this skill. It's a 30-second recharge. It has a 1/15th uptime. It's just not very impressive. Assassin's Promise is so generic. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it. Like, there's a lot of options. What the heck do I do with Obby Flash? Maybe I just bite off the Obby Flash bullet. Do I have another Ellie that doesn't have any? Yeah, okay, we're just gonna Obby Flash here. This is a weird bar. Okay. There. Obsidian Flesh. Okay. That's all of these elites planned out. Good. Now I can begin figuring out what the heck I'm doing with them. Not death magic. Spoil of Victor. Gonna need Soul Reaping, probably. What do I want? You'd say that, but Obsidian Flesh prevents you from attacking. You cannot attack. This used to just be like plus armor and you can't be the target of enemy spells, but they slowly but surely have nerfed the ever-living snot out of it. So it's now, like, for its roughly 50% uptime, you gain plus 20 armor, and you cannot be the target of enemy spells, but you cannot attack and have -2 energy degeneration. It's so bad. It's only good in narrow farm builds that are the thing that abused it to the point where it became this pile of terrible. So, yeah, that's unfortunately the situation. I could see running this with, like... This is a weird... Yeah, we're going to need Glyph of Lesser Energy. We're going to need this, and I want Dash. Earth Magic, 10 Energy Storage, and some Air Magic. Air Magic doesn't matter that much, but I want Shock, Whirlwind, Aftershock. Obsidian Flesh, Glyph of Lesser. Yeah, it is. It is a new addition too. You are not like incorrect for not knowing about it. I guess I don't know. Like it's understandable why you wouldn't know about it because it is a newer downside. I guess I could put on Magnetic Aura. Oh yeah, this one. Your air magic spells that target a foe activate and recharge faster. But you're overcast. This would be a weird situation where I could technically use that. I feel like I want one more spell that does a thing, though. Maybe Stone Daggers? Maybe just Ebonhawk? know what? Ward of Weakness is amusing, maybe. I don't know. This feels like a Stone Dagger's bar. Right. I wanted hammer instead of sword. This is just such a bad skill. It disables all of your other spells. So I need to make sure I'm not grabbing other spells. I can use Signets. Signet of Shadows is just so bizarrely, uniquely long in its recharge for these Signets, by the way. It very much so confuses me. I think I think it is okay to use with something like Shadow Fang, because that's Shadow stepping in, so it shouldn't cause problems the same sort of way. Vicious Blow. I do like myself a crude swing. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't need a crude swing here. Maybe I want... I kind of want to work in some Symbolic Strike, which means I kind of want to work some Signets into this. Signet of Malice. Signet of Twilight. I mean, this bard barely has any ways of inflicting conditions, so this kind of relies... No, this... Yeah, it does. It inflicts Deep Wound with Shadowfang. But it actually really heavily relies on its allies. But I think that's an okay trade-off for a very meaty Symbolic Strike. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't even need Auspicious Blow. Maybe it just wants Hammer Bash. Maybe it wants to be super ironic and have Yeti Smash that also doesn't work without conditions. I don't know. Interesting question. Or maybe it goes with something like a Staggering Blow, or... I mean, it wants Devastating Hammer, let's be real here. These are both pretty long recharge, so this shouldn't be an energy problem. Maybe I just go Staggering Blow. You get an additional source of, like, any condition. I don't know. I'm gonna try this. I don't think that this is amazing, but it's really hard to underestimate, like, plus 48 damage Symbolic Strikes are scary. So, and there's a good chance that allies will inflict enough conditions to kind of make the rest of this worthwhile. We'll see. We shall see. Way of the Empty Palm is a really weird skill. It's very strong energy management, but it's a question of what the heck are you doing with it. Feel like I'm gonna put on those and then, like, because, like, oh, spam Repeating Strike, but spamming a Repeating Strike's not very good. Like, Repeating Strike does plus 26 damage on hits, sure, but it's like just normal attack rate, so you're just poking somebody. It's much better to build up to dual attacks. Like, what? You know what? Never mind Death Blossom. I would say, except Death Blossom is literally the best dual attack in the game. Twisting Fangs is arguably a little bit more deadly, but it's just... Yeah, okay, you know what? Let's just go our guys here. Yeah, these things. Sure, why not? Actually, Twisting Fang starts looking a little meh in this situation. So I think I actually want a different... Like if I'm putting... You know what? Let's just put 3 different offhands. Sure, why not? Yeah, let's just put Jungle Strike on here. Does this bar inflict crippled? No. Do I care? Nope. Crippled happens sometimes, and sometimes that's just gonna have synergy. And cool, we'll roll with it when it does. There. Boom. Okay, Double Dragon. Double Dragon is an interesting one in that it does damage around you and also makes your skills set things on fire. So it actually works fairly well with Flare. So I feel like this bar wants to make use of Flare. I'm also going to just randomly stick Remove Hex on here because random Remove Hexes are really nice to have. So I'm just going to slot a Remove Hex on here for no particular reason other than why not. And then I'll just put a bit in Healing Prayers and give her a res chance so she can have hard res. I kind of like Restore Life better a lot of the time, but I think this is a fine res chant moment. Breath of Fire is a nice source of overcast to power up Flare. And this does not have anywhere near 100% uptime, so what are you doing for the rest of your time? Spamming Flare? Seems a little underwhelming. Maybe put a Phoenix in there. Maybe a Fireball. Let's go with Fireball. Fireball is more damage. I feel like it. Okay. Go with this. Seems fine. Glowing Gaze doesn't really work when Double Dragon's not up, but meh. Yes. We're gonna go slightly more Divine Favor. I'm just gonna go... No, slightly... Oh, this is a good question. That is not how to answer that question. Okay, it's 9 seconds either way, so I want a little bit more Divine Favor. I like the idea of rolling Aegis here. I don't know. Gift of Health? Do I want Gift of Health? Gift of Health is just a really strong... So the reason why I use Gift of Health, it disables all of your other healing prayer spells, but it's a really strong heal. So I tend to land on it. But you know what? Let's actually just make a straight up hybrid bar. Oh. Huh. Let's go like almost entirely enchantments. So that way Blessed Aura does cool stuff. Yeah. Something like this. It's not really a healing bar, but it... Like, the enchantments are all able to heal, technically. It's actually probably once... Let's see, that's 28%. 27, okay, that's not a huge drop. I want slightly stronger Vigorous Spirit. And more importantly, a stronger Second of Rejuvenation. This is a very weird bar, but the idea is Glyph of Renewal allows you to get Spotless Soul or Aegis out, or Shield of Absorption multiples out more quickly. So I'm curious to see how this ends up working. Always kind of weird when I work right to left instead of the other way around. Yeah, I want to use Serpent's Quickness to get a faster use out of Feast of Corruption. Because Feast of Corruption is one of those skills that kind of has the longest recharge. It wants to be played with Suffering. Out of Fear, Well of Darkness, Signet of Lost Souls, because this is actually pretty energy intense. It could theoretically, I could go with I could just slap a healing spring on here. You know what? I'm going to. Theoretically, I could go with Foul Feast Antidote Signet as a combo on this as well. And that doesn't seem terrible, but I kind of want these hexes to help fuel the Feast of Corruption, and then Well of Darkness to kind of work with them. And then I don't mind just a random healing spring, so. I might do the Foul Feast thing on here, though. Just kind of go Blood Magic. Because then Foul Feast, Antidote Signet is kind of a neat combo. Just go, like, blood good stuff. That makes sense. I might not need that. Do I want Well of Blood? I feel like I want... Let's put on Mark of Fury. This is just really versatile in what it helps with. Yeah, this is just going to be blood good stuff, I guess. So I guess I slot on Well of Blood here. Kinda... Yeah, this seems fine. His is probably the, like, most compromising itself for its mission type bar. But, like, here's one of the things that you'll see is this team inflicts cracked armor and bleeding, and also deep wound over here, and potentially some burning. So he can actually get some decent damage off of Signet of Corruption and some decent condition removal off of Signet of Malice. He doesn't have to do it all himself, is what I'm saying. And I'm kind of leaning into that with wanting to do a stupid symbolic strike on a hammer with a bad elite. Like, seriously, this feels like a skill that they made, right? Shroud of Silence feels to me like a skill that they made, and then they're like, maybe we shouldn't have made that skill, and then they just nerfed it into the dirt, because it turns out Blackout's a really strong skill, and Blackout that doesn't black you out is ridiculous. So, like, I mean, disables your spells for 15 seconds, but if you... whatever. Oh, hey, Gothic Sword. Q9. Wonder if it's any good. Huh. That's not bad. That's not bad. I'll hang on to that. Maybe for a hero or something. Oh, yeah. I was right about one thing. Elias definitely wants Signet of Lost Souls. Anton's energy should be fine. His elite literally keeps him from running out. Elias's energy is by far the roughest. But, I mean, we have a blood ritual, so that's going to skew the appearance of energy on this team, and there's just not a whole lot I can do about it. I just need to recognize if they're getting blood ritual, their energy might be a little rough. I think Serenia should be fairly fine energy-wise. And Goran's not going to have any problems. I don't know if Goran's ever going to use Shroud of Silence on something. He doesn't have a reason not to, but he doesn't really have a reason to use it either. I have no idea how often Vex's going to use, or under what circumstances he's going to use Obsidian Flash. It's just not a like a skill he has a good reason to spam. He is kind of doing... a variant on the bars that the cursed things use and the friggin' cursed brigands and stuff in Shards of War. They have Lightning Touch and Blinding Surge, but, you know. Anything else I need to figure out from out here? I don't know. I like him making longer lasting Aegises. Alright, let's just go into our normal area and see how things look. Owned by the Legit Guild. There's a lot of them. The largest alliance in the game right now, as far as I'm aware, but I could be wrong. Yeah, so Ogden likes to get his Blessed Aura going, which is smart. Interesting. Huh. So I don't know if you're noticing this or not. Anton needs to be a little bit more aggressive about putting on Way of the Empty Palm, but there's only so much I can do about that. Stone Daggers. I need to remove Stone Daggers from Vec because it's actively preventing him from using his bar properly. I might actually go slightly lower in Earth and slightly higher in Air for the purposes of putting Lightning Touch on there. Because the thing that I'm noticing is he's standing back and spamming Stone Daggers instead of going up to the enemy and using the Shock Aftershock combo or Whirlwind and Aftershock. He's using those defensively, but he's not using them aggressively, and I want him to be using them aggressively. So that means swapping in another touch range, like another point blank skill, of which my options are like Lightning Touch, Sliver Armor could potentially go on, Wards could potentially go on. The thing is, there's no like spammable point blank skill. Aftershock's a fairly low recharge. It's a sort of situation where if it weren't for the fact that his elite literally makes it impossible, I would want him to potentially use some offensive like attacks, like give him a scythe or something, instead of going into air or whatever. Maybe hammer for like Auspicious Blow Yeti Smash, and then some sort of like Ward of Weakness or something to allow Yeti Smash to hit in an AoE. There's not a whole lot of great ways of applying conditions just offhand in Earth Magic, but maybe Earth and Shackles, Yeti Smash, Auspicious Blow sort of thing. But Obsidian Flesh makes that not work. Let's see, Unsteady Ground. Yeah, attacking foes are struck by it or knocked down. So it's one of those things where like the Stone Daggers is actively preventing him from his AI from wanting to execute on the rest of what his bar does. So I actually kind of need to drop it if I want him to actually do what he's supposed to do with his bar and not just spam Stone Daggers for tinkling damage. This is part of why we test things, you know? Oh, it actually let me in? Oh, interesting. So what that means is I'm going to drop Earth Magic by a point to get a little bit more into Air Magic just to make this a little bit better. I mean, it's like, what? A 10-second recharge on that? He has a bit of a cycle. He kind of wishes Aftershock was like a 5-second recharge, but, you know, what you going to do? Again, this is why we test things to see if stuff kind of works the way we want it to. It's also possible that it wouldn't be a bad idea to go into like blood magic for some stuff there. But now you can see he's running in. And Goran did use the Shroud, which is good. This is a positive well for us either way. It's either a Well of Darkness, which we want to stand in, or a Well of Blood that we want to stand in. There's probably both going on here, frankly. It's hard to tell. But they've both been used, so. Serenia seems to be doing okay on energy. Glowing Gaze isn't perfect, but it's alright. Snare bot with no damage skills. We don't really have active healing. I need to pay attention to health bars here because we don't actually have active healing going on. We have some good passive healing and stuff, but where's Master? Master of Whispers was blood ritualing somebody. Yeah, some of these energy bars are a little rough. Okay, I see. Yeah, he was going after Vec. Whose energy is actually really rough because he doesn't have any attunements. I think I'm going to leave Vex energy as kind of garbage. TBH. Because I don't know what I'd want to necessarily drop to try to improve it. I could drop Glyph of Lesser. For what? Earth attunement to make Aftershock cheaper? Or air attunement because he has more air magic? I'm not really sure. I could drop Glyph of Lesser and Dash to put on both attunements, and then his bar is quarter attunements, which seems dumb. This is the problem with trying to make multi-element elementalists, is your energy management options dry up extremely quickly. Let's see, I think Goron's doing okay. Ogden is doing a very particular thing. I think I actually want to go into Ogden, and I think I want to drop something. Maybe Vigorous Spirits. I might drop Shield of Absorption. I cannot word today. I might drop Shield of Absorption for Healing Seed, actually. Anton's energy is weirdly challenged. I think I might actually drop Jungle Strike for Lotus. Hang on, I need to actually be a monk for a moment. Yeah, because I want to keep the short recharge, the 4-second recharge spells going. We're actually getting a lot of important healing out of Healing Spring, which is a weird thing to say, but is true. Also, I can tell that Ogden's energy bar is pretty rough. I think Serenia's is doing okay. I think hers is doing okay. But I might want to replace... Okay, let's just do a few tweaks to things. Hopefully I didn't miss any drops because I wasn't paying close enough attention. I think I'm okay with the Necromancers. Eliza's bar is a bit rough, but I think his energy is okay. He'll get it in some amount back from Soul Reaping and Signet of Lost Souls, and he's not like needing to spam these a ton. So he like has this pattern where he like chunks himself down and then has time to recover, and then chunk himself down and time to recover. That Master of Whispers just doesn't like seeing him on low energy, so he just spams Blood Ritual on him. Ogden, I think I'm going to drop Shield of Absorption for Healing Seed. Healing Seed provides some actual healing, but also synergizes well with Glyph of Renewal, which is kind of what my thinking here is. Spotless Soul also plays really nicely with Blessed Aura, lasting an additional roughly 3 seconds. Allows it to be able to knock another condition off. But it might be better to replace it with something else. I could try Restful Breeze, but Restful Breeze is just such a bad skill. Maybe I just want to have Shield of Absorption there instead. But I kind of want this, so I'm going to leave it there. I feel like the idea of Fireball is good here, but the reality of it is maybe not working out 100% the way I want. I wish lava arrows friggin' set things on fire if you were overcast. My goodness. I don't necessarily hate the overcast idea, by the way, that they have. I think that they just needed a few more enablers for it. The idea of you're an elementalist, you want to lean into being overcast is again, I think that in order to make that work properly, you need more than like 2.5 enablers per attribute line or something. And that's really what the problems are. This is something that I want to discuss sometime. I do like the idea of doing like analysis things at some point on each of the professions. Good glyph of immolation with her. Oh, immolation feels kind of mediocre. I could just go with incendiary bonds instead. That might be a bit much with breath of fire, though. Trying to find a good alternate option for burning. Mark of Rodgort can work, because I basically want something for glowing gaze. Trigger off of, other than just double dragon. I want to leave the remove hex there as well, so that also kind of complicates it a little bit. Fireball is like a good high damage spell. The reason why I'm looking at removing it potentially is just because I think I like Breath of Fire better. I think I might just go with Mark of Rodgort, actually. Mark of Rodgort looks more expensive than Fireball, but it's actually proportionately a little bit less because this can be cast more frequently, and needs to be. And this synergizes well with what's going on otherwise here, so I think I'm going to do that swap. This one is a cute idea. I think he'd be better off with Lotus Strike because his energy, despite the fact that his elite is meant to completely negate the energy costs of this entire section of his bar, he doesn't seem to be using it very much. And he's spamming Unsuspecting Strike a lot, so being able to Unsuspecting Strike and a Lotus Strike, even with this up, will help. Goran was fine. His energy was garbage, but his whole bar is garbage because of his elite, so... Like, what are you going to do to compensate for the fact that Obsidian Flesh gives you -2 energy degeneration while it's up and costs 25 energy to start? Like, this is not a skill that you use outside of a specific farming situation, so I'm okay with his bar basically being one that you're probably never wanting to pick unless you feel like you have to. It's just not... It's one of those things where you can't... Like, this skill has been so nerfed into the toilet in terms of general use that its only use case is specific abusive farming builds that are like, okay, I bring Obsidian Flesh so that way I can do my farm. And there is no, in my mind, there's no like general use case for Obsidian Flesh. It is too expensive to be a good like random defensive skill. Its whole purpose is, hey, while you're using this, you are like, so if I were in charge of things, I'm just going to rant here for a second. If I were in charge of things, what I'd do to Obsidian Flesh is say, no, this is not a farming skill. This is a defensive skill. I'd probably drop it to 5 to 10 energy. And while it's, and like lower its recharge to like 15 seconds and its duration, put it at like 5 or something, 3 to 5, somewhere in there. And then I'd have it give you like a huge amount of armor, probably have that kind of scale up, kind of like Armor of Earth, make you immune to enemies' spells, but like snare you by like 90%. So that way you can barely move. So the idea, and then give it like a quarter-second activation time. So the idea is that you'd use it to defend yourself when you're under attack, rather than having it be this sort of like thing that you're trying to maintain to make yourself immune to things. So I'd probably move it in towards that sort of direction, rather than having all of these like, congratulations, you're tankier and stuff now, but you're like completely incapable of doing much else. Because like you can't attack means you can't compensate for the thing with like basically you can use signets to try to compensate for the energy usage. So maybe there's something I can do with signets. I'm not sure. The thing is, like, if I try to do stuff with signets, what would I do? I guess I could go slash mesmer. Maybe I'm talking myself into an entirely different bar that does try to work with obsidian flesh better. Maybe it's some sort of mesmer, unnatural signet type malarkey. You know what? You know what? Let's try to work into this a little bit better. I still don't like the design of the skill, and I still think that there are better directions to go. But maybe this shock aftershock nonsense is not the direction to go with it. Okay. Let's drop air magic. Let's drop energy storage a bit. Earth magic a little bit. And just go domination here. Because then I can go with some signets. And this will overcome the crippling issues that this has. I stand by the things that I was saying, but maybe there's more that I can do with it to make it not complete trash tier. Probably don't need Glyph of Lesser. Let's actually just put on Earth attunements. This wants hexes for some of this stuff. To do more, but I don't really care. I mean, this especially wants a hex, but you know what? I'm just gonna go friggin' obsidian flame stone shards and not care. Most of the OB farming builds were silver armor, etc., and you ball the enemies around you. AoE damage would be a farming skill. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like the current implementation of obsidian flesh, and I feel the same way about shadow form. The point of those skills is to enable farming builds, and ArenaNet has like walked the skill in such a way that the only legitimate use of this, like the only way to use the skill is to farm, and there's not any sort of like regular use of the skill, as it were. I'm gonna try this weird malarkey and see if that works a little bit better for him. Because, like, it's just... It is an old game. Well, the thing is, it's not that they care about farming now. It's that they cared about farming when they were balancing the skills, and they haven't done a skill balance update for the past almost decade. So, unless you want to count some of the tweaking they did with the PvE only skills they added at the 15th anniversary, which I guess you can argue. I don't know that they should care about farming at this point. Frankly, I don't know how much they needed to care when the game was new. I don't know. Okay, so this is a broader point of like, I'm not sure itty, I guess. MMO economies are really weird because it feels like the way that the developers approach them is we want to make making money difficult so that way we maintain the validity of our end game. Because if people are able to get money too cheaply, then our end game loses something. Oh, these are stone daggers that are not... Okay, that's weird. Oh man, yeah, Anton really happy to have Lotus Strike now. Used to farm during events, it was good money, but now so many people are botting, it's just not worth it. Yeah, I mean, that's fair as well. It's just like, I think that there's something intrinsically, what's the right word for this even? The MMO, like, business model is keep your players around for as long as possible, right? And sort of the way that that's executed on is, let's see, I need to do some healing here. Ogden is definitely doing some good work, but he's not like a healer. So it's like farming in the game, it's being looked at as at a systemic level rather than an individual level. There's still people looking after this game. Yeah, like the thing is, I think that they're keeping like an eye on it, but I don't think they don't want to invest time in active development beyond what they kind of like need to keep the servers up. I think that's kind of the spot that they're in. ArenaNet's resources are limited, unfortunately, in a way that means that they choose not to put too many resources into Guild Wars 1 because they're working on Guild Wars 2, and I hope they have something else that they're kind of trying to get going too. Yeah, Goran's bar is weird in that he like runs himself out of energy very quickly, but then it doesn't matter. It's really nice to have these super long healing seeds, by the way. So Ogden's energy is definitely rough. What I really like is he's actually self-maintaining Aegis, which is really cool. Like AI behavior. I think Vex bar is a lot better energy-wise for him. As far as you know, only infrastructure people and some devs. Or the whole team. Yeah, no game designers. Yeah, exactly. That's the issue. I don't think there's anybody like... I'd rather have a Warden Horn than... These are probably all tanned hide, aren't they? I think I'm happier with where these bars are at. I still don't like Obby Flesh. I don't think there's a good way to build around it. That's not... Or like include it in a bar that's not just like a farming bar, but... I like Ogden's bar. It's a bit weird. It's definitely more of a support bar. Like, he self-chains Aegis, and that's awesome. And I love that he does that. Okay, I need to do theoretically another run looking at Vec. I think Vec's fine, though. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm happy with where these bars are now. I think Serenia's energy is better with Mark Rodgort than it was with Fireball. Glowing Gaze is more reliable. And this is just going to be less of a drain on her energy. That's a 1 energy. Like, the way that I'm thinking of skills is this is a 1 energy, like, energy to recharge ratio. So this is 1. Flare is 5, I guess, because of the cast time in there. This is a half energy. That's technically negative. This is a half energy. Fireball is a little bit over 1, so. Yeah, okay, I think I'm going to call these good. But yeah, so it's just one of those things where, like, farming in an MMO is really weird because the point of the game is to try to keep your players playing so that way you can keep them playing. Guild Wars is a little bit strange because of the business model, but you want to keep players interested so you can keep selling them, like, microtransactions or new expansions or whatever. So it's an intrinsically, like, wonky situation that you're finding yourself in when you're making an MMO. In terms of like where the incentives are. Hang on to this sword. And so like they want to slow down. Basically, they want players to be able to gain money at as low of a rate that they can have them gain it at while not feeling like they're making it not work. So that way they can have the goal of trying to acquire things. It's just not it's a very weird system. It's kind of like, because part of the problem that, oh, that's right, friggin' merchant garbage. because part of the problem that they run into, I'm gonna just finish this out, is that they don't have money sinks the way the real world does unless they add them, which is why Guild Wars 2 has the money sinks of like they originally had was repairing did repairing your armor had a cost if you died. I don't remember, but they have the cost of waypoints and the tax on the trading post, right? Those are ways for them to try to manage their economy. Yeah, I'm just gonna sell those handhide because what they're running into with it is that they have they want to like maintain a certain rate at which people acquire gold in the game to try to keep the value of the late game rewards. So that way people keep playing the game, so that way they can keep selling them more stuff for the game. And it's really awkward. Yeah. Yeah, so they have the move speed snare on it. I think if you go to some of the earlier versions too, like look at the energy cost on Obsidian Flesh, as well. It just has kept climbing and climbing. This has what, a spell history page. Yeah, skill history. Yeah, because the original was 10 energy. Yeah. Okay, I need to record these bars before I forget that phase. So I'm going to run some ads while I do that. Man, I'm getting so close to finishing this project. It's really exciting. Okay, this is Spoil of Victor. Yeah, I'm gonna pop that up. Feast of Corruption. It's also NR. That's a very different sort of bar. Corruption has been saved. This is Glyph of Renewal. This is a weird one. I like this one. It is definitely weird, though. Double Dragon. Let's see. Emo, Double Dragon. Way of the Empty Palm. Shroud of Silence. This one's a silly one. Let's see. This is Warrior Assassin. And then Obsidian Flesh. Whether or not you think this should be 12 Earth Magic and 10 Domination or the other way, or the way that I have it, I don't know, but Kind of wanted these signets to be a little bit stronger, but it's going to be using these more, so there's an argument for either direction. Probably would be a little bit better at slightly lower domination, but meh. Okay, that should be all of these then. Let's see. I'm just thinking about that for a moment more. Do I want to do that change? Maybe I do. It's 63 versus... Oh, wait, no. 53... 55? Nothing happens to Signet of Distraction. And then this gets to go up to... Yeah, I think I actually want to do it this way. We're going to do it this way. I don't need to, like, retest it or anything. I'm just going to... just save over Obsidian Flesh. I think it's just... It's going to be using those skills more, so it's important to kind of get those a little bit stronger. Okay, thanks for dropping by, Clean Star. Take care. Yeah, 10 energy is a huge difference there. Okay. Let's see. Almost done at this point. This is like... not the final round, but we're getting really close. So I think I need 2 Necros again, because I have Soulbind and... I wanted to use Earth Magic over here. So let's start by stripping this bar. This is probably going to be partial healing. But I wanted to use Unsteady Ground here. Pain of Disenchantment, Soulbind, Discord. I kind of want to make you... Pain of Disenchantment. Let's do pick Pain of Disenchantment. And we'll do Discord on Master of Whispers. Let's see, Discord. Okay. Unsteady Ground. Okay, so that leaves us, what, Soulbind for Necro. Thunderclap and Icy Shackles. Well, I can just bring 2 Ellies and finish that off. Let's see, Beck and Serenia. Doesn't really matter. Thunderclap. And Icy Shackles. Icy Shackles is such a PvP skill. Great for the enemies to use, too. Okay, we have Smoke Trap, Mage Brain, Assassin's Promise, Shadow Prison, and Defiant with Zenray. So I get 2 more of these now, and then I get a few more later. Let's see. Let's make sure I grab Anton for something. I could go for an Assassin's Promise bar here, or I could go for a Shadow Prison bar. I think I'm actually going to go... Oh, this is weird. You know what? I'm going to go Spike Trap here. It's going to be very strange. actually going to drop a point from Dagger Mastery for this. I kind of want to put the last remaining skills on other things, so... Spike Trap. And then I think I might do... I want the... kind of want Shadow Prison on... I guess, like, Dervish. Like, obviously it's good on Assassin as well. And maybe I don't have enough Shadow Stepping Assassin bars, but... Okay. So the last skills for me to do are going to be Defiant Wizenray, Assassin's Promise, Smoke Trap, and Soulbind, I think? I think there's just going to be 4 here. What does my list say? Yeah, there's 4 remaining. Bone's battery's getting a little low, but should be good for this. Maybe. The challenge... So the main challenge that I see with that... it's not like a bad idea offhand, but the main issue is this requires both a condition and then a hex or an enchantment. The condition is really easy to do. The hex is feasible, but I guess you could do it with like a Vile Miasma, like Jagged Strike, Vile Miasma, Discord type stuff. Yeah, you could definitely do it. You could definitely do it. But it'd be a very different direction. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Because you could do Jagged, Jagged, Blank, like whatever, into Critical Strikes as well. Vile Miasma, drop the Vile Miasma on them for the degen and the condition, and then you can start discording away. Let's see. How do I want to roll this? Obviously, I want... Probably don't need that much. Death Magic. I'm going to just put a random Shambling Horror on here and probably Masochism. So the big thing is hexes are a bit light in Death Magic relative to some of the others. I'm also put Putrid Explosion on here. Yeah, I mean, you could absolutely do it with Mesmer to support. For sure. That'd work as well. I want Glyph of Lesser. And... You know what? I'm actually going to put Ward of Stability on this one. Earth Magic. To make these things actually work. Yeah. I think I do like a Healing Breeze here. Healing Breeze is very energy intensive, but... Man, Restful Breeze is one of those skills that I look at and I'm like, how do you use this well, though? I think... I don't know how they would check this, but I feel like I'd put Restful Breeze at ends if their energy is way... Or, like, Restful Breeze... ends if they spend energy, or maybe... I don't know. I'm not quite sure how you work it. You used to use it... Yeah. Aeodian... Heal, Aeodia, Restful Breeze heal. Yeah, it's a strong heal. Because of the set 10 health regen being really strong. It's just like trying to figure out how to like. It's not a skill that you randomly slot into a bar, you know? That's kind of, I guess, where I'm going with that thought. I keep coming back to there's not enough, like, I don't know, monk healing spells. Yeah, I wouldn't tend to run it on heroes either. I'm just trying to, because, like, it's interesting the way that you design the game for the AI to be able to use it versus the way that you design the game with humans using it is a little bit different. Healing Ribbon is kind of cool, but the energy costs are already really high on this bar, so I want to be careful about putting anything more like anything else that's... I don't want any other 10 energy or above skills. I want to keep 5 or lower. Yeah, Vigorous Spirit's fine. I've just been throwing it on every bar lately, so I'm a little tired of seeing it. I like a little bit of variety in there. I'm thinking I might go like Ethereal Light and Patient Spirit. Maybe, because I see... Or maybe Ethereal Light and Orison. I see a lot of Duena's Kiss as well, because I tend to use that one quite a bit. Or is Words of Comfort a little bit better? Aura of Restoration. I'm trying to remember what that one is. Oh. Aura of Restoration... Yeah, this is a monk. It does. Yeah, monk doesn't want Aura of Restoration. I think I want Orison. It's like I could also put on Words of Comfort, but I think I want the recharge of Orison. Orison's like one of those spells that's just like just a little not quite good enough. If this healed like 20% more, it would probably feel a lot more usable than it does currently. But here we are. You know what? I'm feeling Domination Magic. I want to put Empathy on this. I don't quite know why, but I do. Don't really care about anything else here. Ooh, Web of Disruption is a spicy choice. But I need a condition of some kind. Rotting Flesh is certainly an option. But I think I want Withering Aura and Rotting Flesh. This helps get conditions around too. Empathy is not like the best hex for this. But I don't know, this is kind of where I'm ending up. Maybe, I don't know. What I really want for this is I want a hex that I can put on an enemy that whenever they get hit, they get, like, weakened or cracked armor or something. I don't know why I want Empathy. It feels kind of... I don't know. We're just going to roll with this and see how it goes. Maybe I don't bring Putrid Explosion so I can get another hex on here. If I did, it'd probably be, like, Putrid Bile. I like the random minion. Yeah, maybe I do that. Maybe I put Putrid Bile on instead. Just to give that a little bit more fuel. And Withering Aura works with the minion, so that's good. Chain of Disenchantment's just such a generic skill in terms of like what it does. It doesn't direct anywhere. Yeah, I thought about Words of Comfort too. The issue with Words of Comfort is it has a 4-second recharge, so it's not up that often. And some of these skills are a little bit longer recharge. If I was... if I would replace a Cure Hex with it, but I kind of want to leave it as is. I want to use Ethereal Light here, and this is a little bit longer recharge, so I definitely thought about it. I should have vocalized that better. I was looking at Words of Comfort and Dwayne's Kiss. Dwayne's Kiss is kind of the one that I go with. Words of Comfort's just a little bit weak if you don't have... without conditions going around. Obviously, we're in an area where there's a lot of conditions, but I am going a little bit more generic, and so I'm kind of just wanted to drop Orson in here instead because it's a bit more reliable. But yeah, Words of Comfort is totally a viable choice as well. It's like, what am I doing with this bar? Where am I going with it? The thing is, there's a lot of different potential options. Kind of want to give him a spear. Okay, this is a really important question. Where's the breakpoint for 3? Okay, it is there, so I'm going to leave it at 12. Ulcer Lungs. I want Barbed Spear. I need to give him a spear. There we go. Yeah, no. I think I've done a Spear Necro before, but I'm feeling one here. No. So. Bring Well of Ruin and Chest Thumper. It's actually a little awkward. This spear doesn't deal physical damage. So I think I might actually just go with Weaken Armor. Little Shivers of Dread. Already has enchantment removal, doesn't need more. File Flesh is a nice one to have as just a rando skill. Let's put on Wild Throw as well. There. I don't know. This is just kind of like a generic here's some stuff bar. But I don't mind that. So what I want to do here, that might be a little silly, is I kind of want to go Slash Assassin. Go Deadly Arts. Bring Signet of Deadly Corruption. Dancing Daggers and Entangling Asp for, like, poison. I feel like this is really working too hard for this. Anybody else feel like this is working too hard for this? I think this is working too hard for this. It's just I'm looking at this as like, oh, here's a bunch of conditions. What can I do? Actually, you know what? Let's go Illusion and put on Fragility. That works. I can put on Blinding Flash and Epidemic and Air Attunement. And shock arrow to help with energy a little bit. This gives cracked armor. It doesn't really need chain lightning or anything. You know what? Windborne speed. There, it's a little bit more of a utility bar, but I kind of like that direction. I don't 100% know we're going that way with you. Need water magic. So this is just a really aggressive snare. If they're enchanted, it's like they don't get to move like hardly at all. So I don't really know where this doesn't have any immediate direction after that it needs to go. I can slot on glowing ice. What I'm thinking here is Signet of Twilight, but Signet of Twilight's the exact opposite of what you want with this. Because it's like, oh, let's remove your enchantment so you can move a little bit faster. Which is, like I said, the opposite of what you want to do with this. Other things that kind of were drifting through my head is bringing Mystic Healing with Swirling Aura. I think I've done that already, but it doesn't hurt to do again. That's definitely an option. I can drop my energy storage down a bit. Grab that. Then just drop in. Swirling Aura, and then Swirling Aura goes up, and that makes Mystic Healing work better. Yay. So that's definitely a choice that I could make. I feel like that's doing the same sort of thing I do every friggin' time I make a friggin' water alley, but what you got? Like, not a whole lot of variety here. And rust. I can call that good, but I don't know. You know what? That's fine. I can have the same conceit multiple times, right? On some of the stuff that I'm doing. I don't know about Antidote Singer or not. That recharges 20 seconds. Or not. I went... do I want Falling Lotus or Falling Spider? I definitely want that, because I want critical defenses. I can bring Poison Tip Signet too, which seems fairly reasonable. This does crippled. This does do crippled, doesn't it? Let's see. This is tight. Let's see. I could do Trampling Ox. Oh, every second for 2 seconds total, all nearby foes are struck for 30 piercing damage, become crippled. 15 seconds are knocked down. Interesting. They spread that out so that way it wasn't as immediate of a damage packet, I think. Desperate Strike is not really what you're doing here. Let's actually do Golden Fox Wilds. No. Golden Fox, Golden Fang. Deep Wound. And this knocks down. This can get some poison in. This helps with energy. I don't know. I want to try something like this and see how this works. I mean, that's probably staying on this whatever this bar ends up being. Disrupting Dagger is a nice include. Let's be ridiculous. Let's do, yeah, Iron Palm, Mantis Touch. That's kind of a neat little combo. This does count as an offhand attack, so you could go straight into Vampiric Assault, but this is a dagger attack and does not work with the Scythe. Imagine if it did. Attack twice with your Scythe, stealing 30 health each time from all enemies you hit. That'd be kind of sweet. Yeah, okay, we're just gonna keep interrupt dagger here. You know what? Who needs mysticism? This isn't gonna use any enchantments anyway. Might as well get maximum value out of this stuff. This is all energy based. Still a victorious sweep. This is weird. The conditions that you're best able to inflict are crippled. So that makes this a little bit silly feeling, but I still want this combo. So we're going to roll with it. Because then otherwise is like bring Aura Slicer for leading. Yeah. I'd go Siphon Speed, but that's a little bit redundant, isn't it? Hmm. 29 seconds. The next time, damage it up, blow the 50 boon, you shast up that foe, has half normal range. Mark of Death makes their healing less effective. Scorpion Wire is kind of weird. Scorpion Wire is one of those skills that like is supremely strange because it uses 100 feet apart. What is that? Nothing in the game uses feet except for like that. So it's like you look at it and then you're like, what does that mean? I'm just bringing exposed defenses. You know what? We're just gonna roll with it this way. I don't know. This is a very weird bar, but I like it being weird. We'll see how it goes. I say every single time I go into one of these. Let's open these up and take a quick gander out into good old Pengmai Valley and see if these things work or don't. Thank you, Vec. I appreciate your vote of speed. Okay. Well, whatever it may have done in life, it got wrecked. So. One thing to pay attention to Kamu is, does he ever Mantis Touch after doing his thing? Energy bars seem to be doing generally okay. Olias is definitely a little tight, but then Soul Reaping happens and he doesn't care anymore. I got a couple of minions off of Master of Whispers. Ogden's been doing okay, but we're also not in an area that really tries Monk's energy bars. There's just too few enemies. Swirling Aura and Mystic Healing also will help with the energy, so. Anton's tight on energy. I probably need to actually swap Anton out from Falling Spider to Falling Lotus. Falling Spider is better for this bar. But I think he needs the energy from Falling Lotus, because I think he's not going to really work his energy properly himself. Okay, I think that's the one tweak that I feel like I need to make here, so let's go make that tweak. Falling Lotus, so the reason why I prefer Falling Spider, they have the same like plus damage, but this gives you energy, this does some poison. I'd prefer the damage from the poison, but I especially prefer the fact that it has an 8-second recharge as opposed to 12. But I think he's just too tight on energy to not use an energy management skill there. So he's definitely hoping, like, he's really using the spike trap though. Okay. Kamu's energy is definitely tight. Try to keep track of all the bars at once. Just looking at them, Ogden's doing okay energy right now. Yeah, see, the thing is Unsteady Ground helps a lot. Melee is actually pretty compromised in this area because of all of the barbed traps. Means that they're kind of moving slowly from target to target. They don't have shadow steps. I'm gonna go ahead and put them both on aggressive, just because I think it'll make it a little bit easier for them to stay in the enemy line when they get there. I'm actually fairly happy with how these bars are looking right now, but we'll have to kind of see long term. Okay, yeah. Okay, and Kamu is using Mantis Touch, which actually really helps Anton, randomly enough. Okay. I think Kamu's okay. Kamu's energy is definitely a little tight. But Vex energy is also a little tight. This is the curse of being an elementalist. You have to spend half your bar on energy management, and even then it's not enough. I think I'm okay with where Vec and Serenia are, but they definitely are a little sad about their energy totals. What I'm considering is if I want to drop Mystic Healing for a more like generic skill. But I think it's probably fine. I don't know. From that test run, I'm fairly content with where these bars appear to be at. I want to do one more just that way I can pay a little bit more attention to Elias. I feel like Master of Whispers was doing okay. But I kind of want to look at the Necros a little bit more. I was looking more down at these guys, and I think these two, I think Anton and Kamu are doing okay. I'm going to need to take a break soon. This is actually a very useful defensive skill, so I kind of like it on a monk. Yeah. Elias seems to be doing his bar just fine. I don't know. Not 100% sure where his energy's at, but he has some stuff to do without spending energy, and he's a necromancer, so. And frankly, a necromancer running around chucking spears through people's chests to give them deep wounds seems pretty good. Master of Whispers is not having any problem, it looks like, with having stuff up for Discord. He is prioritizing some other stuff ahead of it, but Vex's spending a lot of energy on Epidemic. It's there to kind of spread blind around, but I think I might, and because it synergizes with Fragility, I suppose. I'm considering whether or not it should stay there. This is already AoE, but because that feels to me like if I swapped out Epidemic for something on Vec that's in air magic, not sure what realistically, but I basically have never used Chilling Winds. But if I swap it out for Lightning Bolt, that would help his energy quite a bit. I'm okay with where it's at, though. Yeah, I think I'm happy with where these bars are. Let's go ahead and get these recorded. I'm going to be taking a break after I record them, so I'm going to run ads then. I need an short break here, so we will get these recorded, do that, and then come back and make the last, 5 builds or something. Okay, so this is Unsteady Ground. So you can see exactly what you're not missing when you get ads. Unsteady Grounds. Build for every elite. This is Discord. Enemy Discord. Pain of Disenchantments. P. Disenchantment. Thunderclap. All one word. The Icy Shackles. Then we have our Spike Trap. Which is an AR Spike Trap. And then Shadow Prison. Make sure that's the skill. What's the non-elite version called again? Dark Prison. Okay, make sure I save this. Okay, and that should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. Okay, so like I said, I will be back in a couple minutes. Just need to take a short break. So please stick around. And I will be back in, like I said, just a couple minutes. Don't know why I'm repeating myself, but here we are. Enjoy the dance from the side. Ooh. All right, I have returned. So a couple things for this last round. First of all, I want to give Elias a staff back. Um, I only have like 5 skills to go or something. So because I'm so low on skills, I'm not going to worry about trying to bring a monk. I'm just going to use one of the monk bars I already have to just kind of hang around and help keep people alive. So I do want to do something with Anton. So there's one elite that I haven't made a build for yet that I was kind of not thinking I was going to. But then I changed my mind. And that elite is Wither. You might be asking, wait, why are you skipping Wither? The answer is because the AI literally does not cast Wither itself. So if you wanted to have it use Wither, you'd have to manually tell it to do it. So I realized, though, that assassins can have perfectly viable bars without using their elite. So I'm just going to make an assassin bar that doesn't use, like, it doesn't care about the fact that it will never use Wither. Just for completionist's sake, more than anything else. And then I get Plague Touch, so woo. So then that's one of the skills. Let's see, I believe there should be 4 more, right? Yeah, 4 more. I don't know what I want to do with Assassin's Promise or Defiant with Zinray. The problem with Defiant with Zinray, like Assassin's Promise is just really versatile and it can go into a lot of different stuff, but it kind of wants to go into something where it does a lot of damage. I'm probably going to want Margaret here as an aside. So Smoke Trap is also one of the skills that I have remaining. I'm probably going to go for a Sword Warrior here. Let's see. I'll need to figure out what some of my attributes look like. Smoke Trap is one that I've been trying to figure out whether or not I want to use it defensively or offensively. When it's triggered, nearby foes are blinded and dazed. So defensively, you put it in your back line. Then when their melee runs up and comes into your back line, they get blinded. Offensively, you put it in their caster line, and they all get dazed. It kind of can be good for either. I feel like I'm going to want to run it more for the offensive side. It can also like blind rangers and stuff. I think I'm going to do that. Let's mark Smoke Trap off. Then I have Soulbind. Soulbind is an anti-healing skill. It's very general. I feel like I probably want to use that on Elias as a primary. Necromancer, because otherwise, why wouldn't you just run Smiting Prayers? I'm going to try to figure out what I'm going to do with Soulbind. So Wither, Smoke Trap, Soulbind. Let's see, what's the other? Assassin's Promise and Defiant wasn't right. Those are the last 2. Assassin's Promise, like I said, Assassin's Promise is super, super generic in terms of, like, it can fit into any offensive bar. Might be able to fit it into some defensive bars, too, frankly. That's an interesting idea. I think I want to try putting it on... I don't know. It is a question for ArenaNet. So if you go to, there's a page on the wiki under hero behavior. That's like abnormal hero behavior or something like that. I forget the exact name of it, but and I don't have a great way of grabbing you a link at the second. But if you look up that page on the wiki, it will be like, hey, the AI just doesn't use this, and we're left scratching our heads wondering why. There's no clear explained reason why. It just doesn't use Wither for whatever reason. So it just will never cast it. There's a couple of other skills. It doesn't tend to use Earthquake or Dragon Stomp often, but it will cast them on occasion. It also like doesn't use rending. There's a dervish enchantment that removes enchantments from knockdown foes and also inflicts cracked armor when it ends and stuff. It's very useful in wind prayers, but the AI apparently will like never cast it either. So there's just a handful of skills that the AI just doesn't use, and then there's some that just doesn't use super well. Doesn't use the behavior that people would like, things like that. So Assassin's Promise really wants to go on a bar that just pumps out a lot of damage really quickly. The bar that I use Assassin's Promise, like that I like Assassin's Promise on most, is an Elementalist bar that I'm not going to give the AI because it's Glyph of Sacrifice, Meteor Shower, and I don't trust the AI to not Glyph of Sacrifice Assassin's Promise. But it's a lot of fun. Pumps out a lot of damage. Gives you Overcast from Meteor Shower spam, which is awesome. Defiant with Zinray is also really, really awkward because the AI's not really smart about what it's doing with it. It, like, just kind of doesn't, I guess. So, I'm kind of torn on, like, trying to give Mesmer an Assassin's Promise and trying to give Elementals. I think I'm going to make an Assassin's Promise Ellie. Deadly Arts, Assassin's Promise. And then Defiant was Zinray. I don't really know what I want to do. Okay, so here's the thing with Defiant with Zinray is like, the reason why I don't know what I want to do with it is it has a hold effect that the AI doesn't make use of. So that means I don't know how I'd want it to try to be used. I do have a Glimmering Mark build, Mr. Jack 2018. Also, hello, welcome. I'm planning on doing a review of the builds afterwards, but I can bring that one up real quick. I actually put it on a monk. Although I do like, I have used it in the Zaishin Elite with Arcane Echo. So that way I can get a couple Glimmering Marks going. It works reasonably well there, although trapping is probably better. Let's see. Yeah, to find out Zinray, I mean, I might as well mark it off because I know that's the skill that I'm using. I just don't know what I'm doing with it because the AI just drops it right off the bat. I kind of, maybe I'll put it on a Necromancer. Got an idea here. It's a dumb idea. Ritualist Restoration Magic. So here's Defiant was in right. Like I said, the problem with this skill is that the AI basically uses it for the lifesteal drop effect and doesn't care about holding it. Let's just bring up template code. So you basically auto attack. That makes sense. Okay. Now to figure out what I'm doing with these. This one, what I think I'm going to do is basically blood magic. Enough restoration for it. Yeah, you steal 35 health from all nearby foes. It's not a terrible effect. Every 20 seconds is maybe a little slow. But, I'm going to go for like a Wallow's Bite type thing. Very similar to a previous bar, but hopefully a bit less terrible. Actually, the blind was Mingson on here too. And I feel like this one's Unholy Feast. Probably can afford it too. I don't know. We'll see how this works. I don't expect this to work super well, but this is what I got. It's again, I would try to build a very different thing if I thought the AI would actually hold Defiant Zinre's Ashes, because that's what the smart thing to do is, because you hold it, and then you can't be one-shot. Like, if I were using this as a human player, I'd be looking at the hold effect, but the AI is like, nah, this is a lifesteal spell. So I'm going to treat it like the AI is going to treat it, basically. Let's see, I do need Deadly Arts. I'm going to go for 10 Deadly Arts, and we'll do Fire Magic. We'll just do a bunch of, like, AoE type stuff. Breath of Fire, Firestorm, Fireball, Meteor, Liquid Flame. I don't know. I'm going to try this, see how well this works. Like I said, what I like is I like to Glyph of Sacrifice a Meteor Shower. Actually, I think I'm going to go with Bed of Coals here instead of Breath of Fire. That might be a mistake, but the logic is that Meteor can knock them down into Bed of Coals and give them some burning, and this will refresh everything anyway, right? Right? Oh. Hello. I can give you Flesh on my Flesh, though, instead of... I think I'll swap back over there. I still don't know what I want to do with Elias yet. Margaret, yeah, like I said, I wanted to do Swordsmanship. This is actually going to be kind of determined on natural strides, duration, breakpoints, so... Okay, I might want to go at 10-10. Yeah, 10-10-11 split here. Oh, yeah. When you could pump up the damage even more. It's still a lot of fun with Meteor Shower, but... At least in my opinion. I kind of want Hamstring. Oh yeah, I need to give her a sword. Boom. Sword. We'll see how well she smoke traps. Let's see. Poison Tip Signet. Oh, I can go Poison Tip Antidote. And then this is a nice meaty symbolic strike. I feel like Knee Cutter starts becoming a little redundant at this point, but I'll stick it on there for now. She's not going to need the energy from that. The main reason why Knee Cutter would be useful is the 2 strikes of Adrenaline, but I think it's better off just having a more useful skill. We'll go with Pure Strike. I'm curious to see how the energy is on this. This is a lot of signets, so the energy is probably not terrible. But yeah, I'm curious to see how that ends up playing out. Right, and this is just... Actually... I'm going to go for this chain over... let's look at breakpoints. 3, 2. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'd rather have this. I'm going to go for this just because the energy is going to be a little bit better when these are a little bit slower. I think I might also just grab Enfeebling Touch, potentially. I feel a little anemic, but I don't mind. And then maybe Dash? Yeah, that feels fine. This is fairly generic. I just want a bar with Wither on it, even though the AI literally never uses it, so... And a Plague Touch is not bad. Enfeebling Touch isn't terrible. It would maybe be better to have... Maybe instead of Enfeebling Touch, I want Sharpened Daggers or Critical Defenses. Deadly Haste. Deadly Haste is not useful here. Yeah. Sharpened Daggers is probably better than Enfeebling Touch. The enchantment allows Golden Fox Strike to be able to get through blocks, so... Okay, so now I just need a Soulbind bar and just some generic final whatever. Let's just add Zandra with not this. Build for every elite. Don't think she really used Second Winds too well. But how about this Caretaker's Charge bar? Okay. So now the question becomes, what do I want to do with this? It's a lot of just different directions it could go. I think I might go Mesmer. Illusion Magic. Do something like this. Because then I can do like Accumulated Pain, Illusion of Pain. Conjure Nightmare is a lot of degen, but it's also a lot of energy. I'm gonna put on 2 wells. And Defile Flesh is not a bad option. I feel like this is one of those bars, though, that's gonna want Signet of Lost Souls, because I feel like the energy requirements are fairly high. Let's see. One of the other things I'm considering is maybe I don't want Conjure Phantasm and I want something a little bit more spreadable. It's like I'm using Accumulated Pain and Illusion of Pain. Maybe I want a hex that is cheaper and more spreadable, like Parasitic Bond, or in an AoE like Shadow of Fear. Yeah, let's go with Shadow of Fear instead of Conjure Phantasm. Something like this. See how that goes. And then Soulbind makes it that way. If they heal the person with all the degen on them, it's not as effective. Or, like, it hurts them. I don't know. That's kind of the idea. I'm going to load a different bar on Ogden as well. You know what? Let's just put the Empathic Removal bar on him. Accidentally bring up my quest log, you know, the good stuff. Okay, so we don't care about any bars but these ones, so I'm just going to bring up these ones and see how it goes. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 5 last bars. So as I do, we'll go into Pungmai Valley, see how they look. Probably should leave Anton on aggressive, really. Again, I don't expect Anton to do anything special. He's basically a Plague Touch assassin. That's really about it. Okay, so the good news is Master of Whispers decides he needs to hold Blind Wismingson and not immediately drop it. That's cool. Huh. Okay, she does drop Smoke Trap. Not always successfully, but she does drop it. Her energy looks like it's probably fine. Serenia. Oh my goodness. Look what she's done to her energy bar with meteor spam. Okay. Well, that's promising. Blindness Mingson's actually kind of good for what Master of Whispers is doing. Anton's bar looks like it's working proud is what I expect. Let's go into the area where I like to test these things. I'm going to turn her to aggressive as well. Heck, let's just put all of these guys on aggressive. That's what I want anyway. All right. I mean, Anton's bar is functioning pretty normally, it looks like. Interesting. Master of Whispers actually can drain his energy. He will actually hold her ashes until he gets up into range, and then he drops them. As expected. Oh, his energy is going to bounce all over the place because of carrying Mingson's ashes. Again, these are both like long-lasting ashes that you could hold for ash effects until you needed their effect, but the AI is really specific about how it uses things. Oh my goodness. There's something actually kind of terrifying about an AI that's using some of these things well. Again, I'm kind of looking at their skill bars and skill usage that way. So the main problem with Serenia's bar is that she overcasts herself into oblivion with Meteor. I'm kind of cool with that. The AI is actually using this a lot better than I thought it would. I don't know what this comes down to. I might want to remove Vengeful Weapon from his bar. He's spamming it too much on other allies, which is not necessarily intrinsically a bad thing, but in this case, is just distracting him from what he's supposed to be doing. And is burning his energy pool out. See, he just put it on Elias, for example. So when he's spending his time and energy doing that, he's not doing the other things his bar is supposed to do. Interesting that he hasn't dropped Zinray's ashes yet. Yeah, and Margaret's not having any energy problems. I'm happy about that. Anton seems to be doing fine. You'll never catch him casting Wither because the AI doesn't know how to. So the only thing right now that I really feel like I want to tweak with any of these is I want to get Vengeful Weapon off of that bar, and the rest of them feel fine. Okay, let's go do that. This is one of those like things that you just like. You're like, oh yeah, Vengeful Weapon. That's a fine skill. He can use it on himself. To do. No, the AI doesn't think about this the way we do. Not how he's thinking about it at all. It's like, this is a skill to go help my allies. And that's exactly how he's going to use it. I could put Resilient with Jiko on his bar, too. Let's go all in on that. Alternatively, and this is probably the direction I'm going to head in, Blood Ringel. Just give him some self-healing that way. Because, like, this is a self-heal, but it's a bit slow. So, I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Okay. I think mostly these are fine otherwise, so that means we're just about done with this crazy, ridiculous project. Master of Whispers is doing the thing he's supposed to, where he's just spamming Wall's Bite and Touch of Agony, which is doing AoE damage a bit. Rennie is really good targeted here. Oh my goodness. Like, Serenia's Bar does have energy problems. I'm not going to deny that, but it's, like, hard to compensate for those. I mean, all she has to do is just spam more Assassin's Promises. Elias does have, like, he's a Necromancer, so he's able to overcome some of the energy difficulties. And I feel like Anton's Bar is actually being fairly energy efficient, for all things considered. Okay, I'm going to call these bars fine. I'm gonna go ahead and get these guys recorded. Let's do some discussion about this whole thing. But first, an ad break while I get these recorded. Let's go 90-second ad. Anton, starting there. Okay, that's Wither. Smoke Trap. Soulbind. Huh. I need to actually test that specific interaction. And finally, we have Defiant Wisdom Ray. There we go. That should have all of them in. That's the last 5 builds. I do want to go test something in the Isle of the Nameless on a player character. Because there's an interaction that I realized that I'm now very curious about. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go test that, and then I'm going to just like talk some about this whole process and some of the things that I've learned from doing it. And all of that. So let's swap characters here. I know you have Soulbind. Do you have Illusion of Pain? Pain. Mesmer. No. Okay, I need to figure out what campaign that's in before I go running around everywhere. Factions. Okay. Go grab that from Kaineng. Oh. Happy birthday. This guy. Last year. I haven't played him in a while, okay? Am I collecting those anywhere? No. Let's just do what I'm always doing with these.
Oh, great. Another booker.
Everlasting Tonics stack. And I don't want to try to sell things, so. Cool, Talcora. I don't know who's holding Talcora, but I'll get that to them. Let's grab a plat. Do you have a skill point? Yeah, okay. One of the things that I realized is Illusion of Pain heals when it ends, so I want to make sure Soulbind doesn't trigger that on yourself. Pathfinding, get me over there. So there's definitely a lot of lessons that I learned from doing this. Specifically because this whole process has been about making builds for the AI to use. Like, I specifically was going through and testing them and evaluating how the AI was using them. Some of the earlier ones may not be quite to the same standard, I guess, as the later ones are in that regard. I don't remember. It was long enough ago. But some important lessons from this whole process include... This doesn't matter that much. Let's just... Versus here. But some important lessons include, like, paying attention to energy flow. The AI is not smart about energy management stuff. So if you give it a skill like Heal Other or Spirit Bond, the monk, the 10 energy, 2-second recharge monk enchantment that if you take more than 50 damage heals you. Okay, let's drop Illusion of Pain on this. I'm curious to see what happens when the healing goes off on Illusion of Pain. Okay, it just goes off. This is not healing, it's life gain or whatever. Okay, good. In the best case scenario, it would have taken damage from Soulbind. In the worst case scenario, it would have done damage to me. I got the neutral case, so. But yeah, so energy flow has been something that's been clearly, like, massively important to the whole process. And when I say energy flow, what I'm talking about is, like, the cost, the energy cost of skills and how often the AI is going to use them. So it's the energy cost to recharge, but also sort of like the use rate and things like that. And I can't say that I've necessarily executed on that 100% perfectly or anything. Just because the AI necessarily is, I want to go hang out in Sarlacc Sanitarium. Just because the AI is sort of like by necessity, not thinking about how to do that or whatever. I sort of lost my train of thought, but one of the big things is basically like, if this is a skill that the AI is going to, or yeah, the testing area was not necessarily able to like account for every single possible like condition that would trigger the AI to want to use their skills a bunch. So like hexes, for example, were maybe hex removal skills were maybe a little under-tested, but condition removal was thoroughly tested. And one of the things that became very clear to me is that the AI is not necessarily always smart about how often it does certain actions and things like that. So, an example, Heal Other is a great skill to have around for a really powerful heal, but you don't want it to be your main heal skill. The AI will spam it and run themselves out of energy. So you don't necessarily want to give it to an AI, even if you might consider using it as a player, because the AI is not going to use it in an intelligent manner. I found this actually surprisingly a lot with Mend Ailment versus Mend Condition. And this is something that I've talked about a couple times throughout this whole series. I don't know if this guy has both of them or not. Well, it has Mend Ailment. Mend Ailment can target yourself. Mend Condition... So let's just go ahead and add Talcora. Because that'll be easier to talk about here. So Mend Ailment allows you to remove a condition from yourself, but has a 5-second recharge, which most of the time you want a shorter recharge than 5 seconds. There are some areas where this is strong, where you're really getting coated in conditions, and where the healing from the remaining conditions outweighs the short recharge. Mend Condition is going to be available more, and it's more reliable healing on condition removal. You can't target yourself with it. For the most part, that's not a huge downside. The problem with the AI is in areas with lots of conditions, Mend Condition will actually be detrimental to your ability to get healed because the AI will spend all of its energy and time spamming Mend Condition on people. Whereas Mend Ailment, it cannot spam as much, right? So if we look at the sort of flow rate, this is a 5 energy skill with a 2-second recharge. We're going to ignore cast time and after cast and how that fits into everything. And just kind of stick with the idea that we're spending 5 energy every 2 seconds. It's a little inaccurate, but roughly close enough. So that means this is a 2.5 energy sort of flow rate, right? 5 divided by 2. This is 5-second recharge, so that's a 1 energy. I don't know. I'm calling it flow rate, but casters recharge energy at a rate of 1.3, repeating, 1 1/3 per second. So anything that has a sort of usage rate above 1 in terms of like this energy flow rate thing that I'm talking about, if the AI is using it that frequently, they're going to deplete their energy, right? If it's above 1 1/3. Now, of course, they're going to throw in other skills, so that's obviously going to deplete and stuff. But it's something that's really useful to keep in mind. In areas with lots of conditions, this is actually a worse skill than Mend Ailment because Mend Ailment won't be used as frequently, which means that the other skills will have time and energy to be used. And Mend Ailment, if there's like condition stacks, is a stronger heal, which also mitigates the need for other healing, which means that Mend Ailment is stronger in certain circumstances. I think most of the time I'd rather have Mend Condition because of the quicker recharge, but because the AI will potentially spam it more than I want, I think that it's actually probably... Like, I started leaning on Mend Ailment a lot more because I think that the AI works with it a little bit better. But that's one of the big things. The other thing was just kind of paying attention to, like, when did they use skills, how did they use skills, and just realizing that they don't understand combos very well and things like that. But that they were sort of more competent than you might think. So there's a lot of builds. I don't know. There's 290 builds in this folder, as long as I've done everything correctly. Everything was correct up to today, and I was keeping an eye on things. So there's a lot of builds. I am going to put a zipped folder with these on my Discord. So if you want to get them, you can go to my Discord, and I will be putting them up later today. So I don't know how much we want to necessarily talk about each individual one or not. I can kind of briefly discuss them, I guess. I don't know how... I could talk about, like, all of them, but we'd probably go a little bit long. That's kind of where we end up here. So, can people see... Like, if I just hover over them in this manager thing, can people see them okay? I know they're a little small. Actually, here's what I can do. If I go over to... Nope, that screen doesn't show up. Never mind. I mean, I could go over to here and then literally copy and paste them. What I was thinking is I have a settings here where I can view the current deck. So if I just do some reloading and stuff, I could get it here, but that pops up another window that you wouldn't be able to see, and I don't want to futz around with. I could put template codes in here, and that would be bigger, but then I'm doing a lot of work to get them, so I don't think I want to do that. With how many I have to go through. So let's just kind of discuss them briefly and some thoughts about them. So this is a Dark Apostasy bar. It uses, notably, it uses a Scythe. Dark Apostasy is an elite that removes enchantments from foes on critical hit. So this is using Way of the Master in order to be able to increase critical hit ratio along with Critical Eye. And Malicious Strike is an auto crit if they have conditions. So the cripple skill there is very useful. Fox's Promise is a little bit wonky to use. This one's an interesting bar, though. It's making use of the fact that a bunch of Scythe Mastery skills are actually melee attacks. And so that allows it to use Jagged Strike and to Reap Impurities, which is kind of a fun synergy. Fox's Promise gives you unblockability on your dagger, or when you're attacking with daggers. So this is kind of an interesting, very different sort of direction, and it's one of those like cool things that you can do that you don't think about being able to do. The Shadow Form, yeah. So this is a weird one. This one is specifically taking advantage of the fact that, and I think it's getting instant cast on Shadow Form with this Signet, if I'm not mistaken. But it's trying to make use of the lifesteal from Grenth's aura to get around Shadow Form's cap on damage. So that's what's going on here with this one, as well as using a couple of things to kind of get quicker activation, or to get additional AoE. So this one's a really interesting one, trying to build around Shadow Form's inherent limitation, because Shadow Form has that damage cap. So this was a way to try to get around it. Way of the Assassin, this one's pretty straightforward. It's just attacking, uses Featherfoot Grace, and try to use Adrenaline. Gust works really well on casters. Gust would also work decently well on some other stuff. Stone Sheath actually could have been used on a monk, I think. That's definitely a different approach you could take to it. But I like both Dervish and Assassin have pretty good energy pools, relatively speaking, which allow them to be able to use some of the Elementalist enchantments really well. So this is using Gust to, of course, get increased move speed, knock stuff down, and it specifically has Falling Lotus there to be able to take advantage of it, as well as some additional energy management. And then Lightning Touch is handy. And then you'll see it a lot because options are limited, but Golden Fox Strike becomes unblockable when you're enchanted, such as with Gust, and then you can use that to get through things. So, Shockwave, this one's pretty straightforward as well. It's just trying to do some energy management with Golden Lotus Strike, then Deep Wound, and a bunch of other conditions. So, Stone Sheath, this is another enchantment that can work kind of defensively. You can see Grasping Earth is on both of these because having a Snare Hex on is quite useful. This one has a couple of lead attacks and offhands, though, to try to have a bit more energy flow and things like that. Simple Thievery, this one was just being a little goofy. And then trying to get some cripple off on the Hex there, and then have some interrupts and other things. Sometimes you want to do weird stuff. Mark of Insecurity, I've talked about that skill, but it disables all of your non-assassin skills for 10 seconds, which is a functionality I don't like. So it has kind of a secondary 4-part chain with Entangling Asp as a knockdown skill into Falling Lotus, which is kind of a fun variant combo on it. This is definitely a little bit of a slower combo, though. Palm Strike, this one is using the fact that Palm Strike cripples you and then allows you to immediately follow with Horns of the Ox, Trampling Ox for a knockdown off of that cripple. And then it can Holy Strike off of that, and then has Malicious Strike to work with the cripple damage, or the cripple condition as well. This one's an earlier one. It maybe could have used a little bit more refinement. I'm not sure. It has Bane Signet on it for some reason. Bane Signet's not super useful to what this is doing, so I'm not entirely sure why, but here we are. Flashing Blades. Oh, this is an interesting one. Yeah, this is using some of the Necromancer stuff, theoretically lowering its HP, allowing it to get strong Desperate Strikes while protecting itself with Flashing Blades. Wither, we just saw. This is one that is made to not use its elite because it won't use it. Oh yeah, this one. This one's using Siphon Strength and hoping to get additional crit power off of that for Deep Wound off of Vicious Strike. Or Vicious Toss? Whatever. The crit on... Deep Wound on crit. skill. If anybody has any questions about any of these bars as I'm going across them, feel free to ask, by the way, please. And then, of course, Signet of Deadly Corruption with a bunch of condition causing spear attacks. So, Deep Wound, Burning, Crippled, and Bleeding. So, Wastrel's Collapse. Okay, this is a fairly straightforward one. Just using a couple of Paragon command stuff with a standard chain, and then the ability to Falling Lotus off of Wastrel's Collapse. Quick Shot was a really hard elite to try to figure out what to do with, because the thing that kind of made it elite worthy back in the day, I'm not entirely sure is still with it. It's just a very underwhelming skill. So I ended up going for an assassin bar that's trying to make use of increased critical hits for a disrupting accuracy bar. Now, normally I would maybe use like Focus Shot or something with that, but Quick Shot's quicker arrow flight kind of works, and the increased critical strike energy stuff can kind of help compensate for the energy cost of it. And of course, Keen Arrow works really well with that. Assassin's Remedy is sort of the 7th skill in that slot. Well, it is the 7th skill in the slot there, but it's like it removes a condition from you whenever you use an attack skill, which obviously you can get quite a few off of with Quick Shot. But you're probably better off using Antidote Signet, but it's trying to make it do anything. This is one of the things that's really challenging with this sometimes, is getting useful things off with, or like trying to make the elite useful was not always easy to do. Scavenger's Focus, we saw that one today. This one, just being able to make use of energy from it. This actually worked out better than Way of the Empty Palm, weirdly enough, with the way the AI worked for energy management. Seeping Wound. Yeah, this one's just trying to get conditions on stuff. So, I don't know. Wilderness Survival. Get some Seeping Wound action. And notably, it's using Poison Tip Signet, the Poisoning Signet, with Sharpened Daggers to get that nice 7 health degen from conditions going. And then can Deep Wound as well as Cripple. And then Seeping Wound actually does a lot of damage. So you'll notice, though, that this combo ends in critical strikes, and that's to try to help compensate for the energy cost of Seeping Wound. Shattering Assault, this one just uses Antidote Signet. Pretty simple secondary usage. And has Sharpened Daggers to make... Yeah, so this wants to specifically make an unblockable chain, and then it has critical strikes to help with energy. And also just because Shattering Assault has a 6-second recharge, so this kind of balances out things with the lead and offhand. But making Golden Fox Strike unblockable allows you to be able to go into the unblockable Wild Strike and then the unblockable Shattering Assault. So this allows you to kind of get through stuff really well. Spike Trap we saw today, but this one, the idea was that you knock down with Spike Trap, and then you can get more knockdowns with Trampling Ox. And so it has stuff to take advantage of the knockdowns. And then critical defenses to help make it so that we can actually get the trap off in combat, because it's easily interruptible. So Way of the Empty Palm, this one is basically trying to use the idea that everything that isn't a lead attack, or like offhand and dual attacks, are free. So that's great, but it turns out the AI is maybe not the best at maintaining it. It does have kind of a weirdly short recharge range. It does not need much to get an okay duration, and you can't really get a great one on Empty Palm. So there are 3 offhands in there. So Unsuspecting Strike and Death Blossom both have a 2-second recharge, but 3 seconds off of one, 4 seconds off of another, and then 12 seconds, I think, off of Lotus Strike, but that helps with the energy because it's weirdly not smart about energy. Assault Enchantments. Oh, yeah, this one. So this one uses Sharpened Daggers. So Sharpened Daggers is a skill you'll notice pop up a lot with these Assassin bars, just because it is an enchantment that's really easy, that you can keep maintained. And Assassins like to be enchanted with their whole golden set of skills. That's what the golden prefix means, is enchant me, please. So Golden Lotus Strike there is for energy management, and then Wild Strike because there's so few offhand options. And then Death Blossom, obviously, because ditto with dual attacks. But this one's interesting in that it's using a couple of ritualist things. In particular, this one's going to have a faster than average attack rate because of Weapon of Aggression, which is quite energy intensive, which is why I think I went with the Golden Lotus Strike opening attack. And then, of course, there is the Ancestor's Rage as well for additional damage. In Caltrops, another one of those skills that disables all of your non-assassin skills for 10 seconds when you use it, because apparently Mesmers were using it. Made this one today as well. I like having the energy on this one's a little rough, but I like having the Blinding Powder. Mobius Strike. This one is one where I was trying to do some different stuff. I experimented around with things for Spirit Walk, but it's ended up using Restoration with Spirit Walk, which is kind of an interesting combo. And then it's just doing a fairly standard chain, but can get energy back with Sight Beyond Sight. Sight Beyond Sight's and Spawning Power. It's about a 50% uptime without any investment in it, but makes you immune to blind while it's up, which is really handy. And then with the Communing, also have Sundering Weapon, which adds cracked armor and some armor penetration, which is actually good for increasing damage, so that's kind of a neat one. Crippling Slash, this one's one that I made today as well. Have some fun knockdown stuff, trying to get a lot of conditions on things for Signet of Deadly Corruption, and also, of course, works with the Malicious Strike, and then, of course, Dark Prison to Shadow Step in, which is nice. The Adrenaline also allows it to be a little bit less, like the energy is a little bit better because of that. Flourish is actually one of those skills that works surprisingly well on both Ranger and Assassin. And frankly, I think Flourish works better on Warrior secondaries than on Warrior primaries. If I did use it on a Warrior primary, I would probably use it in a similar capacity where I'm using it with Dagger, because it recharges all of your attack skills and gives you some energy for each one recharged. It has like an 8-second recharge itself, so I'm using some slightly longer recharge Dagger attacks. Notably, like, Flourish does not give you good energy if you don't invest in it, but the primary effect of recharging everything still works. So, notably, Twisting Fangs has a fairly long recharge, so this effectively cuts that recharge in half. It also dramatically reduces the recharge of Lotus Strike, which is important for the energy flow of this bar otherwise. And Sprint also has a pretty decent duration, even without any investment in strength. So, this is a weird, like, strength assassin, but you can't actually spec in strength. So, Gladiator's Defense. This one's about trying to get knockdowns to allow for recharging Gladiator's defense, which is where Iron Palm comes in, and Mantis Touch. Mantis Touch is in there as an additional way of getting crippled potentially happening for the dual attack, Trampling Ox, which is a knockdown. If there's hexes in the team, you can get it off of the lead as well. But anyway, that's kind of the idea. And then there's actually 2 lead attacks here, Iron Palm and Black Mantis Thrust. Golden Skull Strike. Golden Skull Strike is a really weird attack. It's just an offhand attack that doesn't require a lead. You can just do it. The golden part of it adds daze. So if you're enchanted, it inflicts daze. Otherwise, it just is an offhand attack. It's just an elite offhand attack with kind of a long recharge and 10 energy costs because you're skipping your lead, I guess. I don't think it's a great skill, but I think it's a little bit better than people may initially give it credit for, just because it is an unconditional offhand. So this is a symbolic strike bar, is really what it is. It has vampiric strike as well, because it's got a bunch of deadly arts, and why not? And then, of course, to get the golden part working, it has an additional skill for that in Sharpened Daggers, which you've seen a lot of. But the idea of having all of those signets there in order to be able to fuel symbolic strike is really interesting to me. This Locust Fury bar is mostly a bunch of tactics stuff. Locust Fury is one that you want to auto attack with. And so this is trying to get additional crit chance and some defensive stuff, and then use Flurry to really spam the dagger attacks. Obviously, that decreases the power of each individual attack, Flurry does, but getting a lot more attacks in gives you a lot more dual strike opportunities. Locust Fury is one of those skills that makes auto-attacking with Assassin feel really good. But it's also really weird because Assassin generally doesn't auto-attack, and it is even better with increased attack speed skill. So it just has some adrenaline skills to help with some of the energy management and things like that and whatever. So, Shove, this one's pretty straightforward. Soldier's Speed is a run speed buff that gives you more movement speed if you have a shout on you. So it works really well if you're using Fear Me, which works really well with Assassin because it increases crit chance against against stationary enemies. And of course, Shove, and you've got an otherwise pretty standard dagger chain. There's a lot of potential in the dagger chain system that throughout this whole process I found, and whenever I make Assassin bars, I find myself really infuriated that the skills are not like better balanced against each other. And I would like another like dozen dagger attacks, which sounds like a lot until you realize that's like maybe 5 more leads, 5 more offhands, and 2 dual attacks or something, or like 4 of each or whatever. But I just wanted some more competition in that area to give me more options and choices, so that way I can kind of cater to specific builds. You have to really compromise your chain's recharge rate in order to be able to, or to use some stuff that you're just not really getting that well paid off for using. So it's a little frustrating building Assassin bars. Yeah. And then You're All Alone. This is another one doing a very similar thing. And it also has some knockdown involved. This one's probably a little underwhelming. But You're All Alone does give cripple, so this can do some knockdown, and then has Soldier Strike, which is unblockable if you have shout on you. But it's actually interesting. These ones were made very far apart. You can see a lot of similarity between them. I'm glad one of these bars is using Soldier Strike on Assassin, though. Dervish. Dervish is interesting in that because of all of the adrenaline skills, it's actually a little bit more capable of supporting some higher energy cost stuff. And Beguiling Haze is a good example of that. Beguiling Haze can also work really well on Warrior because of that. Assassins actually have a harder time using Beguiling Haze just because of the reliance on energy and the inconsistency of their energy management from critical strikes, especially if you're having to spec into another attribute in order to be able to make good use out of it. So I actually think Beguiling Haze works a little bit better on Dervishes and Warriors than it does on primary Assassins. But the Shadow Step with Daze is really nice. Otherwise, it's just like, here's some adrenaline attack skills, and I guess I'll throw in an Interrupt, why not? And some actual self-healing, which many of these bars do not have self-healing. But anyway. Shadow Prison. So Shadow Prison, I made this one today as well. This one has some knockdown and cripple potential. I don't know. This one's just got some interrupt stuff going on and whatever. I don't think there's not a whole lot to say about that. Zealous Vow is your crazy energy management skill for dervishes that like favors attacking. So of course you use it with daggers. What else? This is fairly standard dagger attack fare, but you'll notice I decided to opt against Death Blossom and I'm instead using Ninetail Strike and Blades of Steel. Ninetail Strike is unblockable, but does less damage than Death Blossom and has a longer recharge because Death Blossom is overpowered. And Blades of Steel does more damage for each recharging dagger attack you have. So, one nice thing about running Dervish is Mysticism gives you a couple of increased attack speed skills, including the Adrenaline one based that I'm using here, and that's really nice to have. And daggers normally don't have increased attack speed, so anytime you can get increased attack speed with daggers is a real good time. And then Whirling Charge is really nice. Whirling Charge, fun fact, works with ranged stuff too, and does AoE around your target. I don't think I, in the end, made use of that in this particular project, but I'm probably going to try to make use of it in the future. Since you can get AoE off of, like, spears or bows as well with it, which is really cool. Arcane Zeal is really hard to know how to build with. It's one of those skills that's super gimmicky because it's like, you gain energy for each enchantment on you up to a certain cap. It has a fairly short duration, and it's like, how am I supposed to use this? Ultimately, this is what I settled on. Armor of Frost gives you an additional point in water magic and some additional defense, but it's mostly about that point in water magic, let's be real. This bar is mostly about spamming Icy Spear, Rust and Icy Prism as much as you can, and then Swirling Aura when it becomes available. And Arcane Zeal gives you the energy to kind of do that. I don't think this is the sort of thing that's great to do. Arcane Zeal is not a high value elite in my opinion, but Reaper Sweep is one of those skills that I hardly ever use. It inflicts crippled. It doesn't do any plus damage. It can do knockdown if you tear down with it. So this has the ability to do that with Heart of Holy Flame. Otherwise, it's just basically this is a dervish version of Earthshaker Aftershock. I think the Warrior is a little bit better at that, but Reaper Sweep is not a terrible way of going about doing it. So Ride the Lightning, I think this works probably best on a dervish or some elementalist stuff that wants to be in melee range. But Ride the Lightning is really nice from a get up close standpoint. One of the things that I remember when trying to make this is you see Stormjin's Haste on this bar. Stormjin's Haste is maybe not the greatest choice ordinarily, but if you're shadow stepping in, you're not actually going to be running and thus depleting your energy all that much with it, and so it helps you keep on top of enemies. The issue with Lightning Touch was that the AI would insist on using Lightning Touch instead of shadow stepping in with Ride the Lightning. So I actually needed to sub that out for something that I would actually use, so it wouldn't have that weird conflict. That's one of those weird AI things that is like a weird quirk that you wouldn't know about unless you're really paying attention. It's like those little optimizations in the bar and like how the AI is working. That's really important to actually having the AI use the bar properly. And in order to be able to figure that out, it does require paying some attention to how they're using their skills. And so when I realized that the AI was like, no, I have Lightning Touch. That's how I want to open this battle. Instead of shadow stepping in with Ride the Lightning, I was like, that skill has to go then. I had a similar thing actually happen when I was trying to make the Obsidian Flesh bar that I gave up on or the particular iteration on earlier. But yeah, so that's one of those interesting things. For all of these avatars, the first one's Avatar of Lissa, of course. I wanted to try to make use of the profession most closely associated with that deity. So Avatar of Lissa uses Slash Mesmer, as Avatar of Balthazar uses Warrior, and so on and so forth. So that's one of the things I want to try to do. Avatar of Lissa has the recharge of your Dervish enchantments. So I just use Channeling. Channeling works really well, actually, with Pious Renewal, although I didn't do that here. It does work really well with Pious Renewal because you're casting spells a lot. So I do highly recommend it there. But I used it here with Avatar of Lissa, which increases the recharge rate, halves the recharge, or the cooldown of your Dervish enchantments. So kind of allows you to do a similar sort of thing. And then Channeling would help with the energy a little bit, I guess. I don't know how important it was, but I wanted to get something Mesmer in there. So for some reason, I decided to put Illusion of Haste on this one. I'm not entirely sure why. This was a while ago. Channeling works really well, like I said, with Pious Renewal if you need more energy, although often Pious Renewal does not, because it gives a good amount of energy itself. Otherwise, this is Pious Renewal with a bunch of skills that want to use Pious Renewal, so there's not a whole lot to say about it other than that. Signet of Midnight, this is a really hit or miss one. You'll notice there are a lot of teardown options for Grunt's Fingers. That's because I want the AI to Signet of Midnight and then Grunt's Fingers and tear it down. Yeah, this is one of those examples of a bar where I'm trying to compensate for the AI's inadequacies, where if you're a human player, you would build this very differently. As a human player, you can Signet of Midnight, Grunt's Fingers, and then Heart of Fury, or Pious Fury. The teardown increased attack speed skill. The recharges sync up really well with them. I think they're all 10 seconds. So you can just kind of do that chain and just spew blind around you, which would be really strong. The problem is the AI is not smart about sequencing things. So I gave it 2 additional teardown skills for 1 enchantment to tear down to try to get it to sometimes spread the Signet of Midnight blind around. It's very hit or miss. But it's an idea, and this is something that I think would be more enjoyable to play around with as a human player. So that's what I would recommend if you think the idea here is really cool. I think it could work well on a human player. The AI does not know what it's doing, so it's very awkward, and it's probably going to mitigate a lot of its own damage, unfortunately, as a result. But I like the idea. Avatar of Dwayna. This one you can see I put Shield Guardian into it in order to get something Dwayna in. Otherwise, it's using Hermites or Slicer. I mean, the main idea, I think that's Hermites. The main idea is Aura Slicer with Reap Impurities to get some condition nonsense going. You want some cheap attack skills with Avatar of Dwayna because it removes hexes on those. But you also want some energy-based ones in order to be able to work with your recharges a little bit better. So this one was a little bit tricky, I think, to kind of put together the way I wanted it to. Market Protection. So this one's a bit tricky to use because you do kind of want to manually control the Maintain Enchantment, which does give you more maximum HP, which synergizes with Imbue health. Otherwise, it's a bunch of... plus, having it on you works with Aura Slicer. Otherwise, it's a bunch of adrenaline stuff. Market Protection is one of those skills that's really powerful, but needs to be reworked so it's actually usable. It's like, the effect is really strong, but it's so mitigated by its stats as it's a very hard to actually use well skill. Vow of Silence. This one I definitely made a while ago. The idea here is that you have Live Vicariously and Mending on you, and that allows Vow of Silence to, or allows you to have some healing with Vow of Silence up, and then it's just some standard stuff that you can use. Notably, it's focused more on adrenaline-based things because having to maintain enchantments on yourself is pretty expensive. I do, if I recall correctly, you do need to have the AI, like, you need to disable those and put them on itself and all that sort of thing. But Avatar of Grenth, yeah, so Reap Impurities work super well with Withering Aura, which makes all of your attacks apply weakness. And then there's Necrotic Traversal to teleport around a little bit. There's not a whole lot to say beyond that. It does have Pious Corruption to try to synergize some with Avatar of Grenth's Disease Claws. But Contagion. So this one's spreading conditions around and is trying to lean into that a little bit with Signet of Agony. This bar is going to... its strength is going to vary wildly depending upon where you are and how many conditions the enemy is applying to your Dervish in particular. Contagion's a little bit awkward to use. You could potentially make this same bar on a primary Necromancer and go Necromancer Dervish, which might not have been a bad idea, and use a Scythe, or, I mean, you could do, like, daggers or whatever, or a warrior thing. But notably, bringing the Foul Feast would allow you to be able to kind of get them into the enemy backline. Anything melee to get the Necromancer into the backline is not bad. Although a Dervish is going to be a little bit more durable. Notably using Mystic Vigor there in order to be able to... and the Victory... the Healing Victory... not Thrill of Victory. I forget what it's called offhand, but I know what stats are. It's 5 energy, 4-second recharge, plus like 20-ish damage, and heals you if your health is more than your target's. So those all help with keeping it alive. Onslaught, yeah, this is just some random Paragon skill on it, so that way, I think a Hexbreaker area, so that way I could say I had a not primary attribute skill on it. Don't know why I didn't put Signet of Return here, but Onslaught is super versatile, can go on a lot of things. I kept it on primary Dervish. I probably didn't have to. I probably could have put it on like Assassin as well if I wanted to. Energy is a little rough on Assassin, but you can absolutely make it work. You can also, I mean, you can work it on Warrior if you focus on just it. Energy can get a little tight, but you can, like, if you have, like, it works really well on Hammer, for example, with Auspicious Blow. So you could absolutely do an Onslaught Hammer Warrior. But especially early on, one of the things that's an important thing to remember sort of behind the scenes on this is that I was very cognizant of the fact that Dervish and Paragon have the fewest elites among all of the professions. So I was trying to make sure I wasn't spreading their elites out too much. You're going to especially notice that when I get to Grunt's Grasp, which is a Dervish Warrior build. Which is a build I'd normally put on Warrior, but I put on Dervish. to try to keep Dervish elites in Dervish, so that way Dervish, wasn't ending up short in bars. I'll crunch the final numbers at some point, potentially tonight, but for how many bars ended up for each profession of the 290 elite skills. But one of the things is I was trying to make sure I was being very intentional about keeping Dervish and Paragon elites within their profession for the most part. I was also aware of the fact that Assassin and Ritualist are a bit short on elites compared to the core professions as well. Just fewer games to get elites from, although they have more than Dervish and Paragon. So that was something that was a little bit behind the scenes. I was being very careful about because I wanted to, within reason, kind of keep things a bit even. Interestingly enough, while Monk definitely hands down had the most, I suspect leading up to today and the builds made here, Ritualist had the second most, I think. So definitely wasn't a problem that I spread some of their elites around, and they're certainly borrowing from other professions. So it's an interesting process, and certainly not something where I was planning out ahead of time. I do know part of the reason for that sort of imbalance, particularly in Monk being so heavy, is I was, in each team I was making, I was consistently trying to make a Monk because it was really important to me to have healers. Again, one of my plans with this is to use these in a template draft later on. And for that, I want to make sure that there are enough healing builds in there that I can actually have that work and not suck because I can't get any healers. Even with the number of monk bars that are in there, it's probably going to be a little tight, but we'll see how it ends up playing out. In an 8-person area, I will see 24 builds per, new builds per draft round, and I get to keep a couple. So if there's some monk bars that are yes, here's an actual healing bar, I will be able to keep those around. So anyway, that's kind of a little additional stuff, but that's why there's so many monk bars relative to everything else, is because I was trying to keep a constant supply of monks in there, and I think that also influenced Rituals a little bit to have a few more restoration builds and things like that. Avatar of Melandru, like I said, I wanted to try to keep stuff in there. This has a couple of teardown things going on, because I wanted to try to keep some teardown things going on. Not a whole lot else to say other than that, but it's effective removing conditions. Realize on that. I probably would have built this differently if I wasn't trying to get something Ranger in here. Ebon Dust Aura, this one basically has to be pure Dervish. It's very awkward to build Ebon Dust Aura without having equipment. You could go / Elementalist and use Stone Striker, and that's certainly an option. The problem with trying to do that on Dervish, though, and potentially could have done that secondary Ellie. Go ED with a Scythe and Ebon Dust Aura and Earth Magic, because you could build it in a way that you don't need much energy storage, but you kind of want your mysticism, so it's just a very tight attribute situation. You need something to make you deal earth damage, which is what Staggering Force is on there for. That earth damage is necessary to make Ebon Dust Aura function, because otherwise it won't do its thing, because you need to deal earth damage. And slash bonus does not generate any earth damage weapons, so I wanted to specifically compensate for that. All of these are built around sort of the scenario that I am anticipating using them in, which involves slash bonus as a way of supplying myself with weapons. So, Weapon of Remedy, this was just throwing something weird together. Spreading out some of that, I don't know, support. Which spreading out support to some of your other characters is quite useful. So, Wounding Strike. So this uses Sight Beyond Sight. Yeah. So this uses the idea that Wounding Strike will be used a lot in order to have Reap Impurities make use of what it does. Does not have as many enchantments to kind of strip off because there's just a limited number. Auspicious Parry. This is more of almost a warrior, like a tactics Derv. a little bit would like to, like, it's a symbolic strike bar to some extent as well. Avatar of Balthazar, Thrill of Victory is really good on Dervish, and it likes building up the adrenaline. Also, it's always fun to shout none shall pass. Does have a little bit of enchantment stuff going on with Balthazar's. Is that Balthazar's Rage? I don't remember. But I know what it does. It sets everything on fire, and then when it's removed, if there's any enemies in your shot, it gives you some adrenaline. It can only be taken down by Twin Moon Sweep. Just trying to be simple there. Here's a Grasp bar that I mentioned earlier. This is a sword bar. The Glacial Blade deals cold damage, so there's nothing to make this deal cold damage. You could also, of course, do Grunt's Grasp with any weapon that has attack skills and deals cold damage, so the Icy Soulbreaker of Enchanting works really well for this. I'm just doing it with the sword because this is the sort of the build that I would do. It works super well with the new one that you can see next to Grunt's Grasp. It's like, I know what all the skills do, but I don't necessarily remember all their names. But that one is like, if they're crippled, then it does additional stuff. It gives you energy and adrenaline, and it turns out that works really well. Also, you can just swap out Sever Artery for or a Slicer. It's just straight up an upgrade in the bar otherwise. So I think this actually works out pretty well as a direction to take it. Skullcrack with a Scythe, why not? Some skills to try to support the really high adrenaline cost of that. So that's why you see Balthazar's Rage, To the Limit, Thrill of Victory. These are all stuff to try to help build up the adrenaline necessary to use Skullcrack. But I like the idea of AoE Skullcrack, so. Soldier Stance, this is a nice defensive increased attack speed skill. Soldier Strike is on there too, works well with Watch Yourself and Fear Me. Not a whole lot to say about it other than that, though. You'll notice that there is minimal amounts of mysticism in this bar. It just doesn't have very many enchantments. Mysticism is useful without enchantments on your own, because there will probably be monk enchantments being put on you. But if you're not using dervish enchantments, then mysticism becomes a lot less appealing. It does give you some armor in PvE, but otherwise it just works as a decreased energy cost for your enchantments, and with this bar having 1/5 energy one, it just was not necessary. It wanted to focus more on tactics and Scythe Mastery anyway, with a little bit of Earth Prayers for a run speed buff, really, is what it comes down to. Valve Strength is another one of those that you have to use a Scythe. It only works with a Scythe. And because of the attribute split, it kind of makes you want to stick it there. Don't want to use the Teardown skills. One thing, though, that's notable is Distracting Blow, which is on there. You can see it in skill slot 4. It doesn't deal damage itself, but does hit an AoE, so I think it probably triggers Vow of Strength in an AoE as well. Which could be one of those like subtle synergies. This Elementalist bar is really spread. The idea was to try to use some of the cross-elemental synergies. There's not a whole lot to say about it other than that. It's okay. Its energy works out all right. This Assassin's Promise bar, we saw that not too long ago. This one was a lot of power to it, I think. So I'm pretty pleased with how that one turned out. Immediately to one that was made really early on in this process. This is a Blinding Surge bar. It's using I think that's a decreased healing skill, and then it's using the Deadly Art Signet that deals damage to blinded enemies, more damage to a blinded enemy, which is kind of the synergy there. I don't think this is an amazing bar, but it's got some cute stuff going on. I think it's all right. Shadowstone is another really early one. Yeah, so it's using Heart of Shadow to get away, and then as kind of a defensive option. Otherwise, it's just here's your generic water magic damage hexes, and then it's using Signet of Twilight in order to remove conditions, or to remove enchantments from from foes that have all these hexes on them, so that's fine. Icy Shackles you saw earlier, this one's pretty generic. Mind Freeze. So this one's taking use of the... you can see how similar these two bars are, by the way. It's basically subbing out Icy Shackles for Mind Freeze. And then it's using Rust instead of Vapor Blade. Or, like, it's dropped out Vapor Blade in order to fit in... Because Mind Freeze has Overcast itself, so you don't need an additional source. So it's dropped in... that's the Signet that makes self-targeted enchantments cast instantly. That makes both Water Attunement and Swirling Aura instant casts, which is really sweet. But, yeah, so. Icy Shackles, Mind Freeze, almost identical bars. And I think the Mind Freeze one is slightly better, if you ask me. Icy Shackles is just not a PvE skill. It's a PvP skill, so. Starburst. This one was really cool. I made this one earlier today, too, though, I think. Yeah, just run up to things, set them on fire. Set yourself on fire. And a bunch of defensive enchantments. Echo, this one's... The AI doesn't use this one super well. I had to do a lot of iteration on this one to get the AI to stop arcane echoing and echoing dumb stuff to do those two. The AI doesn't really understand how this bar works, but the idea of it is this is an homage bar. This is referencing the early days of Guild Wars prophecies, where this is what you do. You'd echo an arcane echo meteor shower, and that's kind of what this is all about. Energy boon, yes, this is a bunch of illusion magic, and then energy boon to help with the energy costs of it. Doing something wonky. This energy blast one I was actually pretty happy with. This is kind of an energy denial bar. The idea, energy blast gives you a bunch of energy if your energy is higher than your target foe's energy. So the idea was, well, if I bring a bunch of mesmer stuff that decreases my enemy's energy, then I can have higher energy than my enemy in order to get energy back to keep fueling my mesmer stuff. That was kind of the idea behind this bar. I think it worked reasonably well, all things considered. Mind Burn is a pretty standard one that just wants to spread the really long burning around some more with Epidemic. Not a whole lot else to say about it. Mist Form. Mist Form's a really tricky spell to build around because you want to use a bunch of really expensive stuff and then you don't have any energy anymore. So I think actually having it be more quantity of smaller heals is a good idea. You can also see that I'm complementing the energy needs with Inspiration Magic here, which I think is a fine way of doing it. But trying to go for more of the middle tier costs. Obsidian Flesh, we saw that earlier. This is just using some Mesmer Signets to help compensate for the huge energy requirements of the skill, Obsidian Flesh. Searing Flames, this one was also somewhat recent. Also is using a bunch of Mesmer stuff, this time to gain energy in order to compensate for the huge energy requirements of Searing Flames. There's just not a whole lot to say about some of these, you know. Thunderclap, we also just saw. You know, it's a Fragility Thunderclap bar. Double Dragon. Yeah, this one we saw just a bit earlier as well. Aether Renewal. So this one is using Water Magic, some Monk enchantments, and then Aether Renewal for fueling the energy of it. I do like how well Aether Renewal synergizes with Water Magic because Icy Spear is an enchantment. So that's kind of nice. Yep. Glyph of Energy. This one was also pretty recent, but this is my attempt to make an Elementalist bar that can manage this energy okay without having to use enchantments, which is a nice option to have. I don't know how often it'll come up, though. This is a weird healing light bar. Yeah, it's using some of the defensive earth magic stuff. So these are things that can work as party enchantments and is really all you really need from earth magic. And then it's using healing light, and I don't remember if that's the... Yeah, I think that's the anti-condition one. I don't like the anti-hex one. So for those who don't know what I'm talking about, Spotless Mind right here is very similar to Spotless Soul. Spotless Mind is an enchantment for... You can see here it's 12 seconds. Target other ally loses a hex every 5 seconds. So this does not apply right away. It's after 5 seconds, it removes a hex, and then another 5 seconds, it'll remove a second hex. It's okay. I like the Spotless Body, I think it is, or Spotless Soul better. That one removes a condition every 3 seconds. So you'll get more removal from it, and that's the one that I have going on here. I don't tend to use Spotless Mind as much. Granted, it pretty reliably can remove 2 hexes, but it's very slow about it. So I feel like this one is a bit better. And then Healing Light's just a really weird monk healing spell. It has an energy refund on it, though, so the idea is that you're enchanting your party with it and doing stuff. I don't remember how good this one worked. This one was really early, so... in retrospect, I might have wanted to make this a monk bar, but I think it's good to kind of spread things out around a little bit. Same with Shield of Regen here. And this one's a very similar bar. got some air magic damage, and then Shield of Regeneration is a really strong protective skill. And then Extinguish is nice to have as an option as well. Lightning Surge, this one's just trying to use Fetid Ground with knockdowns. Yeah, there's not a whole lot to say about all of these. Mind Shock, I mean, it's the exact same idea, right? Mind Shock to knock them down, Fetid Ground. The big difference between these ones, of course, aside from Putrid Explosion and Lightning Orb, is this one does not, instead of using, or doesn't have lesser energy, it has cheaper spells overall. And it has Lightning Strike and stuff. But this one takes advantage of the power of Overcast. This one does not. So I'm not sure which one's actually better. They're very similar, though. It's interesting. These ones were made quite a bit apart, so it's interesting to see how my mind goes to the same sort of thing of like, here's a reward for knocking things down. Let's use it in Fetid Ground. So Water Trident. Ah, yes. So this one's synergizing Tanaya's Prison with Weakened Armor, and then has has the spammable Water Trident as like, well, here's a skill so it can actually do something. Because Chill Blades is really energy intensive, but this is a Necromancer, or this is an Elementalist that gets revenge for all the times it's been Chill Bladed by Chill Blading others. Invoke Lightning. Oh, yeah, this one. So it's Invoke, Chain. I mean, it's a bunch of the, like, hit 3 targets, Air Elementalist spells. And then some Cracked Armor, some Energy Management for that. But once you use a Spear, so it can Chest Thumper people. And so it's a Deep Wounding. I like this one, actually. It's a Deep Wounding one. This Master Magic Bar is also really early. I don't know that this one's as good. It's trying to get Overcast off of Earthquake. I'm not sure how reliable that is. Obviously, it's reliable enough that in my testing, I was like, okay, it's doing this. But the idea is Bed of Coals, knock them down with Earthquake, crack Armor them, and then get your energy back, and then you can kind of spam this one skill a little bit. And then it has a really strong not save yourselves. We Shall Return. I think there's better things you could potentially do with Master Magic. One of the things that I run into as a problem with Master Magic is I look at it and I'm like, oh yes, this allows me to not have to spec any points into my Elementalist skills. So I can spec into something for my secondary. Or in attributes, while still being able to use my Elementalist skills. But then, like, I feel like, oh, but this allows me to be able to use all of the elements. So then now I want to try to use all of the elements. And so I end up going really wide where I have like a bunch of disparate skills all over the place and end up kind of not really accomplishing much. The Master Magic is probably the best way you could try to accomplish the Prophecies Box Hamstorm bar. I don't know if you've seen that thing, but it's a mess. I do have it loaded somewhere as a template, but we're not going to talk about it now. Sandstorm. Okay. Yeah, this one's kind of an interesting idea. It's using Sandstorm, obviously, but it's using the bleeding from Stone Daggers in order to get Maiming Strikes, Cripple, as well as, of course, a Disrupting Dagger. So that's kind of a fun thing. I think it's really interesting throwing in some random spear attacks with casters, and that's definitely something that we've seen several times throughout the course of this project. It just adds some interesting variety. Mirror of Ice. So this is using Mirror of Ice with a pet, which is kind of a fun idea, although I'll probably rue it whenever I have to go and get a pet. Pets are a nice added like passive damage source. So Call of Haste there to speed it up, and then some Ice Hexes to try to trigger Mirror of Ice's quicker recharge off of. This Ether Prodigy Restoration Healer ended up being really impressive. It has really good energy management, drops some useful spirits, is able to actually make use of some of these expensive spells like Spirit Transfer and Recuperation without like completely draining us energy instantly. So this one was actually really impressive to me as a healer. So this one's probably going to be one that I like picking in the when I draft with things. Yes, Grasping was Kurong. I think this one was okay. Grasping was Kurong for Aftershock. It's basically, oh, look, here's a reward for knockdowns. It's Aftershock! Yay! Grasping was Kurong, of course, knocks down enemies around you, and then Aftershock gets you a bunch of damage. Spirit Rift for some additional damage. Armor of Earth to protect yourself in melee range. And then Ward of Weariness to get some weakness off of the elemental damage. Pretty straightforward, really. This Ether Prism Bar was an interesting melee attacker. So obviously the sword, the Glacial Blade, has cold damage, so I can use Conjure Frost with it, and then some additional armor with Armor Frost, and then just run up to enemies, hit them. There's no stance or anything, so Barber Slice works well for bleeding, so Bleeding Gash, and then of course Twin Moon Slash works well with the enchantment. Ether Prism, of course, being a nice defensive option for when you're in melee like that. Psychic Distraction, this one's hard to build around, so there's just a bunch of like random utility and energy management stapled to, I guess you're spamming Psychic Distraction, which disables your entire bar. It's hard to build around that skill. It feels like the sort of skill that they kind of add as a gimmick. That's just not really all that good. Crippling Anguish is fun. Okay, yeah, so this one's just some illusion magic with some punishment for enemies that are still slow walking towards you, and then the Signet for enchantment removal. This actually has a lot of enchantment removal. It looks like it has Mirror of Disenchantment as well. Psychic Instability. So this is interesting. This is a Mesmer bar that uses daggers to attack. And then the knockdown, of course. It really wants a minor fast casting rune to get a longer knockdown duration, but it's fine. Shadow Shroud, this one we made earlier today. Just some defensive shadow steps, a bunch of I hate you enchantment stuff, and then some things to try to pretend it can actually do anything. I think this is one of those bars that probably adds some weird subtle utility and is a lot stronger in areas where there's a lot of enchantments you want to remove or deal with, and a lot weaker in areas without them. So this is a much more situational bar. But it's like, what are you doing with this particular elite, you know? Yeah. Again, there's some elites that are just narrow, and so it's just hard to use them well. Alyssa's Aura here. This is using some Dervish stuff for health support, I guess, and then just spamming Wastrels with Alyssa's Aura. It's pretty straightforward. Ineptitude, I enjoy the way the AI knows how to use Slippery Ground. Otherwise, this is trying to manage energy with stuff. It's fine. That's fine. Power Leech, we saw this earlier. Energy is a little inconsistent. Be interesting to see how this performs in areas with more casters. Signet of Illusions. Signet of Illusions is one of those skills that is hard to know how to use well. The AI at least does keep it like maintained and stuff. It feels like you want to pair it with Arcane Larceny type stuff, and then in Inspiration Magic, the Inspired / Revealed Hex and Enchantment lines. But this one just uses Arcane Larceny and Arcane Thievery in order to be able to steal spells off of enemies to use with the Signet of Illusions. And then actually uses Breath of Fire to fuel Swirling Aura and Magnetic Aura for additional defense. And then, of course, Energy Management off of Energy Tap. So it's an interesting idea. I think this one probably will run into a lot of energy problems, but, you know, doing what you can. I like what it's doing of almost a Master of Magic type thing, though. Stolen Speed. Yeah, this one's just trying to use Stolen Speed to speed up Elementalist stuff. That's kind of the idea here. I think the energy on this was actually a bit better than I had expected it to be. Arcane Linger. Just some random monk stuff thrown in there. Yeah, why not? I don't think this is amazing, but Arcane Linger is a very questionable hex in PvE anyway. Enter Recovery. Oh yeah, this was to get quicker recharges on. It's a little weird with inspired enchantment, but to get quicker recharges on Aegis. So this one's actually probably not a bad one to grab for defensive purposes. Spirit Shackles is actually a lot better defensively than you'd think. Oh man, we just got favor, everyone. See the lightning come down on Dwayna, and it rises up into position. Dwayna's the one that's most dramatic of all of these, by the way. But Mantra of Recovery is... you can actually see the effects in Gate of Madness if you want to. When you align with a shrine, you can watch the gain favor effect there. But Mantra of Recovery, or Spirit Shackles, by removing energy from enemy melee attackers can actually quite strongly mitigate their ability to actually harm your party, which is easy to overlook. And it actually works pretty well on enemy casters who wand and stuff too. Then we get a lot of Mesmer and Necromancer bars. Enchanter's Conundrum. I mean, it's an anti-enchantment sort of skill, so there's a couple of skills to just strip a ton of enchantments off enemies, and then some signets to help with the energy. Yeah, not a whole lot to say beyond that. Energy Surge. This is trying to lean into the decrease energy thing. Aneurysm's there to kind of refuel stuff. It might be a little awkward. Signet of Weariness, of course. Mind Rack, Malaise to get some additional damage if you do get energy all the way down. Keystone Sickness actually kind of a little hard to build. I think the AI used this okay, but definitely needs to keep the enchantment up to make this work. And then, of course, the Signet that speeds up the recharge of, or the mantra, the stance that speeds up the recharge of Signets. Not a whole lot to say about this. The AI does have a hard time with, like, this is one of those things that I also ran into, is that there's certain skills that should be basically treated like attunements. It's something where the AI wants to keep it up, should want to keep it up all the time, but it doesn't treat it like that. It doesn't treat it like a preparation or an attunement. It just is like, oh yeah, when I can in the middle of battle, I'll apply it, sort of thing. It needs to have higher priority. And this skill, the enchantment here in slot 6, is one of those, because this is the one that makes your signets all use your fast casting attribute, right? And it's like, that's really important to making this bar work properly, because most of these signets, except for Keystone Signet, are not in either of the attributes that are actually spec'd into. So it's really important to have that there to make them do anything, and the AI is not necessarily great about trying to actually make that happen. Migraine, this is mostly some degen with Mantra of Persistence for longer duration on those. And then Defile Flash to reduce the effectiveness of healing. Of course, having Illusion of Pain last longer is pretty useful. Power Flux, this one we saw earlier. Random minions are fun. That's really all I have to say about that. Recurring Insecurity. Yeah, just a bunch of hexes to try to make that work. That's really about it. Symbols of Inspiration. So this is using some random spear attacks, which is a lot of fun. It's to try to help manage the energy sum as well. Symbols of Inspiration makes elites use your fast casting attributes, so that's why it has Arcane Mimicry on it. So that way it can borrow elites from allies and use them with the fast casting. It's unpredictable what you're going to get, so it wants to make energy a little bit easier. Famine. So this one's basically trying to mimic what happens outside Harvest Temple, or it did happen for the farm. So it has Ancestor's Visage and Sympathetic Visage in order to like get enemies to drain their energy with those. And then Famine will trigger a bunch of times when those are going. Otherwise, it's stuff to kind of help with energy or otherwise sort of manage stuff. Some Fragility, because random Fragility is fun. And it turns out you can just wand a Poison Tip Signet onto things, so why not? Power Block. Yeah, so this was... I mean, this is a Power Block bar that used Serpent's Quickness to try to speed up recharge. That's really what's going on here. Or recharge speed up. Which is an idea actually used in a number of places, but... Panic. Okay, so this has some signets to help with the energy. And then a couple of Ritualist stuff, actually, to mitigate damage a bit. Interesting. I don't really remember too much about that one. There's not a whole lot to say about a lot of these, actually. Shared Burden. Interesting. So this one's... I see what's going on here. So Shared Burden is kind of not the main point of this. The main point is Frustration. This is a Frustration bar. It's using the Channeling Magic... weapon spells of Wailing Weapon and Warmonger's Weapon in order to try to trigger procs of damage off of Frustration. Frustration deals damage whenever you're interrupted, and if a skill was interrupted, it doubles the damage it deals. So by using these weapon skills that one of them interrupts you if you're attacking and you gets hit, the other interrupts you if you're not attacking and you get hit. So the idea is that they can be put on dudes and that will trigger Frustration a bunch to get a bunch of damage. I don't know how well this actually worked in practice, but it's an interesting idea at least. Shared Burden, of course, makes it easier to have those things work, but it's a very generic skill that can kind of just slot in. And of course, Signet of Clumsiness will also trigger Frustration. A Renewing Surge is just an energy light skill to add some additional damage, so there's not a whole lot to say about that one in particular. Visions of Regrets. Okay, so this was basically just a fairly standard feeling Visions of Regret type bar with some energy management from Inspiration, and refusing to use other Mesmer hexes, with Lively as Naomi as the Resurrect for the fun of doing a weird thing. Weapon of Quickening. This one's A here because Weapon of Quickening has a 2-second cast time, so speeding it up with fast casting is kind of nice. Binding Chains is a nice snare effect, which is fun. Otherwise, it's a bunch of like, these are things that you can use from Inspiration magic that kind of almost make a bar. So Enchantment Removal, Interrupting, and some additional energy management stuff. Spirit Shackles, of course, being kind of a major thing that this does. Spreading around Weapon of Quickening is really the main goal of this, which speeds up recharges considerably for everyone else, so that's nice. Illusionary Weaponry. There's a lot of different ways you can kind of try to take Illusionary Weaponry. This one is using a sword and Deadly Riposte, which is kind of a fun idea. Yeah, that's really about all there is to say about it. The thing that's tricky about Illusionary Weaponry is you always kind of want to bring attack skills, but you can only use energy ones because you can't build up adrenaline very effectively with Illusionary Weaponry. So that brings us to Era of Enchantment. Era of Enchantment is... Who's this person anyway? Level 8. I'm going away. Era of Enchantment is a skill. I've talked about it a number of times. I really don't like the design of Era of Enchantment. We're going to have a lot of skills here now that we've hit Monk, by the way. You can see our gigantic history of skills, or of bars. Era of Enchantment is a skill that I don't like because there's no really good way of using it. I've talked about this before, but it's an energy management type skill, but the problem with it is that it's like the way that it manages energy is by making enchantments on the target cheaper, so it helps your other teammates that are targeting that person, but it's only people targeting that person, and having it be targeting that person makes enchantments. It's the only real way to use it is try to abuse it, and that's what this bar is trying to do. It uses Zealot's Fire, and then a bunch of Monk enchantments that can be spammed on the person that you put Era of Enchantment on. And then Castigation Signet, because of course the AI doesn't know how to actually run this bar. So that's really all that's going on here. Era of Enchantment's a terrible, terrible skill, and it should have been reworked at some point, but it wasn't. Because there's just no way of making the base functionality that it has a good functionality. It's either something that you're trying to abuse, or... yeah, so it's just not very good. Defender's Zeal is likewise a really bad skill. This one's kind of the first of, like, maybe I can almost pretend this is a healing bar. With so many smiting bars are going to have reversal of damage, smite condition, smite hex, because those are your, like, actual, like, monk functionality smiting prayers. And then this one's worked in some additional healing with Gift of Health, Divine Healing, I think that's Divine Healing. Divine Healing and Heaven's Light are the same skill. That's Divine Healing. And, of course, the Divine Intervention and the Smiter's Boon in order to make the Smiting Prayers heal for a little bit more. The Defender's Zeal itself is not a very good skill. It looks like it's an energy management skill that hangs around for a long time and gets you a bunch of free energy. The problem is that's energy that's gotten by your allies being dealt damage that also is on a hex on an enemy that's probably going to die pretty quickly, and it needs to get at least 3 attacks in order for you to be able to recoup the energy costs of Defender's Zeal. In general, I would never recommend anybody use Defender's Zeal for energy management. It's not very good for it. It can work okay on an enemy that sticks around for a long time. That's going to require the AI to be specifically trying to put it on enemies that are not under target, which I find to be an unlikely circumstance, but... I would basically recommend, like, Shield of Judgment in that slot. Or even Balthazar's Pendulum or something. has more potential to do stuff. But we made a build for every elite, and so here's Defender's Zeal. You'll see, by the way, that Monk has a lot by itself. That's because I'm trying to make stuff work often. So like Healer's Boon and Unyielding Aura both require Monk skills, for example, to work. There's also just going to be a lot of Slash Mesmer for Inspire attacks. This one's pretty straightforward. It's just Healer's Boon. Use Healing Prayers. Some notable things. This is one of the rare bars that has a Resurrect on it for Healer. Usually I don't want Resurrects on Healers because I don't want Healers spending time resurrecting. But Healer's Boon will cut the cast time of that particular skill down from 4 seconds to 2. And it also has a heal effect. So if the party's going down, then it's like, oh, this gets a party member back up and heals a bunch of the rest of the party. So that's not a bad choice. I actually don't mind having that sort of Resurrect on a Healer's Boon because of the half cast time on it. Shield of Judgment. Yeah, this is very similar bar, actually. This is almost an identical bar to the Defender's Zeal bar. It's just arranged a little bit differently and has Castigation Signet for energy management instead of bringing along Divine Intervention, which I think is pretty comparable to Shield of Judgment. Shield of Judgment, of course, triggering some knockdowns, but yeah, otherwise this is... Shield of Judgment, just like Mark of Protection, is another one of those skills that's like a really good effect that's completely like kneecapped by having really bad stats. Like if it had like a 5-second duration and like a 12 to 15-second recharge and cost like 10 energy instead of 15, or even 5 energy, frankly, I might be a little good at that, but it would be a lot more playable. Like 10 energy, 12-second recharge, quarter-second cast time, like 5-second duration. Rest of the numbers the same, like inside the text box. It would be a very, like, not amazing, but very usable. If it had 5 energy at that, 5 energy, maybe 12, 15-second recharge, it'd be quite usable. But it's just the fact that it's a 45-second recharge. It just makes it... And, like, you put it on somebody, people attack them for a bit, and they're like, well, this is dumb, and walk off. So it's like, you don't need that long of a protection. It's the same thing with the anti... I never use it, but it's the spells can't target you one. We'll run across it at some point here. But it's the same sort of thing where it's like, cool, but I don't need it for that long. I'd rather have this be something that I can move around more easily, right? So even if the uptime ratio is the same, where it's like, oh yeah, this is up for the same amount of time, being able to put it on, like, now it's on this person, now it's on that person, would be a lot more useful. And Yielding Aura, this just is... I mean, it uses some Divine Favor party heals and a little bit of condition removal. There's not a whole lot to say about this one. Word of Censure, this one's just trying to be like, here's some offensive smiting prayers with a little bit of... like, this is not a healing bar, right? This is all offense. It's not going to be very strong. None of these skills are particularly good. So it is kind of what it is. It tries to manage its energy a little bit. Probably in an okay way. This Aura of Displacement bar is an offensive monk. So here's the problem. The AI does not know that it should cancel Aura of Displacement. So it uses it and then just keeps it on, which is bad for its energy. So Contemplation of Purity is there to help with that. That's basically the idea behind this bar, is I've made this an Aura of Displacement. Like, Aura of Displacement's not amazing in PvE anyway, because you usually want to move forward. You usually don't need to go in and out, in and out. It's much more of a PvP skill. So the idea here is, hey, I can go in on the enemies, but the AI is not going to cancel it. So let's just find a way to get it to remove it from itself. Well, Contemplation of Purity. There you go. This is an okay bar. It's not amazing, but I mean, it kind of does the thing it's supposed to do. Shadow Meld. This one's dumb. This was a dumb gimmick. The idea is Shadow Meld shadow steps you to an ally, so why not have a bunch of touch skills or like proximate skills? So, yeah, this will I woe the day that I am stuck with this as my healing bar. Let's just put it that way. I don't know if the Shadow Meld has the same issue as Aura of Displacement. It probably does, and this would probably have Contemplation of Purity on it. But here we are. Also has Return to also help with getting to allies. Spellbreaker, that's the one. This is, I mean, somewhat similar to the other ones, except actually does stuff. Death's Retreat gets to allies to healing touch them, I guess. I don't know. Spellbreakers, I mean, I already talked about that. I am using Deny Hexes with it. Its long recharge does pay off with that. So that's kind of an interesting note. Also, one of the earlier bars I made, so I don't know. Empathic Removal. Yeah, this one's... I mean, Empathic Removal is just a really versatile cleansing option. So that's just kind of what it's doing here. Otherwise, there's more condition removal, because more condition removal doesn't hurt. A few defensive things. The main conceit here is getting instant casts on Aegis and Shield Guardian with Signet of Mystic Speed, and then having Mystic healing to be able to heal your party when you have these party-wide enchantments on them. That's the main sort of conceit of this. Otherwise, there's just some other stuff going around. Instant cast Aegises are pretty sweet, though. Aura of Faith. This is a pretty straightforward Gift of Health prop bar with Glyph of Lesser Energy to make Prot Spirit not as painfully expensive. There's probably going to be a couple that are like that. Balthazar's Pendulum. Yeah, this was when, like, I want to use the Scourges. I'm just going to throw them onto this bar with this terrible elite and call it a day. You'll notice also a Watchful Spirit there. It's a weird healing option that I wanted to throw on just because. It's not a good skill. It should be reworked. I'll talk about it someday. I really want to do those, but that's not what's next. Divert Hexes. This is another one of those skills that was a little hard to figure out how good it was in testing. Just because of sort of limited options. Of course, Divert Hexes is 10 energy, so Glyph of Lesser Energy will help with that. It's very good in areas where you're getting a lot of hexes off. A lot less exciting if you're getting 1 hex off. Pretty good if you're getting at least 2. You do need enough Protection Prayers to be able to get 3 off to make it feel good to me. And of course, Mend Ailment there is a nice removal option. Not a whole lot to say about it otherwise. This is the Glimmering Mark bar. This one's maybe a little questionable, but Windborne Speed is actually a useful defensive option because it lets you get away from melee attackers, which is notable. Otherwise, there's some healing prayers going on here. Glimmering Mark is also a nice defensive option. Glyph of Renewal, we saw this one earlier. Bunch of enchantments. Self-maintained Aegis, pretty sweet. That's it. Light of Deliverance. Yeah, I see I have a bunch of enchantments here. Healing Breeze is actually way more useful than I used to give it credit for. It's an enchantment, so the AI won't spam it on the same person over and over again. The other thing that's actually really helpful about Healing Breeze, that's easy to overlook, is the fact that it sits there healing the person means that whenever you take a lot of those little nicks and hits, you're not having to constantly go back and heal the person. So it's actually a lot more energy efficient than you'd think. Yeah, you're maybe not getting the full potential heal from it, but because you're able to get a lot of these effective like micro heals out of it, you're actually doing a lot to kind of like even out somebody's health when they're under a lot of like smaller hits in sort of rapid succession. So it's not like you're sitting there being like, and I heal you for like 80, because like it'll happen with like Mind, Body, and Soul as well. It was like, I heal you for 83 health. You only needed 60 of that, but you know, I overhealed you a little bit. Oh, you just got hit again for like another 40 damage. I guess I'm going to heal you again or whatever. So you can get a lot of that like little oscillations that Healing Breeze does a really nice job of smoothing out. So I kind of like it more than you'd think. I do feel like a lot of Monk primaries, if I'm just making for Monk primaries, I prefer having the Elite be a strong heal, like a Word of Healing or Healing Burst. But you know, every Elite. So Ray of Judgment. There's a lot of Monk Elementalists using Glyph of Lesser Energy. By the way, Ray of Judgment's fairly similar. This is basically the same bar as we saw earlier with where did it end up? Shield of Judgment. It's a very similar sort of bar to that. except it's using some divine healings and stuff, and is split attributes a little bit differently to get more smiting prayers. Ray of Judgment really wants at least 12 in smiting prayers, and these are all calibrated without runes. It really wants at least 12 in smiting prayers, so you get 3-second duration on the burn. That's otherwise it's 2-second duration. So, Shield of Deflection, this is a similar sort of thing. This is just a prop bar version of it. Shield of Deflection I talked about a lot when I was making this bar, but it's a very good defensive skill. It's just the recharge is a little long, the energy cost is a little high, so it's a little uncomfortable to use, but it's a very good for, like, that person needs to stop dying now, please, sort of option. Prot Spirit's good for that, too. And then Gift of Health is just some nice healing. This one we saw earlier. This one worked pretty well. And Steady Ground is a surprisingly good defensive option. And again, Healing Breeze, way better than I ever gave it credit for. Like, there's a whole period of time where I was like, Healing Breeze is a garbage skill you should never use. I felt that way about Heal Other, too. But Heal Other / Amy's Gaze is actually not garbage. It's just the AI doesn't know how to use it. The AI will overcast it and waste their energy. And new players will also overcast it and completely drain all of their energy. But it's a really nice, like, big heal to have in your back pocket. It just shouldn't be your primary heal. It's just the 3-second recharge means it's always around. It would actually probably be a little bit better at a slightly longer recharge so people couldn't overspam it so much. Even though technically it's better with a... Like, skills are technically better with a shorter recharge. But if you overcome bad bad AI logic or suboptimal or whatever you want to call it, it's not like... Their AI is mostly competent, but it has its limitations. Or like, new player doesn't know how to play game brain, because that's just true of new players. We've all been there. We've all been new players who don't know how to really play the game properly. Heal Others low recharge means you overspam it. And so I kind of like put Healing Breeze in the same category, but the fact that it sticks around and, like, again, I talked about it already, but it's a lot better than I used to think it was. Ward Against Harm, this is another, like, hey, how can I use an elite from something else to get another monk bar in here? Here's a nice defensive skill. I'm going to use that to get another monk bar out of here because I need more healing bars. Sort of effect. I really like Blessed Light. This is a pretty straightforward Blessed Light bar. Blessed Light's another one of those skills that I like a lot. The AI probably overspams, and that's really about it. This is pretty straightforward, just using some Mesmer stuff to compensate for energy. You're going to find a lot of that, a lot of Inspired Hex, just like Live with Lesser Energy was everywhere as well. This Ward Against Harm one thing that I will note is that it's actually using Armor of Frost to help with the attribute split. By using that, you get +1 to water magic, which means that Ward Against Harm goes to like +3 health regen instead of +2, but a little bit easier on the attributes for other stuff. So that's kind of why that's there, if anybody's wondering. But yeah, so Blessed Light's pretty standard sort of prop bar with Blessed Light, and then some energy management from Mesmer. Same thing going on here with Energy Drain. It's a prop bar with Energy Drain to help with energy. Like, I don't know what you want. I will note that this uses Dismiss Condition, which works nicely with Aegis. Glimmer of Lights. Yeah. Okay, this one's really interesting because this one's using a bunch of Smiting Prayers, actually. So this is using the fact that Glimmer of Light has a very quick recast to get a bunch of Zealot's Fire procs, and then energy management with Inspired Hex and Castigation Signet. Inspired Hex is more of an energy neutral way of getting rid of a Hex. But Smite Condition, Reversal of Damage. Yeah, this is an interesting sort of blend of Smiting Prayers and Healing Prayers, which I kind of like being some in there. Healer's Covenant. So Healer's Covenant is, as you can see, focused heavily on enchantments. It makes all of your healing prayers cheaper, but also heal for less. But enchantments don't get negatively affected by that, so I went with enchantments to try to get around the downside. 7 energy healing breezes are certainly nice. Longer duration off of Blessed Aura, and of course a Leech Signet to help with energy a little bit. But this really wanted to focus on healing prayers. Cheaper healing seed, and of course this mostly just spams long-lasting vigorous spirits. Hex Eater Vortex. Yeah, it's a protection bar with Hex Eater Vortex. Not a whole lot to say about that. Life Sheath. This is using a bunch of Mesmer stuff for helping with energy. Revealed Hex and Inspired Hex for a bunch of Hex removal. It has conditions and removal on lockdown with Life Sheath if the AI knows how to use it, and I think it does okay. I also try to include Aegis a good bit on these. It's actually a really useful damage mitigation technique that I don't tend to use a whole lot, and is easily replaced by Displacement and Soul Twist bars. But it's actually very useful, and there's a reason why they changed how it works in PvP. I actually like the PvP version as well. The PvP version, you can see here on this character. For 1 second, target of the party member cannot be the target of hostile spells and attacks against this party member fail. 10 energy cost with a 30-second recharge, but the duration is very short. But it's like, this person is dying, stuff can't touch them now for a short period of time. And I think that's a really cool functionality. I wish it existed in PvE as well, because I'd like to use it there, but I also don't want to give up our Aegis, so that's just kind of how it works. Mantra of Recall, this is a Healing Prayers version of a Mantra of Recall bar. Not a whole lot to say about beyond that. Mantra of Recall is nice energy management, been used for a long time, works really well with Contemplation of Purity to end it early, and was often used with Divine Boon, but I did not do that here. I decided to go a slightly different direction than I typically see. I think this Peace and Harmony bar might be... Yeah, this is a Divine Boon bar with Channeling. Contemplation of Purity, of course, works with Channeling. I don't tend to like Reversal of Fortune in PvE a ton, especially normal mode, because it tends to just restore so little, but it works like... Oh, I got hit for 12 damage. I guess I effectively got healed for 24 health. Is just really underwhelming from Reversal of Fortune in normal mode. It's a lot better in hard mode, where the hits are a lot higher and its effective healing is a lot higher. I also do like it with Divine Boon, since it has a low recharge. Contemplation of Purity, of course, working well with Channeling and Divine Boon to like cleanse yourself. And Peace and Harmony is just a really nice cleansing skill. Tease. Yeah, this was a Tease Healing Prayers bar. There's not a whole lot to say about it beyond that. Just some energy management from Inspiration, just trying to get more in there. One of the things that you really run into is you don't have a lot of hard-hitting heals that are reasonable energy costs. Like, I would really like it if Jamie's Gaze or Heal Other, one of those two, was modified to have a 5 energy cost, but a, like, 12-second recharge or something. So it's just not around as often, but it's still available in your back pocket for, like, a lower cost. This is a Healing Burst bar that decided to use some blood magic, because why not? Why not? I don't know why this has blood renewal on it, but sure. Yeah, this is definitely a different one. Life Transfer, we saw this one earlier, but this is the Infused Health Life Transfer bar. Just some interesting stuff. Offering of Blood. This is a very traditional sort of boon prot bar. Using Offering of Blood to help fuel the energy costs of your various protection prayers with Divine Boon up. That's really all there is to say about it. Tainted Flesh. We saw this one. Consume Soul being surprisingly good energy management for this monk, and Withering Aura being a good way of getting some additional damage mitigation from your melee attackers. Otherwise, Dwayne's Kiss looks really good when you got Tainted Flesh on everybody. Well of Power. So this is an interesting one. This is using Contemplation of Purity with Blood Renewal, which is a really cool combo. Otherwise, it's basically a prop bar. Withdraw Hexes. Oh, this is an interesting one. So Withdraw Hexes, it seems odd that I have an elite that's like, remove all hexes from all of my allies over there, and then I have Deny Hexes, but Withdraw Hexes gives itself a really long recharge if it actually does its thing, so Deny Hexes is an additional, like, oh, there's a lot of hexes around. I guess I will deny them with this really long recharge floating around. And then it's using Draw Condition and Plague Sending, which is kind of a fun combo with some Gift of Health. Plague Sending is probably calibrated at the point where it's 4 is probably what you need to hit to get 2, so 5 allows you to throw weakness away as well, which lowers all of your attributes. Boon Signet. This has a lot of Signet stuff going on in this one. This one's fine. Yeah, it's using some motivation. Signet of Synergy, and that's probably Ballad of Restoration and Arrear of Restoration, if I had to guess. And then some good energy management with Signets. And the Song of Restoration is somewhat similar version. Has mending refrain on it. This one's probably a little challenged on energy, if I had to guess. But Melander's Resilience. This was an early idea I had. This is a Melander's Resilience bar. It uses Divine Boon, and then it's using Deny Hexes because Divine Boon triggers off of Divine Favor and Protection Prayers, but not any of your others. So it won't work off of Cure Hex. It won't work off of Remove Hex. So that allows Divine Boon to be able to trigger off of the Hex Removal spell. But the idea is Melander's Resilience gives you plus health and energy regeneration for each condition and hex on you. So it can draw conditions to itself, and then Melander's Resilience to gain energy off of those to fuel its Divine Boon healing. And then, of course, just a random... well, not random, but because it's in Wilderness Survival for Melander's Resilience, it has the Spring in there as well. Restore Condition. So this is an RC bar with Gift of Health on it that's slotted in an Antidote Signet because RC can't target itself. Makes sense, right? RC is a really strong skill, though. And I like having it around. Zealous Benediction. This looks like a pretty standard Zealous Benediction prop bar. With a bit of random Wilderness Survival in it for Drider's defenses and Spring. Vengefulest Kanai, we saw this one earlier. It uses some of the Ritualist healing with Protection Prayers and can defend itself with Vengefulest Kanai. This is a Word of Healing bar. This one's a very peculiar one. It uses Resilient Weapon. The energy efficient if you're holding Cowlai's Ashes, Soothing Memories, and then Wielder's Boon is a quick heal if they have the weapon spell on them. And then Word of Healing, of course, is a potent heal. So it doesn't cleanse you of anything, but it helps you compensate for it. Just random charge on here with some healing prayers. After a while, it's like, how many monk bars can I make where I'm using the same 3 healing prayers? And so I try to vary things up a little bit, but there's a lot of Vigorous Spirit, a lot of Dwayne's Kiss, and that sort of thing. Scribe's Insight. Scribe's Insight. So this was a weird one to try to figure out what to do. As you can see, this is an Infused Health bar. So it's focused on Infused Health, Signet of Rejuvenation, Infused Health, Dwayne's Kiss, Vigorous Spirit, and then Healing Signet, and Protectors, Defense, and Discipline Stance, which are both defensive options in Tactics, one of which protects your allies if they don't move. Or protects your allies around you and ends if you move. And then Scribe's Insight, of course, which gives you energy when you use a Signet, which is a really... It's the Reaper's Mark problem all over again. Reaper's Mark, which I mentioned earlier, and we'll talk about probably a little bit when we get to it, is an energy management elite and an energy management attribute. Like, the energy management attribute. So it's like, this is a weird spot to have some additional energy management. Likewise, Scribe's Insight gives you energy return from skills that decrease the energy burden of your bar. So it's like a little bit... there's a lot of tension, particularly with Scribe's Insight, of like, oh, load up on Signets so you can get energy from them that you don't need because you've loaded up on Signets. It also is really awkward with Monk because Monk has a lot of Signets and Smiting Prayers, but they all have really long recharges. So you don't get good energy off of those. You don't get good energy returns because you want to at least be getting enough energy from it that you're getting energy returns from the cost of... You're recouping the cost of Scribe's Insight. Like, it has a long duration, relatively speaking. It's like a 30-second duration or something. But it's only 5 energy to use, but still, you want to be getting at least 2 Signet uses off in that time to get net positive energy from it. So I hit upon the idea that Healing Signet has a fairly short recharge, and if you use it to recover your health from Infuse, well, that's a way of being able to get energy out of Scribe's Insight and have somewhere to put it, which is Infuse Health. So that's kind of the idea. Otherwise, it's like you're using it with Signet of Devotion, and it's like, how much do you really want to be spamming Signet of Devotion? Anyway. Hey, we've made it through all of those monk bars, which means we're halfway. Are people still interested in me going through the rest of these? Because there's a lot. There's a lot of bars. Cultist Fervor, trying to make lifesteal cheap, and then Plague sends the stuff. That's what's going on here. I don't know if it realistically needs that much curses. It probably could have gotten away with slightly fewer curses. And slightly more soul reaping. Whatever. We're not rebuilding it here. Signet of Suffering is hard to know what to do with. It makes your skills apply bleeding, which is actually kind of good, but also, like, it makes you bleed, and I don't know. Just trying to spread some conditions around. Icy Veins, this is a dagger bar that tries to take advantage of the fact that there's a hex. You could easily... Well, you couldn't easily replace Icy Veins with the new elite Soul Taker, but it's the same sort of idea. Lingering Curse is, just a bunch of hexes with some wells that like the hexes and add degen, and then a signet that takes advantage of it. Virulence. This one's actually way more of an assassin-y bar that uses Dancing Daggers and Entangling Asp and Mantis Touch for some additional conditions. Signet of Toxic Shock and the Deadly Corruption ones. So this is like, spam this person with conditions, and then hit him for damage, punishing him for it, and then a random minion, because why not? We're in Death Magic. Yeah, it's just I don't know how late I want to go today is part of it, and how long my voice can go. I'm glad it's interesting, though. I'm glad to hear that it's interesting. And if there's any bars that you want like more information on, just let me know, and I'm happy to talk about them a little bit more. Order of the Vampire is a really awkward skill that doesn't work with other Necromancer enchantments because they wanted you to not be able to use multiple enchantments at the same time, and they decided to nerf the elite instead of the non-elite for whatever reason. I mean, it's whatever. You get instant casts off on it if you have Signet of Mystic Speed on you, so that's why this has Signet of Mystic Speed. It also turns out that the orders work really well with Mystic Healing, so that's going on here, and Vow of Piety helps with the life sacrifice. And then Blood Bond is just nice working with it. You definitely want this only if you have a bunch of like physical attackers, which is a little bit tricky too with the slash bonus weapons, because a bunch of them, the spear deals fire damage and the sword and scythe deal cold damage, which don't work with orders as I recall, so it works best with bows, daggers, and the hammer. So that's a little bit of a thing to keep in mind with this. But having instant cast on Order of the Vampire, pretty sweet. And of course there's Blood Ritual there to help as well. Yeah, that works too. Ravenous Gaze, this one was me basically trying to make like a bar using... I mean, I made another one that's kind of a similar vein, but Wallow's Bite and Touch of Agony, with this one taking advantage of Dark Aura. Is it Dark Aura? Anyway, the Death Magic Life Sacrifice also does AoE damage, and then some Dervish stuff to heal and defend. I originally tried to do Assassin stuff. It didn't work as well, so we went with Dervish. Toxic Chill. I like to pair Toxic Chill with Water Magic. There's a lot of good like AoE hexes in there. So that's what's going on with this. Rust does not need Overcast to work well. And then some additional degen to apply to it. And a little bit of Cracked Armor to work with Tanai's Prison, because that's fun to do. Depravity. So you can see there's a lot of Necromancer Mesmer bars. Depravity is an energy denial hex, so it's being paired with Mind Rack for that reason. And then some signets to help with the energy, because turns out Suffering and Meekness, a lot of energy. So that's kind of what's going on there. Discord, we saw this one be built earlier, but it just needs some hexes, some conditions. That's what's going on. Grunth's Balance. This one's really an awkward skill to use. Grunth's Balance works best when you're on really low HP and allows you to steal HP from enemies. That's why there's Illusion of Weakness here, to make it a little bit safer to get low on health, because it triggers at like a quarter HP and gives you a bunch of health back. But this is using the fact that Awaken the Blood increases your life sacrifice by 50% with a bunch of life sacrifice skills, particularly Dark Pact, which is cheap, to try to get your health down. Obviously, this is going to be coming into conflict with your monks all the time. I would probably generally recommend avoiding this bar, but this was an attempt to make Grant's balance work. You could just randomly slot it into something as like on like a regular assassin, for example, and say, oh no, when the assassin's in danger, they'll be able to Grant's balance their health back up. And it's like, yeah, that's technically true, but this was trying to actually build around it, and this was kind of like my best attempt. So I don't know. It's not the worst thing to have around because some of the effects are useful, but it'll make your monks panic. Soulbind. Soulbind, we saw this one earlier. Surprisingly similar, actually, I'm noticing, to the Withering one, or Lingering Curse. But Soulbind punishes healing and tries to make you want to heal. That's kind of what's going on here. And otherwise, just does some hexy stuff. That's useful. Spiteful Spirit. This one's also trying to harken back to classic days. Reckless Haste. Of course, Will of Darkness makes missing even more likely, which Reckless Haste and that work really well with Price of Failure, which punishes you for missing. Enfeebling Blood, so that way the hits that do go through are weakened. But the big signature thing is Arcane Echoing Spiteful Spirit. How much the AI actually fulfills that goal, your mileage may vary, but back in the day when Arcane Echo Meteor Shower went out of fashion because the enemies suddenly learned that maybe they shouldn't stand in that sort of stuff, and they ran towards you to attack you because you aggroed them now. Because spellcasting range is slightly longer than aggro range, the meta switched to Arcane Echoing Spiteful Spirit, so this is an homage to that. And of course, factions came out and gave us Reckless Haste, which felt custom-made to work with Spiteful Spirit. The energy on this can be a bit rough, but thankfully there is a Signet of Lost Souls to help with that a little bit. Whale of Doom absolutely wrecks somebody's attributes for a short period of time. This is a very hex-focused bar, so it has nothing but hexes and then Hexer's Vigor for health. Yeah, that's what's going on. I will state as well that Soothing Images, like Spirit Shackles, is a surprisingly useful way of mitigating damage to your team. You put that on enemy paragons and warriors and to some extent dervishes, and suddenly their damage potential is dramatically decreased because they have a hex on them that stops them from gaining adrenaline. As much as you hate having it on you, put it on enemies and they'll hate it too. That's kind of the motto, right? So this is very anti, warrior in particular. Anti-warrior, anti-paragon. But in general, it just, makes things not work. This is an old one. This is one of the earlier ones that I made. The Blood is Power Bar here. It's BIP with the idea that you can use some smiting prayers with, So the idea was Zealot's Fire triggers activates whenever you target an ally, and Blood is Power targets allies. So why not? This one will probably be pretty good to pick just because Blood is Power is good, and then it provides some additional party support. So Healing Hands. This is a Healing Hands minion master. This one I think was one that I made as an homage to the old days and uses exclusively prophecy skills, or skills available in prophecies. It's a Blood of the Master to heal its minions, as well as heal area to heal its minions. Which, that was the thing that we did back in the day. We used heal area to help heal our minions, because they gather around you when you're standing still, right? And then the good old Animate Bone Horror and Animate Bone Fiend. Deathly Swarm for some additional damage. And Healing Hands and Vigor Spirit to help heal your party. I think this one works decently well, actually, and would be one that I'd be happy to pick up in draft, for sure. Jagged Bones. Oh, man, I love this one. This is another minion bar, but it's a minion where instead of trying to keep your minions around, you're trying to kill them. It does this with a bunch of skills that actually really like it. So the minion skills are animate minions, which makes two kind of crummy minions that run up to the enemy, and that's their job. And then animate Shambling Horror breaks into another minion. And then you have Jagged Bones that you can upgrade your bone minions with and get multiple Jagged Fiends, or whatever they're called, out of the Shambling Horror as well. But Duena's Sorrow heals your party whenever an enchanted ally dies. Enchanted ally, including minions. So you can Duena's Sorrow your minions up, put a Death Nova on them, and then Putrid Flesh them to make them explode in a cloud of healing your party, additional minions from Jagged Bones, and and then just raw damage, poison, and disease. So this one's really cool. I really like this particular bar. It does harken to a minion bomber that you might do with a ritualist as well. But it's a necromancer monk version of that, which I quite like. And of course, soul reaping triggers to give you more energy to start the whole process all over again. Signet of removal. So signet of removal is one of those skills that works really well in very specific situations. It removes a condition and a hex from target ally for 0 energy on a 5-second recharge if that ally is enchanted. That's a pretty important if, which is what this bar is all about. It's using Aegis, Shield Guardian, Dark Fury, and Order of Pain in order to be able to get enchantments on your entire party to be able to remove stuff from any of them. That's the basic gist of what this bar is. So basically I'm trying to work the whole order puts enchantments on all your allies' deal from a different angle. Instead of mystic healing, which is what I often do, it's doing it from a signet of removal. And then there's a blood renewal there to help with the life sacrifice. Energy is going to be a little tight, but thankfully you do have a couple signets to help with that. I really like this vampiric spirit bar. So this is actually a necromancer healer, which is why it doesn't have a resurrect skill. You'll notice signet of removal here does, but this one does not. Signet of removal actually could have had a monk resurrect, but anyway. So vampiric spirit has infused health, and it's getting the health back by using vampiric spirit, which gives it a huge amount of regen. And then it can manage its energy with a combination of soul reaping and then like foul feast with Angorodon's gaze, and then it has some additional like healing support type stuff. This is definitely a little bit more of a like offensive healer, sort of like mid area type thing, but definitely a more like healy support type character, which I think is a really cool sort of variant on it. And is very similar to what I did with life transfer, except I think this one's probably a little bit better. Pain of Disenchantment. This one, I made this one earlier as well. I like pairing Barbed Spear with Ulcerous Lungs because it makes the bleeding that the Barbed Spear do a lot more potent. It's like, what, another 4 degen, I think? Yeah, 4 additional degen off of that. So that's kind of what it's focused on. And then it has just some additional like stripping and support. I actually like Wild Throw here as an additional way of like, haha, I'm getting rid of some of your defensive options. Defile Flesh to make defensiveness weaker. And of course the Weaken Armor Chest Thumper combo, which is so fun. This one's actually doing a very similar sort of idea. This is Soul Leech. Soul Leech is, of course, the Necromancer version of Backfire. But it's using the hex that increases adrenaline gain for a few seconds, and then when it ends, leaves cracked armor. So it can chest thumper for cracked armor off of that. Barbed Signet, I think is what that one is, but it's caused AoE bleeding, so it can make cripple happen off of that with Maiming Spear. And then that's just like a Mighty Throw or something that just hits really hard, and you build up a lot of adrenaline quickly, so Feast of Corruption has a long recharge, so this particular bar is trying to compensate for that with Serpent's Quickness, which increases your recharge speeds by 33%. Makes your skills recharge in 66% of the time, 67%. So that would get Feast of Corruption down from like its 20-second recharge to like 14-ish? 14, 15? Nah, more like 14 seconds. Somewhere around there. Which is really nice. And of course has some additional hexes. And some party support with some AoE backline healing. I remember liking this Lacerate bar. So Lacerate makes Bleed Degen stronger. Then this is a Foul Feast Plague Sender. And then uses Rip Enchantment in order to be able to cause bleeding. Barb Signet to cause bleeding, and Ulcerous Lungs to make it even worse. So this one's really kind of a fun one. A way to make Lacerate. Like, this basically makes bleeding 9 degen on things, which is stronger than burning. Like, You do not want to be bleeding with this bar around, basically. It's very good at making bleeding really strong, which is kind of fun. Order of Apostasy. Yeah, this one is trying to actually self-order of Apostasy, so it's like, here's some self-synergies. I'm going to Order of Apostasy and then volley you to strip enchantments from your party. It needs some energy management to help with that, so it can weaken armor and then body shot you for some more internal synergies. But yeah, this one was me trying to figure out what I'm doing with it. Part of the reason why it's using a bow, by the way, is actually because bows deal physical damage from / bonus, spears do not. Otherwise, spear would probably have been the choice here. So that's kind of one of those like meta game options of like, here's how I'm planning on making weapons work, so let's do it this way. Spoil Victor. Yeah, this was a fairly general one. This was the one that I described as kind of like blood magic good stuff. So Spoil Victor is surprisingly useful for whittling down health on things. Particularly in hard mode where enemies have huge HP pools. And then I forget the name of the skill, but that's the skill again that gives like 2 additional strikes of adrenaline whenever something hits it and then leaves cracked armor. Strip enchantment for enchantment removal. Well of Blood for consuming enemy corpses and also some healing. Everybody loves a blood ritual. And then a Foul Feast Antidote Signet combo. Foul Feast, of course, removing conditions to you. Antidote Signet, getting rid of them. Then here's the Defiant with Zinray. This is very similar to the Ravenous Gaze bar, but is maybe a little bit better at the job. I don't know. It's just different. It doesn't have as much raw damage potential, but it's, I think, maybe a little tankier. But it has Blood Renewal for healing. Blind was Mingson to actually spam AoE Blind, and then Defiant with Zinray to do some AoE lifesteal and potential defense. And then otherwise, like, I'm going to poke you with my painful pokes. Yeah. Reaper's Mark. This was a healer bar with Reaper's Mark. And also Gaze of Contempt to remove all enchantments from target foe with more than 50% HP, because why not? Notably, this has 2 item spells. Protective was Kao Lai for party healing, and Pure was Li Ming for party cleansing from conditions, which is nice. Weaken Knees. Weaken Knees is a hex that punishes you for moving. So this is just like some random curses stuff. Foul Feast Plague Sending combo on this one. A lot of Foul Feast stuff combos. I've noticed in a bunch of these. Rip Enchantment for some enchantment removal. And then just some channeling magic for some damage, I guess. Notably, Nightmare Weapon's actually really useful healing. I'm not sure what it is at 11 channeling magic, but it's approximately like 50-ish HP stolen. So that can add damage to things, right? If it's going to deal less than that. And then HP stolen means that it heals you as well. So it's roughly for 3 hits. So this can actually heal you for like approximately 150 HP. 140, 150 HP, which is actually pretty nice on like physical attacker that's getting low on HP. So Order of Undeath. Order of Undeath, of course, makes your minions hit harder. So this is... Bone Fiends are the best minion for that because they don't have to get up into range. Blood of the Master to keep them around. I don't know why Balance Stance is on here, but why not, I guess, was probably the idea. Defender's Stance to protect you and your minions. Because keep in mind, your minions will be standing near you. And, of course, Healing Signet to compensate for the massive amount of health you're about to lose from Order of Undeath. Yay! Order of Undeath makes your minions hit harder, but you lose health whenever they hit, so... It's like a 5-second duration, but... the power is yours. Oh, yeah, this was the dagger spam Paragon. This one worked pretty well, actually. But, yeah, it just attacks with daggers and uses Go for the Eyes... which one is that? All of the friggin' chants have really similar looking icons. I think that's either I think that might be the gain health on shout or chant use one, I think, which is like 4 adrenaline as well. And then I believe that's the haste to refrain that makes you run faster and renews whenever a shout or chant on you ends. So that one I think is pretty solid. Soldier's Fury. Soldier's Fury was hard to figure out what I wanted to do with it. it wants you to have a Shatter Chant on you, and then increases like your attack speed, but decreases your armor. So this is just kind of stacking some stuff to try to help defend with a scythe. So just run up and just start scything people. Notably, it's also using Hasty Refrain here in order to keep movement speed up. And then they're on fire to be the sort of like perpetually active shout in order to keep Soldier's Fury working, I believe. I believe that's how Soldier's Fury works. Anthem of Guidance. Anthem of Guidance is a really weird skill. It's technically in command, but it just makes your next attack, our ally's next attack skill, unable to be blocked, and doesn't actually require, like, it doesn't benefit from command in any way. So that's why you see no investment in command here. This is just a Mark of Rodgort. They're on fire. My spear deals fire damage, so I'm Conjure Flaming with it. Bar that happens to have Anthem of Guidance in it, because why not? Savannah Heat's, this one's actually very similar, except it's using Savannah Heat, and uses Conjure Flame, and has a random meteor in it, because why not? Air of Disenchantment. Air of Disenchantment is a really powerful AoE enchantment removal spell, masquerading as a hex that hates enchantments. Like, this is one of those skills where you read it and it tricks your brain. This is a really interesting design point, but there's a lot of skills in the game. Flourish can be a really similar way, where we focus on an effect and miss sort of the... We focus on the effect that has green text on it. In this case, Mirror of Disenchantment's green text is for 5 seconds, enchantments expire 150% faster on those foes, right? That's the green text. That's the text that moves up and down. But the skill itself first says, remove one enchantment from target foe and all nearby foes on a 10-second recharge. That's like ludicrous AoE enchantment removal. It's not quite Chillblains level, but it's way cheaper than Chillblains at 10 energy instead of 25. So, like, it's really easy to hone in and be like, that like enchantment expiring faster thing seems kind of garbage, and completely miss the fact that it starts off by removing one enchantment from target foe and all nearby foes. So it's a big AoE enchantment removal skill. And that's primarily how it's being used here. You can see there's not very much illusion magic. There's 6 illusion magic in this particular bar, because it doesn't really matter. Like, the illusion magic part of it is not important. It's the raw effect. And the same thing with Flourish. Like, Flourish, you focus in on the green text. What does the green text say? Gain energy for each skill recharged in this way. And that's not the important part. The important part is recharging skills, which is why I like it. Even though it's in strength and I can't put points into it, I like it on Assassin and Ranger, like secondary warrior, because the primary effect of recharging all of your attack skills is way more meaningful on professions that do not use adrenaline heavily, and have skills with longer recharges. So same sort of thing here, where like we get tricked, our brain gets tricked by the green text and focuses in on that and misses the like actual primary effect of the skill. In this case, it's an AoE removal. There's some additional shouts and chants on here. Looks like probably energizing chorus and like a ballad, or Aria of Restoration, and then I think that might be the Signet of Zeal one, Lyric of Zeal. But anyway, it's got some additional shouts and chants to like support the party and some spear attacks. But it's trying to remove enchantments. Extend conditions. This one is this one's amusing. So it has a bunch of conditions it can inflict with very widespread attributes. It's got command, spear, mastery, inspiration, magic, and leadership. So that's 4. But it's trying to spear swipe. So that's run up to melee range, spear swipe you for days, and then extend conditions. That extend conditions is not epidemic. It's got the same base functionality of spreading conditions, but it makes them last a bit longer, and more importantly, has a significantly bigger AoE size. This is something that's really easy to miss about it, but extend conditions is Spread all conditions from target foe to all foes near your target. Epidemic is adjacent to your target. So this has a much, much larger AoE size. So even if you're not like getting a huge extension on it, the bigger AoE is quite valuable. So the idea with extend conditions here is you run up, you daze them, and then you spread that very widely among their backline. And then there's bleeding, cripple, deep wound, and weakness that it can also apply with its other skills. So it's got a bunch of other skills it can apply, but that's kind of the idea there. Incoming is just a nice skill to have around. This has some utility on it. Deep wound off of find their weakness. Anthem of weakness. Barbed spear for that good old bleeding. And then epidemic and mirror of disenchantment are just really nice utility to have around. Angelic Bond. This was one where I was trying to figure out... get down here, cursor. What to do with Angelic Bond. And I don't like Angelic Bond. It's basically an elite version of Divine Intervention, where instead of having to figure out who you want to target, you just use it, and all of your allies get the protection, but only one of them gets to use it, because it ends on all of your allies when it triggers on one of them, as I recall. So I'm not a huge fan of it. There's some like Judge's Intervention stuff in here just to try to make that do anything. And then Bane Signet Awe, I guess, is another... That doesn't make any sense. Why would you Bane Signet Awe? Whatever. It's a weird bar. Bane Signet would knock down somebody for attacking, and then awing them puts daze on them, which is... You don't necessarily need to put daze on somebody who's attacking, but anyway. It was a decision I made. Moving on. Anthem of Fury. This one... So the idea behind this one was actually Purge Signet. I wanted to make a bar with Purge Signet on it. Purge Signet is remove all garbage from target ally. You lose 10 energy for each thing removed. So conditions and hexes get removed from target ally, but you lose 10 energy for each one. So this is all adrenaline skills otherwise. And then Anthem of Fury to build up adrenaline. That's this bar. It's just a flesh wound is a nice sort of healing skill. This is more of a Paragon like support healer type thing. With it's just a flesh wound and convert hexes to be like, I'm going to completely clean you of that thing. This could just as easily be... I mean, I like it's just a flesh wound on other things than primary Paragon. It works really nicely on other physical attackers because it doesn't interrupt their physical attack to do the party cleanse heal support thingy, which is really, really nice, which is a big difference from Restore Condition. Restore Condition, I think, is a little bit better, and this could have easily been Restore Condition, but, you know, it is what it is. I needed to find somewhere to use it. And I decided I wanted to try to keep it in Paragon for reasons that I mentioned earlier of being like, Paragon and Dervish have the fewest elites. I want to try to have them keep their elites so that way I'm not, like, short shifting them on bars, right? Because I wanted to try to have, like, a number of bars for each profession, so... Life Barrier was really hard to figure out what to do with. So this is just kind of like a supporty type, or like this is kind of just generic offensive Paragon with its skills, but then it has Life Barrier bit in there. The AI will use Life Barrier in combat to protect allies. It's just it doesn't understand how to run a bonding bar by itself. You can manually make it do it, but I didn't want to have a bunch of upkeep involved with making bars and making sure that they're reapplying things. And so this Paragon will just throw on a Life Barrier, maybe 2, on some allies, and that's kind of it. But, you know, that's fine. Song of Purification, this is another more sort of supporty one. It has Remove Hex to help support as well, with a little bit of additional damage. Spear of Lightning is there in part because it doesn't need, like, it has enough energy. Song of Purification is an adrenaline elite. You will note that it has 12 motivation. It's really important to have 12 motivation for Song of Purification because that makes it remove... It triggers 3 times. They should have done more skills like this, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Song of... Oh, man, that would have helped a lot. So Song of Purification is the next X skills used by allies in earshot remove a condition from them. 5 adrenaline. And that number is 2 until you get to 12 motivation, in which case it becomes 3. So being able to remove 3 conditions is a huge step up, so that's why it's important to have high quantities that way. I don't know why there's a single point in command. That doesn't make any sense. I don't see any command skills on here. I might have been playing around with one at some point. But it has Finale of Restoration for some additional triggers, and Lyric of Zeal, it looks like, and maybe Course of Restoration. I'm trying to see if I got my bars correctly. But this is very much so a support bar. Cautery Signet. Yeah, so this one can inflict some conditions. Spear of Redemption is potentially a way of removing conditions, but Cautery Signet removes all conditions from all allies, or from all party members, excuse me. But you get set on fire for 1 second for each one removed, and that it wants to plague sending out. So it's like, I have set myself on fire for a massive period of time. Let me give that to this group of enemies over here. And then it just has some additional utility. So Corrupt Enchantment is just enchantment removal with some additional utility, some ability to cripple and apply conditions and stuff. This is a very condition-heavy bar, actually. But not a whole lot to say about it otherwise. Burning Arrow. Yeah, I decided I wanted to put Burning Arrow on a Paragon. And I wanted to put Angelic Protection on something, so I stuck that on there. Glowing Signet works with Burning Arrow. And then Volley works really well with Go for the Eyes to fuel the energy costs. So, yep. Also helps keep Hasty Refrain around. Crippling Anthem. I do like Crippling Anthem with the bow as well. So that's what's going on here. I mean, it's somewhat similar to the Burning Arrow bar, except not. It has much better energy, probably. But Crippling Anthem is 4 adrenaline. Zealous, or Go for the Eyes is 4, and it's 6 for Anthem of Envy. So, Go for the Eyes, of course, notably working well with Keen Arrow. You'll also note that it has the 15-second recharge interrupt as opposed to something like Savage Shot. Incendiary Arrows. So this one, I love this idea. Okay, so this idea was basically Incendiary Arrows is a bow, like multiple arrow attack. It's an AoE arrow attack, like Volley or Barrage, that does not remove preparations. It only shoots 2 additional arrows as opposed to 3 or like 5 or 6 or whatever Barrage does. But I believe it also hits in a wider AoE. It can set things on fire for a little bit, which was not really the important point here, which is why there's not much investment in Wilderness Survival, even though that's where the elite's from. And it has a much longer recharge at 5 seconds. But Disrupting Accuracy can stay around, and I liked the idea of using Disrupting Accuracy with Go for the Eyes. So this is Disrupting Accuracy on an AoE attack with Go for the Eyes to help fuel the critical hits to interrupt things. So this is a really different idea. I often do Disrupting Accuracy with Assassin with Way of the Master, and certainly that bar may have shown up in the Assassin. I think I did something like that with Assassin in here, off of something. I feel like. I don't remember. There's so many of these. But having Disrupting Accuracy on a Paragon like this was something that I thought was a really fun idea. And you could easily swap this around and do Disrupting Accuracy on a Ranger, but I wanted to run out of Paragon, so here we are. I wanted more Paragon bars in part. It wouldn't surprise me if there's more Paragon bars than Ranger bars, though. Defensive Anthem. So I use Vocal with Sogalong to try to increase the duration of Defensive Anthem. One of the things that's really tricky about trying to make this as a primary Paragon was energy management, though. So there's some additional shouts, but you don't have the ability to build up adrenaline, which is where you usually get sort of the good energy ratio payoffs. But yeah, so there's Soothing Memories here as well. I think this is kind of more of a medium bar, but it's got some nice defensive properties. So it certainly loses a lot of interest when there's a lot of Aegis spam, but I think it's better in areas where there's a lot of enchantment removal, because Defensive Anthem can stick around for those. I don't know why I decided to make Signet of... Oh, I know why. So this is one of those weird properties. You'll notice there's Spear of Redemption is 3 Adrenaline, Spear of Lightning, Anthem of Envy, Anthem of Disruption, Anthem of Weariness, and then Blood Song and Signet of Spirits. So it turns out spirits do not auto-attack. They use an attack skill to do their attack action. That attack skill can trigger any anthem that affects allies. Any anthem that affects allies. Not party members, but allies. So it does not work with Anthem of Flame because that specifically says party members in earshot range. But Anthem of Envy, Anthem of Disruption, and Anthem of Weariness all say ally. So you can actually apply them to spirits. This is the weirdest thing because most things are like non-spirit allies, right? They do explicitly do not affect spirits. But these do actually affect spirits. Apply a buff to them, and then because their attack is actually like an attack skill and not an auto attack like a minion, but it's an attack skill, it will trigger the anthems. So the Signet of Spirit bar here is to trigger anthems with spirits, which is really cool. So that's what's going on with this bar. And that's why Signet of Spirits is specifically being used on Paragon. Coward, this is a fairly like straightforward support, like command support bar. Notably, it has Brace Yourself and Lead the Way. Lead the Way increases an ally's run speed. I think that's Lead the Way. There's Make Haste and there's Lead the Way. Make Haste is like, they're very similar skills, but Lead the Way is that ally gains movement speed for a duration based upon the number of allies in earshot, whereas Make Haste is they just gain movement speed, but it ends when they hit with an attack. It's a higher buff. Anyway, this is some just nice like general party support stuff. So Coward, I talked about this a little bit when I was making the bar, but Coward is one of those skills that looks really good for like an assassin in particular. Like, ooh, I can use Coward, and then that allows me to knock down an enemy and use my like Falling Spider or Falling Lotus strike on them. But it turns out the enemy having to be moving makes it really hard to get Coward to proc on a melee attacker because they have to be moving. So it doesn't actually work as well as a snare as you would like. This is my experience with it. So it actually works better on Ranger or Paragon. I decided to go ahead and stick it on Paragon here. Cruel Spear. So this is a very aggressive one. I believe that's Soldier's Defense that's being used as a cancel stance for Frenzy. But this is a Frenzy bar with... Soldier's Defense doesn't work properly without a Shout on You, and gaining more adrenaline to build up to your higher adrenaline skills with To the Limit is really useful. So I think this one's a very aggressive bar. And you'll notice also it's running very low leadership because it doesn't actually have a shout that affects allies much. This could probably actually get away with running a bit less leadership, but it does help the Signet, so it's not a huge sacrifice to tactics. There's not a whole lot from tactics anyway. Notably, Soldier's Defense gains you adrenaline when you block, which is particularly useful for this bar. Dragon Slash. The traditional way of building Dragon Slash is with 4 Great Justice, which doubles your adrenaline gain for a period of time. I decided to go with a very different route. This one uses Natural Temper, which increases your adrenaline gain sort of indefinitely. Like you can keep using it, but does not work if you're enchanted. This bar does try to keep up Hasty Refrain as well to increase the movement speed, but the idea is you can Dragon Slash maybe not quite as impressively as you can on a warrior with swordsmanship runes and 4 Great Justice, but with a little bit more sustainability as long as you're not getting enchanted, which is a big if, but that's kind of the idea behind this bar, and I really liked the idea. And of course, everybody loves to find their weakness, so don't know how well this one actually like functions to play. Testing was not necessarily entirely like it was clear that the AI was working it, but it was not entirely clear how good it would be because there's enough Vigorous Spirit going around at the time. This bar you kind of want to segregate from Vigorous Spirit bars if you can. Focused Anger, this one increases adrenaline gain by a bunch, so I just slapped 4 Great Justice on there so that way it can spam a lot of adrenaline skills while it's up. Focused Anger is another one of those skills that I'm like kind of meh on, but is part of the Imbagon bars where you do stuff with PvE only skills. You'll notice I did not do anything with PvE only elites. This is about skills to work with heroes, and heroes can't use them. So now we hit some Ranger stuff. We'll have an interlude for Rituals in the middle of this, by the way, because there's some Ranger Warrior stuff, and alphabetization means that's how that works. Anyway, Melander's Arrows is like a bunch of these Ranger only ones are in part because of attribute spreads. But Melander's arrows is a bleed inflicting one preparation, so I specifically paired it with Antidote Signet. It's actually an interesting thing. Earlier on in Guild Wars 1, Rangers were not very good at applying bleed. They're actually kind of bad at it. And that was actually indicated by Melander's arrows being an elite with shorter duration than average preparations. It's like an 18-second duration instead of 24. But it applies bleed on hit. And that was one of the few ways that Rangers could apply bleed. They eventually made bleed just kind of a thing that Rangers could just do. There's not really good reason to not deny it to them, I guess is what they decided, or like make it a bit harder. I kind of miss some of that differentiation, but that's also why Barbed Arrows has the minus 40 armor clause, as where while Apply Poison does not. Rangers are supposed to have much easier access to poison. So yeah, this is just trying to spread conditions around a little bit, have some interrupts. Not a whole lot to say about that one. Poison Arrow is basically the exact opposite of what that bar is, where it uses the elite Poison Arrow to apply poison, and then uses Barbed Arrows to get the additional conditions going. Trapper's Focus, of course, I went all in on traps, which is why it's pure Ranger, with Trapper's Focus and Trapper's Speed. I believe it's a good idea to give this thing a staff, by the way, for additional energy. It's not like it needs damage off of attacking, so it works fine. Enraged Lunge. Okay, so I just made this one a dagger spam bar with Enraged Lunge. Works pretty well. Scavenger Strike is really nice with Jagged Strike, by the way, because it gains you energy if the foe is conditioned, and Jagged Strike is, of course, applying a condition. Escape, kind of similar. It's using Jagged Strike with Poison Tip Signet to apply poison, and Escape to run up to things. And this is basically another variant on that same bar. Temple Strike, and it has Dash. Wilderness Survival is probably a bit low to make the Poison Tip Signet look good. But yeah, this is using the fact that Expertise makes Temple Strike significantly less expensive to make it occasionally something that you use off of Jagged Strike. Otherwise, these are all basically the standard dagger spam bar with something interspersed in there. Strike is 1, so this is using stuff with Dervish. You'll know Scavenger Strike makes a glorious return to help fuel some of the energy requirements, but not a whole lot to say otherwise. Marksman's Wager. So Marksman's Wager is one of those skills that's very awkward. It does not have 100% uptime, and it raises the question of what do you do with all of this energy while you're making it? And then how does your bar function when you can no longer be making all of that energy? What I ended up settling on was, here's some bow attacks, and we're going to just make wards. So this is a ward bar with Marksman's Wager to help fuel the energy cost of the wards. I don't like the design of Marksman's Wager. I think the design is really interesting. If you hit, you get energy. If you miss, you lose energy. I think that's a really good way to hone in on the wager concept and like Marksman's Wager. Design-wise, I think that's really cool. The problem that I have with it is the energy amounts and then the inconsistent uptime mean that's an unreliable skill. And just like Scavenger's Focus, I really have a hard time wanting to interface with those skills that have partial uptimes for energy management like this. So there are some other ways that you can use it. Notably, it's nice with the Sundering and Penetrating attacks. Whatever. There's one set that's... Yeah, so I think it's Sundering Attack and Penetrating Attack. But they're the armor penetration ones with 4-second recharges. It works really well with those because those are very energy intensive, even with high expertise. So it can make them a lot more affordable. But this was kind of the direction I wanted to go here. Prepared Shot, this one's really attribute spready because I wanted to do a Kindle Arrows Conjure Fire bar. And then I needed some expertise around still, and Prepared Shot helps with the energy management. It's a questionable bar, but hey, it does a lot of bonus fire damage. And of course, you have to have dual shot on something like that. And then some of the bow attacks were chosen for longer cooldowns. Distracting Shot, of course, is lower energy than the Savage Shot and has a longer cooldown. So I'm trying to decrease how often the AI is using certain skills by choosing sometimes skills with longer cooldowns, so the AI doesn't spam them as much and therefore doesn't drain its energy as quickly. Broadhead Arrow. There's not a whole lot to say about this. Epidemic with Broadhead Arrow. Greater Conflagration. This one's a really fun one. So obviously there's some skills here for just like bow attacks, but and rapid fire. But greater conflagration makes makes all physical damage fire damage. So I can just slap on elemental attunement, and its downside of increasing the damage, you even with like no inspiration, it has a pretty good duration. And the downside of you take bonus damage from physical no longer applies because it's all elemental. So this makes a ranger super tanky because they'll have like, let's see, 140 armor against all armor respecting damage sources, which is ludicrously tanky. This was something when I realized I could do this, I was like, oh yes, yes. I don't know if that's amazing, but this character is not going to die easily, so that's cool. Punishing shot. Yeah, this was me wanting to make a bar with Marauder shot on it, and then like, if I do something from another, what is it? So expert's dexterity, I think it is, helps decrease the cost of some of these skills that's trying to spam, specifically punishing shot and Marauder shot. If you ever get to the point where your energy is too low to use Marauder shot, Ether Signet's available. Equinox was just some random... Really, this is just some random ranger skills thrown onto a bar. Equinox does not inspire any particular build thing. I think it's probably okay, but... yeah. I put purge conditions on there because why not throw that on here and there. Melandry shot. This is... What's interesting about here, about Melandry shot, obviously I have Poison Tip Signet to combine with Melandry shot's bleed effect. And then some interrupts and Read the Winds to make hits easier. But Melandry shot triggers against moving or knocked down enemies. So Bane Signet's there to provide a potential option for knockdowns, which I think is kind of interesting. Barrage. Yeah, so this is one that I was thinking about earlier. Barrage will be able to trigger a lot of cracked armor with Well of Ruin, which triggers off of physical damage. It applies cracked armor to enemies that take physical damage within its range. So that's kind of the idea here. And then Body Shot, of course, to help with the energy and gets energy from Well of Ruin. I really kind of like that combination. And then there's some interrupts because it's a ranger bar that I like to put interrupts on. Mage Bane Shot is doing a very similar thing with Well of Ruin. I don't think it's doing it as well, but it's got a bunch of interrupts and then Body Shot with Well of Ruin. Here's a Quicksand bar. I tested this one pretty quickly and then just as quickly tried to flee from it because I didn't want to as mess up the energy management of my other testing. I do think having Blood Ritual on here to help offset the energy cost is a good idea, though. And then Expert's focus is there for the same reason. Crippling Shot. Yeah, this one had some of the go for the eyes for accuracy bonus thing going on for disrupting accuracy on kind of the ranger end. Obviously, it's using Crippling Shot, but Crippling Shot's unblockable, I'll have you know. So, of course, Keen Arrow works well with go for the eyes as well. Which is why it's on this bar with Ferocious Strike. With Ferocious Strike... So the thing about Ferocious Strike is it gives you adrenaline as well as energy. So I was trying to do something with that adrenaline, and that's why I went for Go for the Eyes here. Helps boost your pet damage as well. Infuriating Heat. This is a spear bar because Infuriating Heat gives you more adrenaline. So why not take advantage of it? Archer's Signet. So Archer's Signet's really weird. I don't like this skill very much, but what it does is it doubles the duration of conditions you inflict while wielding a bow, which is a very specific thing. So this bar wields a bow and uses Ritualist's channeling magic to inflict burning and blind. That gets doubled because you're wielding a bow. That's this bar. It's a very weird one. Of note, Destruction is made cheaper by Expertise because it applies to all rituals, Binding and Nature. Oath Shot, yeah, this one is using Oath Shot to decrease the recharge time on some Binding rituals, Union and Dissonance, it looks like here. I've made Oath Shot bars like this before. You'll note it has a Determined Shot. Oath Shot will disable stuff if it misses. Oath Shot can help recharge stuff. The main thing is there's the Sundering Weapon and Body Shot combo to help with energy management a little bit, theoretically. It's probably kind of energy neutral, really, but anyway. Practice Stance. So Practice Stance is one of those skills that only really has one really good use, and that's to combo with Choking Gas to make it really easy to interrupt things. I decided I wanted to go a different direction, so it's obviously using Sundering Weapon again with Body Shot, but Seeking Arrows makes your arrows unblockable. It ends if you miss, I think, but it does make your arrows unblockable, so this is just unblockable interrupts with that. That's the goal. 100% uptime, arrows can't be blocked. Expert's Dexterity. This is just an attacking bar with something to do with the potential adrenaline build. Glass Arrows. This one is getting aggressive with Frenzy. Glass Arrows hits really hard. This improves attack rates a lot. And then I just have Natural Strike down there as a cancel stance to Frenzy. Rampage is 1. This is just a hammer bar. But notably, Rampage is 1 is very energy intensive, even with high expertise. So I'm using Auspicious Blow to help offset the cost, as well as Scavenger Strike. The Smoke Trap, Sword Bar. I was pretty happy with how this one worked out. Again, I was discussing this at the time. The Smoke Trap is one of those skills I can see using defensively or offensively, and I decided to try to use it offensively here. And using a sword to get it into the back line to kind of work it is kind of what the goal was. Oh, it looks like they arranged things in a proper order here inside this thing, so I don't know why they did it elsewhere. So now we hit Ritualist. That means we're getting close to being done, actually. So Ritualist ended up having a lot more bars than I would have guessed. Signet of Ghostly Might is pure Ritualist because Signet of Ghostly Might buffs your attacking rituals, and so it's like, I want to focus on that. So Pain, Bloodsong, Anguish, and Disenchantment with Painful Bond, and then increasing attack speed. Pretty straightforward. Ritual Lord. So this one's actually kind of fun. Ritual Lord also is very similar in that it's like, hey, I want to buff all of your spirits, your binding rituals. But this one uses swap as kind of a way of like swapping around with your spirits, kind of a weird defensive tool. It's kind of fun. Could have potentially used on Signet of Ghostly Might, but eh. Reclaim Essence. This one, so the idea here is that it would apply a couple of enchantments to itself and then have Dwayne's Touch to be able to heal allies. I don't know how well that actually works, but I mean, it does happen on occasion. With some restoration magic. Reclaim Essence recharges all of your binding rituals if it destroys a spirit when it's used. It's not a very good skill, though. So, yeah, it's... but, you know, there's the restoration magic spirits that don't cost 25 energy. And then it's there to kind of help things. The idea is that it allows Spirit's Gift to be able to be cycled among your backline a little bit more. I think that's what that one is. It's the one that does healing around the thing that you summoned and removes a condition. Caretaker's Charge. This one's just kind of a mixed healing offensive thing, kind of like Caretaker's Charge. Uses Cruel's Daushin. Or, no, that's Mighty Verizon. Mighty was... not Mighty was Verizon. That's Protective was Kalai, excuse me. I cannot say words. Glyph of Lesser Energy to help with some of the energy costs. Specifically, Spirit Rift is quite expensive. Renewing Search helps with that too, as does the Elite itself. Doesn't really need spawning power, so it doesn't really use much of it. But yeah, this has a little bit of healing with Kalai and Soothing Memories, and then Splinter Weapon, of course, for damage. Clamor of Souls. This one's fairly similar in many regards. It uses Cruel's Daushin, though, which gives armor penetration. Clamor of Souls does damage. Soothing Memories heals. Vengeful Weapon kind of heals. And then some damage stuff, yeah. Destructiveless Glaive. The AI doesn't necessarily know how to use this one super well, but this is just you hold Glaive and you do the basic Glaive things. There's not a whole lot to say about it other than that. Glyph of Lesser Energy is there, though, to help with Channeled Strike's energy, which is quite intensive. Second Wind. This one is taking advantage of the fact that Ritualists don't need enchantments for some of the defensive stuff. So it uses a couple of defensive, really useful defensive weapon spells, Weapon of Warding and Weapon of Shadow. Stuff to synergize with that in the only two skills in Restoration that care about weapon spells. Mending Grip, which is mediocre, but, you know, does technically do a thing. And the one that heals more if they have a weapon, Wielder's Boon. But the interesting thing about this is it uses Breath of Fire to try to build up some overcast. The AI is not great about using Second Wind, and it needs to use it more aggressively. Second Wind heals you and restores energy based upon the amount of overcast you currently have. It also causes some overcast when you use it, which means Phoenix also becomes a healing spell, which is part of why Phoenix is on there. But the AI just does not use it well enough. This one might require a little bit of babysitting to have it actually use it well, unfortunately. But it's kind of a neat skill, at least. Spirit channeling, this one worked pretty well, as I recall. This is using Earthbind plus Gale for longer knockdowns, which is kind of cool. And then that allows it to be able to get some cracked armor around on things and some AoE air magic damage. And then, of course, Pain to kind of stick around. And good old Vital Weapon. Because why not? Consume Soul. So this one's leaning into the fact that Consume Soul and Spiritual Pain are basically the same skill, except Spiritual Pain is basically better. Yeah, that's basically what's going on here. Empowerment. Lisa for energy. Don't bring your summoned creatures near this. It'll destroy them. Expel Hexes. This is basically... So, like, Restoration Magic is really good at taking care of conditions with Men, Body, and Soul. But it's not great at Hexes because Ritualists literally have no Hex removal. So it's using Expel Hexes as an elite to take care of that. Signet of Creation is definitely going to be something that helps with energy on this, too, I noticed. This is the Fevered Dreams bar. This is using some of the longer lasting conditions from some channeling magic, obviously, and that's kind of what I have to say about that. Preservation, this is just another healing bar, but you'll notice it's very similar to the monk ones where it's using mesmer stuff for energy management. Preservation is unfortunately gets dropped and is not a very good skill. Like the AI just kind of drops it like it does life. I don't know why. And it's very unpredictable, unreliable healing, so... Amity is a terrible skill. I didn't know what to do with it, so this is just like, hey, you can defend your spirits with Amity, I guess. Attune with Sankai. This one did not work well until I put... is that Empower? Whatever it is. It's the one that increases the energy you have and maximum health, but the important thing is energy while holding a bundle item. Then this bar started working properly. It's another sort of healing bar, because those were kind of needed. This is Martyr. So this one's using Resilient with Jiko, which gives you health regeneration for each, I think it's hex and condition you're suffering from. And when you drop it, you lose conditions. Obviously, that synergizes well with Martyr and draw condition, so that's just kind of what's going on here. Otherwise, it's kind of a healing bar. Offering of Spirit, which is just strictly worse than Offering of Blood, if you ask me. You can have it not cost health, but it restores about as much raw energy as Offering of Blood, maybe a little bit less. But Offering of Blood costs 1 energy used. Offering of Spirit costs 5. But otherwise, this is kind of a hybrid heal offense bar that uses Spirit Boon Strike to heal Rejuvenation and Agony, which is kind of fun. And then Men, Body, and Soul and stuff. So it's kind of a support healy bar with some energy management. Soul Twist typically gets used with Communing for Shelter, Union, and Displacement. So this is using it with Restoration Magic for Restoration Magic things. Life, Rejuvenation, and Recuperation. Weapon of Fury is trying to, be an offensive support. Wielder's Zeal. So this is trying to do a Wielder's Zeal bar with Zealot's Fire. Wielder's Zeal restores you energy whenever you target an ally. So it's using Ghostly Weapon and Vengeful Weapon to have quick recharges on that and try to get some Zealot's Fire damage out. Zinre's Weapon is leaning into trying to be a Smite Monk, I guess, and doing a very similar sort of thing to that, but I don't know. Flesh Golem here is kind of like the standard Spirit Bomber, except it's trying to keep its minions around and use Flesh Golem. I like having variants on like traditional ideas too. Spirit Light Weapon, this is defensive, or this is a healer that uses some Paragon stuff to kind of support its endeavors. I should really look up what that one Paragon skill is. I've been seeing it a bunch, and I've been kind of uncertain about which one it is. Okay, that is Lyric. Yeah, that is Lyric of Zeal, as I thought, and that's Chorus to Restoration. Lyric of Zeal is maybe a little bit ambitious, but having some energy management that way is always nice. So Spirit Light Weapon's really good healing. Spirit Strength, yeah, I kind of want to stay in the back line. And so focusing on Adrenaline is really useful because Weapon of Aggression is very expensive. But Spirit Strength increases your damage if you are if you have a weapon spell on you. So, and of course, immunity to blind, because why not? Tranquil's Tennyson, this is a healer bar. I remember kind of trying to go through this one. It's difficult to figure out what to do with Tranquil's Tennyson. There's a lot of elite item spells in Restoration, and it kind of would have been nice if they'd been spread around a little bit. Heal is 1. This is just using a pet and theoretically Splinter Weapon and Ancestor's Rage on the pet. That's the story. One thing that you'll note is it does have kind of an unusual looking skill in there. That's like a Pounce or something like that. This one right here, Feral Lunge. It deals plus damage, and attacking foes get inflicted with bleeding, which allows it to fuel Scavenger's Strike, which it otherwise has on there. Wanderlust. Yeah, this one has Serpent's Quickness to help with recharges, but Earthbind is kind of like, why aren't you using that with Wanderlust? And then Brambles works really well with it as well. Draw Spirits to help drag Brambles around. Victory is Mine. This is a weird sword-wielding ritualist that just tries to get conditions on things and then use Vim to restore its health and energy. I probably is going to wander up at the front line, but anyway. And this brings us to Warrior, which is the last profession to talk about. Yay, there's like 30 Warrior builds, but, you know, we're almost done. Backbreaker. I mean, a lot of these are going to be somewhat similar. Lift Enchantment works really well with things that cause knockdown, so there's a lot of Warrior Assassin stuff that is trying to work with that going on, so that's going to be a common theme. One of the other things that you'll note with this is it's using tactics to try to build up its adrenaline more quickly, because Backbreaker is very expensive adrenaline-wise. So To the Limit and Thrill of Victory really help with that. And then Auspicious Blow helps with the energy from those. Auspicious Blow is basically stable to most of my Warrior Hammer builds because it's good plus damage and at 5 adrenaline and gives you a bunch of energy, which really helps. Bull's Charge, AI doesn't really know how to use it, but Lift Enchantment types thing again. And is trying to use On Your Knees in order to recharge Bull's Charge. Cleave, not a whole lot to say about this. Has some Shadow Step type stuff. Cleave is very generic. Devastating Hammer, Lift Enchantment again. One of the things about Devastating Hammer is it does apply weakness, so I do like to try to pair it with... is that Heavy Blow? I forget the name of it, but it's 5 adrenaline and does a bunch of plus damage and knockdown, but drains all of your adrenaline if the foe is weakened. So it pairs really well with Devastating Hammer as kind of a follow-up. Shroud of Silence. Yeah, we saw this one earlier. Shroud of Silence is not a great skill, but putting it on a bar that basically doesn't have any spells basically makes it have no downside. You're better off using Blackout. But yeah, this is basically a symbolic strike bar for Hammer. Warrior's Endurance, I always like to pair with daggers, so that's what I've done here. Being a little bit more creative with some of my dagger skill choices. Whirling Axe. So what I liked about this one is pairing it with Keen Chop and Way of Perfection, which I thought was a really fun combo. Battle Rage. Turns out there's a bunch of adrenaline-based skills over here for Dervish, so hey, why not? Body Blow, too. Body Blow on a Scythe is really nice. Charging Strike, same sort of idea. Body Blow on a Scythe is really nice. Slightly different set of skills. So, yeah, there's that. Rage Smash is trying to take advantage of some knockdowns with Crushing Blow. Has a bunch of knockdown skills. Auspicious Blow to make the energy not absolutely terrible. Mage Hunter's Strike is another one of those. I use this with a Scythe as well. It's got a quicker attack speed, so it's kind of going on there. But otherwise, this is the same like 4 Scythe skills that you're going to kind of see cycled along here a lot because they're the adrenaline ones that don't require teardown. So, limited set of mechanics. Also, Eyeway again. Primal Rage is tricky to use. I talked about it. It just has some issues with the design. I really am glad that the AI uses the Drunken Blow I meant to do that combo properly, though, which really helps build up adrenaline. And and helps fuel some of the scythe stuff. Also, that Zealous Scythe in there at skill 4, I believe is the name, which gives you energy and adrenaline, which is kind of nice to try to fuel some of the stuff as well. But yeah. By the way, I've tried using Steady Stance with the Scythe and Drunken Blow. Doesn't work super well. It turns out each enemy that you hit will trigger the knockdown on you, so Steady Stance only prevents one of those. So you'll get the benefit from one of the Steady Stances, but you'll still get knocked down. So yeah, just be aware of that if you try to do that. Quivering Blade. Yeah, this is using Grasp to apply Crippled, theoretically, to running enemies. And of course, Quivering Blade applies Dazed to moving enemies as well, so some of that going on. Dwarven Battle Stance. Not a whole lot to say here, just cheap, quick attack skills to trigger the interrupt from Dwarven Battle Stance with Shock and on your knees in order to try to recharge Dwarven Battle Stance, which works kind of. The AI at least understands that it can do those things. It may not intentionally try to do them, but it will sometimes. This is very straightforward Earthshaker Aftershock bar. I like that combo. It's a very classic combo. I remember running it in RA way back in the day. Yeah. This brings us to Decapitate. So Decapitate makes you lose all adrenaline and energy when you use it. So what do you do if you have all of your energy drained? Well, why not a bunch of Mesmer Signets? Signet of Disenchantment basically kills all of your energy too. But if you don't really need your energy, who cares? And then there's 5 Signets on this bar. So that's a plus 60 damage Symbolic Strike. That thing is a freaking terrifying monster of a Symbolic Strike. It makes Decapitate look like potatoes. So I think this has like surprising utility because it has 2 interrupts on it and an enchantment removal. And that Symbolic Strike, like 4 Great Justices up, that Symbolic Strike every other hit is hitting you for plus 60 damage, which is absolutely ridiculous. Shatterstorm. Yeah, this is like kind of here's a this is a jokey version of a Hamstorm bar, because Hamstorm is Hamstring plus Firestorm, but this is using Shatterstorm instead. So that's a joke. It can Epidemic the cripple around, but otherwise it's just like, hey, Shatterstorm, that's utility. Let's throw that on a warrior. And this is Steady Stance. Steady Stance, of course, pairs really well with Desperation Blow or Drunken Blow. So what those do is they hit the foe, apply a random condition among a couple of options, have a good amount of plus damage, but knock you down. Steady Stance prevents the next time you'd be knocked down. Instead, you gain energy and adrenaline. So if you pair it with one of those two, Drunken Blow or Steady Stance, and this is cross-campaign, right? Because Steady Stance is a Nightfall skill. Drunken Blow is from factions, and Desperation Blow is from prophecies. So you need factions or prophecies and Nightfall in order to be able to do this, but it fuels your combo there. So you can kind of build... you can change the downside from Desperation Blow or Drunken Blow into basically adrenaline gain, functionally, maybe a little bit of energy. And so that's kind of what's going on here. There's a chance that Desperation Blow will inflict Cripple, so Knee Cutter, in order to restore energy and gain adrenaline, and fuel a nice Final Thrust. And while we're applying all these conditions, might as well Epidemic them. The Defy Pain bar here, I liked this one. A lot of adrenaline in order to fuel some powerful infused healths off of the Defy Pain bonus HP. So that's kind of the idea here, and I kind of like that idea. Knee Cutter, of course, for an energy and adrenaline gain and whatever. Forceful Blow. The main thing to note here is Succor. Forceful Blow itself is kind of nice. It ends a stance, is unblockable, has a bunch of plus damage on it, and inflicts weakness. And then there's Fierce Blow to take advantage of that. But Succor gives some energy regeneration as well as health regeneration to an ally. So it allows a very adrenaline-heavy bar to be able to support its allies with some energy, which is really nice. Signet of Judgment. This is a hammer bar, basically, with some knockdowns, and Signet of Judgment and Soulstone Strike, which do the same thing. Or Soulstone Strike and Holy Strike, which do the same thing, which do damage and then additional plus damage if the target is knocked down. So this is just focused on that with Signet of Judgment. Aura of the Lich, this basically is just a sword warrior that runs up to you, kills a bunch of people, and makes some minions. It has been a task cock test. I've finished it now, and now I'm kind of reviewing all of the bars, so you've hit the review phase. making any sort of observations. I like the idea of a warrior making a bunch of minions, so that's what's going on. Well, you can catch all of the VODs if you want to. They're not all of the builds, not all of the early builds were on VODs, but a bunch of them have been in VODs. So if you look at the past several like Guild Wars VODs, there have been a bunch of them. And I've gone over all of the builds in the latter part of today, which is why I'm still going almost 2.5 hours after my normal end time. My throat is sore. I'm not going to talk tomorrow. Headbutt. I mean, it's the classic thing to do with Headbutt, right? You Plague Touch it away. There's enough curses to be able to make Plague Touch transfer 2 skills. And I'm going to be posting the template collection in a zip file on my Discord as well, Hawk. So I think you are there. If not, here's my Discord. But you can also find it there. But yeah, so if you want to see all of the builds and hear me talk about them, I'm going over them here at the end of this one. So, the last 3 hours of this stream is going over all 290 bars or whatever it is. But yeah, so Headbutt, classic things, Plague Touch, Auspicious Blow-Ups with Energy, etc. Plague Signet, I like this one. This one's a Symbolic Strike bar, again, as well for Sword. It gets the bleeding for Gash off of either Signet of Agony or the other Signet there, Barb Signet, but can Plague Signet stuff away. Plague Signet is really useful for just getting rid of a bunch of crud on you, too. Triple Chop. Oh, yeah, this one is spreading weakness around. That's fun. That's kind of the idea here, is Triple Chop with Withering Aura on you to spread weakness. Rage of the Tuca is also helping with some Paragon stuff. This is basically just one of those things where it's an interesting idea of a skill that turns your adrenaline skills into, like, more energy type skills. And it's just doing its thing. Stunning Strike. So I wanted at least one bar that was Flail with a Spear, because it turns out Flail with a Spear is a really nice combo. Flail snares you. You attack 33% faster, but you move 33% slower, which obviously is a huge downside for a warrior, because enemies can just walk away from you. But if you have a spear, they can't do that, because your spear is ranged. So you can just flail away. And Stunning Strike is a powerful daze skill. So pairing that with Four Great Justice and To the Limit helps get that charge faster. I think that's Remedy's Signet and not Signet of Aggression. Those look very similar, though. Oh, it is Signet of Aggression. Okay. So Signet of Aggression obviously helps build up adrenaline even faster. So it's just trying to really get those Stunning Strikes going. 100 Blades. Not a whole lot to say about this. It's got Symbolic Strike. Some ripostes on it, because why not? Mage Hunter Smash. This uses a pet. You'll notice an unusual looking pet attack on there, because it's not one that I typically use. I believe that one inflicts dazed on knockdown enemies. Yeah. It's Bestial Mauling. If the attack strikes a knocked down foe, that foe's dazed for 4 seconds. So that can potentially inflict some dazed on things. I'm not sure how well the AI uses it. And landing pet attacks always seems a little risky to me, but Warrior theoretically has Stone Fist Insignia to make Mage Hunter Smash last a bit longer. And finally, the last one, Eviscerate. Yeah, has Destruction. I like the idea of melee characters running into the enemy's line and dropping Destruction on this. Destruction on them. So that way they take damage from it. But otherwise, this is pretty standard Eviscerate. So, and that in something like 2.5 or 3 hours is a review of all of these bars. I would say, are there any questions? I'd be happy to answer them, but it's like 2.5 hours past when I normally would end my stream, and my throat is sore from talking about all of these bars. So if you have any questions, go ahead and ask them in my Discord. I'll be putting the builds there, and of course this is going up on YouTube, so if you want to watch the review again for some reason, it is there. This has been a great project, though. And I'm looking forward to using these, which the next scheduled stream is... Today is a Wednesday. So the next scheduled stream is Saturday, and it's going to be more Divinity Original Sin. But the next Guild Wars stream is going to be on Tuesday, and I'm going to start using these with my tool here. and do some good old template drafting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing it. But until then, everyone, thank you very much for watching. You can follow to get notified when I go live and all of that normal, ordinary stream and stuff. I've already plugged my Discord. Thank you for watching YTKY. And yeah, the builds will be available on my Discord, like I said. So, until next time, everyone, take care and goodbye.